much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Go ahead, Seema. Thank you and good luck.
Very warm global namaste to all of you from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 111th episode. Yes, you heard it right. 111 Sundays. And today we're bringing you a wonderful lineup on well-being and wellness. But before we begin, let's just start with a little positive affirmation or a prayer that we hold in our heart so that our planet may heal from this current crisis of the pandemic. I will be starting with 3 Oms, 3 Gayatri mantras, and 1 Loka Samasta. Let's hold the intention for healing our earth in our hearts. So let's begin. Let's close our eyes. Let's all take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Let us center ourselves with 1 more deep, long breath in and let go. Let's breathe in for Omkara. Om. 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 Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Really holding that intention in our hearts, sending out all positivity and healing energy. May everyone in this world be healthy, safe, blessed, and happy. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. When you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very slowly and very gently, you may open your eyes. Welcome back for those of you who have just hopped on. Today we have a wonderful lineup of well-being and wellness. So let's begin. I'd like to introduce an incredible lady. Her name is Dr. Wai Ching Lee. She is a medical intuitive healer from a traditional lineage. Yes, you heard it right, from a traditional lineage. She's also a US qualified holistic health counselor and a holistic bodywork therapist. As the principal of Earth Heart Holistic Consultancy, she has been collaborating with medical doctors in the field of integrative medicine since 1992. Dr. Wai Ching Lee is also a member of several organizations of integrative medicine and has been on panels and discussions with the medical profession in co-creating new paradigms and protocols for holistic medicine. Currently, she sits on the Health and Medical Advisory Board of Nature's Frequencies and serves as a consultant to the spa and hospitality industry as well. She provides leadership in many other humanitarian and environmental organizations, as well as her own program of living healing arts, Vortex. Dr. Wai Ching Lee has synthesized several cutting-edge evolutionary modalities in the field of vibrational medicine. She has developed the Infinity Quantum Qigong, an accelerated restorative treatment and multidimensional healing, and is the associate producer of Quantum Qi, a movie with Sharon Rose from the Sacred Mysteries. Art, music, and movement therapies are integrated for creative and therapeutic expressions for rejuvenation of both body, mind, and spirit, as well as holistic nutrition with applied kinesiology. Dr. Wai Ching Lee's handle is www.amaliawaichinglee.earth. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Wai Ching. And I believe you are in Ecuador.
Yes, Imaji. A global namaste to you. It's such a delight to see you again. Really, truly, to be online with you again. And also to be online with Neilji and Nishiji and all the kindred spirits out there. So tuning in from Ecuador. This
Thank you.
beautiful.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to have you here with us today. And I believe you're going to be speaking with us on hydration and detox. And you have someone very special seated right next to you.
Indeed, I would love to introduce a new friend and an ancient sister from many, many traditions. And her name is Donna Ostermeyer. And here's Donna. She's actually the CEO of Avesa International. And they have something called, of course, here, the Tosa Blue Mountain Sanctuary, where I am, and I'll be for 3 months. And they have an amazing project that's called Clinical Linda, which I love Donna to speak about. And I would love her to introduce herself, as you have so beautifully introduced me. I thank you. So I pass now to Donna to introduce herself, and then we can both talk about hydration and detoxification.
Fabulous. A very warm global namaste to you, Donna. A very warm global namaste to you, Donna.
Thank you. Thank you. As Amelie has shared, we have a clinic here that we are hoping to take around and copy and create 1,800 around the world. And this clinic is free for the local indigenous people. They come, they get laser treatments, and these lasers are incredible. They're called EPOCH lasers, EPOCH. They have a certain wavelength that goes in and helps to reduce pain and inflammation, helps to stimulate the body for the cells to regenerate and heal. It can break up scar tissue. It can do amazing things. And just yesterday, we opened our second location in a town nearby, about 45 minutes away, Cuenca. And Jim, the inventor and creator of the EPOCH lasers, he was here training some doctors, and they had 2 miracles that happened yesterday that I would love to share with you. So he treated a man with MS who could not move his head side to side. He treated him, and the man was able to move his head, his neck, which he had not been able to for a long time, which is amazing. Then he treated a gentleman that was in a wheelchair that had not stood for over 7 years, and he got up and was able to stand. Again, that was another miracle.
That's miraculous.
Yes, it is. It's the healing power of light, right? When we have that pure light that comes in from a place of love, we can heal anything. And our bodies are so amazing. They can heal anything. And we create life with our bodies, right? Our bodies can heal from anything if we give it the right tools, the right environment. And part of that is hydration, right?
And I believe you and Dr. Wai Ching are going to tell us a lot about hydration and detoxification today.
Yes, we are. I am a certified holistic health and nutrition coach, and I am very passionate about hydration because most people don't understand the benefits of drinking enough water and on our bodies, our 17 trillion cells that we have. I'm also a yoga instructor. I do energy work, energy balancing through Avesa energy as well as Reiki. So I'm trained in both of those, and I love helping people to suffer less.
It's so incredible and so much in alignment with what all of us feel over here at Healing Our Earth. It's all about healing, uplifting your vibration, raising your frequency, and coming into a happier and more blissful space. That is so incredible. And I'm looking forward to hear more about your vision of the 1,800 clinics you want to establish worldwide. I mean, that is not a small number. No. It's huge. It's huge, and it's a great vision.
Thank you. Yes, it's in conjunction with Sri and Kira here and at Tosa Blue Mountain, and Jess and Dana, and there's a team of us along with Jim Onek with EPOCH Lasers that want to create this. And so I'm very excited to start traveling and identifying places and meeting more fantastic people like all of you and collaborating to create these centers that people can come to and get healing from within, through the laser, but also other, we'll offer other things as well. And it's so important.
It is so important, and it's so wonderful that you're doing it for the indigenous people, who come in, because a lot of them don't have much reach to such facilities. And if you can establish these centers in places where they're able to reach them, you're doing such a great seva, such a great selfless service. and it's benefiting. I'm sure you've seen not only one, two cases, but you've seen several cases of miraculous healing happening. I'm truly in alignment with this, and it's fabulous. And on behalf of our family here at Healing Our Earth, we wish you the best of luck with this great vision, and you're ready to start traveling, and you can make the world your oyster now. So best of luck and lots of blessings from us.
Yes,
Thank you.
indeed. And Seema, also, we're having a gathering of elders in March 18th, 19th, and 20th year. And we're inviting Indigenous elders from around the world as well to be here on the site of the Tosa Mountain, this magic mountain here, which is stupendous. The beauty of the flowers and the datura and the scent and the wild orchids, and then the formation of the rocks here speaks of magic and the connection with the earth. And we did several walks and meditations in the pine trees. And here also, just beautifully settled into the land, is Tosa Blue Mountain Sanctuary. And there's this beautiful, can't have saying beautiful because it is beautiful, massages. And I just had a chocolate wrap. I'm sure you would enjoy that, Seema. There's
I
some
would,
beautiful and
indeed.
massage. Yes, because you're foodies here. And the treatments are absolutely beautiful. And so we're just really, truly bringing forth the healing and the joy and happiness that's emanating from all of us here to all the rest of the world. So in March, I hope you'll join us as well in all the peoples of the world to just emanate all the healing at this time. So just to let you know ahead of time to join us March 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Thank you so much. May 18th, 19th, and 20th of March, you'll be having all the Indigenous leaders from all parts of the world. Is there going to be a lot of ceremony?
Yes, 3 days of ceremonies with the Ecuadorian elders. And last
Amazing.
year, there were 60 of the Canaries, I believe, and
Yes.
another tribe that was here, camped out all over the mountainside and doing ceremony for the healing of our planet, healing our earth.
I know the South American culture, the indigenous culture is very big on ceremony. I have to share something with you before we leap into your detoxification and hydration. It was something that's very close to my heart. I did visit Latin America a couple of years ago, and we were in the Atacama Desert. And it was beautiful. And the young gentleman who was showing us around the desert actually said that his father was a shaman priest, and how their lives evolved so strongly around ceremony. They have all these different ceremonies. And I can't really pinpoint what he said because it was a number of years ago. It was very significant to be in alignment with the sun.
Yes.
Worshipping the sun or honoring the sun at sunrise and sunset. Very beautiful, very, very beautiful. Fabulous. This is such a great vision. And, you're bringing all these elders together from all parts of the world. And I'm sure it's going to be a meeting place for them to connect and bring all this energy for the benefit of our planet. That is so beautiful. So, so beautiful.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to healing our earth, joining us for healing our earth as well.
Amen to that. I mean, nothing more than the wishes for healing our earth right now, especially during this current time in our world. Now, you were going to tell us a lot about detoxification and hydration.
Yes, we both will just, have a dialogue about it and see where we go with it. But first of all, I think I'd like to say that the hydration and detoxification has to apply to the planet, first of all, the earth. And as we heal, the planet will heal as well. So in the microcosmic spectrum of things is that it is both the inner and the outer world. That as we heal, the others will heal. And so we have to start with ourselves and in our own detoxification, in our own hydration as well, which is then honoring all the mountains and rivers, the waterfalls, the oceans of the planet. And I believe that the work has to be done both ways, me being so involved in environmental work. So I think I'd like to start this discussion off with this prayer for the planet, and we have to take care of the planet. As we know, that's what we are all doing here. So we have to do that. And then we can just go on to the importance of our own detoxification and hydration, each one of us taking responsibility for this as we do this work.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. We'd love to hear your prayer.
Yeah. So you want to say a prayer together?
Sure.
So as we come together and we pray for the oceans and the waters of the earth and the rivers, the lakes, we ask for the spirits of the land to bless us in this work as we purify, and as in the language it's called limpia, which is cleansing, limpia, cleansing, purifying. So we feel as we breathe in this fresh air, mountain air here, that, and also honoring the fresh, pristine waters in Ecuador around this area, that we call upon the spirits of the land and to spread into, bring forth the true purification and during these cleansing times for ourselves and for others. Thank you for joining me in this prayer. Do you have one, Dawn?
Yes, I pray that all of us will become more mindful of our actions and how they can impact Mother Gaia, this holy earth that we get to be on right now, and that we are more mindful, more conscientious about how we are interacting with the earth and with each other, because our actions do make a difference and our words make a difference. And I just pray that we care more, that we are more mindful about what we do and have more consideration for each other and for the earth.
Thank you. Amen. And so it is.
And so it is.
What a beautiful intention and what a beautiful prayer, that we all be more mindful. This is so needed during this current time we are facing in our world. We do have a climate crisis right now. Rivers are drying up. We're cutting down trees left, right, and center. You're living in an area of the world where the Amazon, and of course, in my motherland, Africa, the Congo, are actually the very lungs of our planet. And we're destroying that. And I think we have to take responsibility for our future generations so that we can give them a better world, because we have spoiled it for them, with that lack of awareness.
Right.
The lack of awareness has been on our part, and now we have to take responsibility to create more awareness and be more mindful. What a beautiful prayer. Thank you so, so much.
Start that way. And so I'll start perhaps being mindful about the water we drink into the planet, into the microcosm of our bodies, and how the choices that we make, let's say so many people, I'll start off with this, they like to go fast perhaps, and when they're drinking the water, the quality of the water we drink is not very good. For example, they drink straight from the tap water, which is, to many people, they say that, of course, it's better than the quality of waters that some of the villagers have. And we are definitely, part of our work is bringing clean water to the villages. But also when, let's say, us in the cities and we choose to drink tap water, we have to be aware of the contaminants in it, and also the heavy metals and the rust and so on. So first of all, for those of us in the cities to be aware of that, and that the water basically is what we call dead water. There's no negative
Oh, I think Dr. White Ching's internet has frozen for a minute, but what a great discussion on, the climate crisis and water. Tell us more, Dr. White Ching.
Yes, you were frozen too for a while, Seema.
Oh, I thought you were frozen. Please forgive me.
The other way too. So where did we start or stop?
You were talking about the water and dead water. We stopped off at the dead water, and that really got me thinking, and you spoke about the negative ions. Could you elaborate more on that, please?
Yes. We are saying that the water that we're drinking in cities are basically dead because it doesn't have the negative ions, the life force coursing through it, like in a waterfall or a river, assuming that the rivers are clean and not contaminated in the first place. So we have a few assumptions to be made there, and that it's natural water coming from the mountains or directly from the rains without the chemtrails and other contaminants in the air. So we have to be aware of that, the choices that we make, and then also the choices we make in buying bottled water, which then adds a lot of waste and plastic waste to the planet, and also bottled water incorrectly stored, let's say when it is stored in heat, or some people I see freeze the bottles of water, the plastic bottles of water, before going out for their jog, and then so that they'll have cold water to drink. That actually leaches dioxins into the water, and that dioxins are carcinogenic. So that's what some people need to know about their daily consumption of water. Did you hear all that, Seema?
Yes, I did. That brings me back to memories of my childhood when we would visit India. When you speak about water, I think our ancestors and our grandmothers and grandfathers had so much awareness. So my grandmom, of course, she lived on a farm, and she would boil her water first to get rid of any contamination and toxins, etc. There were no water filter systems in those days, especially on a farm, and she would store the water in what we call a ghada, which is a big clay pot.
Yes.
It's a clay pot. And in that clay pot, she would add one gold ring of hers, a copper ring, and a silver ring, each time. And we would ask her, we'd say, Nani, why do you add these rings into the water? We would peek into the bottom of the bottle. We were so, enthralled by it as children. We always wanted to reach in and get those rings. And she'd say, no, you can't touch them. And I remember she would say that it had something very strong to do with balancing the elements within our body. You've got the water. This brings me back to Ayurveda and the 5 elements. You've got water, you've got air, you've got fire with the gold, you've got space, and you've got ether, right? And the earth element we could speak of with the clay pot, perhaps. I'm just trying to see the synergy. Our ancestors were so intelligent.
Yeah, indeed, that's the ancient wisdom in action. They knew, and right now we also put crystals in the water. And in a modern way, I have this here, and this is crystalline, right? And it's based on free energy. See, you got it there. And I have here too. I'll show you. This is what I use to structure the water, which is what your grandma did, was structuring water with gold, and silver, and copper. And I've got this here, so also at the bottom. So this is the modern way of structuring water.
So the energy gets transferred to the water. So basically, this is what I do. I drink amethyst water. You get these bottles with the crystals these days, and they say when you fill up your water bottle, your crystal water bottle, with the crystals below, the water gets energized.
Yes, that's one way of doing it. And then going on to the next step of using what we call quantum technologies, like what I showed you, to structure it in just very quickly, instantly. And there are now also technologies that can wrap around pipes. So it can go through the entire house or hospital or a healing center, and every water outlet is coming out with structured water or the live water, you know, the energized water as nature intended.
Water has a memory, right?
Yes. And I beautifully with Masaru Emoto, so honoring him for his work and bringing out the crystalline aspects of water that makes it so visual for us to understand how we can inculcate the water and develop it as mediums of healing. So when we love our water and we love our bodies, because our bodies is basically water, it's all 95% water, the brain especially. So if we, what we message to ourselves is so important, isn't
Yes.
it? Yes.
Any
What
words,
we say.
any words, what someone else speaks, how they speak to you, as well as your own thoughts and words. Water absorbs it, and yes, we're over 70% water, so of course we're going to have that impact on our bodies. If we are not being loving, then our bodies are going to struggle for optimal health, right? But if we are loving to our bodies, even if it doesn't look exactly how we want it to, we still need to love it because it's housing our beautiful soul, which is much bigger than our bodies, right? And that goes for Mother Earth too. The Earth, it's interesting, the Earth is 70% water as well. And by people not loving the Earth and not taking care of it, it makes a difference because yes, water has a consciousness. It can communicate with us, as you know, Dr. Emoto has showed us, and Veda Asen in Australia now, and is communicating with water. It's amazing.
Yeah. So
Yes.
going to hydration immediately is that we really need to hydrate our bodies and our cells, the interstitial fluids between the cells, and the synovial fluids in the joints, the cerebrospinal fluids in the spine, and then, you know, suddenly the blood and the lymph to be a fully activated human being and to receive the messages from the divine. So because when we receive the messages, it's running through at the waters in our body and definitely through the what we call the sacred wells in the body. It corresponds with the endocrine glands. I mean, how beautiful is that? So these are the sacred wells, and if they can be balanced, then we can be balanced human beings as well. And that's why it's so important when we do some spiritual work or fasting that we take the right waters and we take sufficient waters to hydrate the cells so that the messages coming through from the ethers and the astral plane, the spiritual planes, can actually be embodied in us, in the cells, so we get it. So that's the first thing why it's so important to hydrate, besides physical health.
This is so beautiful, the way you put it, and you talk about the sacred wells and, having our whole system, really cleansed and full of vibration, hydrated, so that we can be clear enough to connect beyond, and receive. This is really beautiful. I'm interested to know how this quantum technology works, though.
Oh, this one in particular is it's called a earthing card with an EMF shield, and it resonates at 7.83, which is Schumann's resonance, 7.83 hertz, but it has several other frequencies. So this is a beautiful man-made technology, and we want to honor good man-made technology that benefits humans as well, like the laser, which Donna talked about. And this one, in contact with the water, sends a message to the water to vibrate at this frequency. So it's just like us, when we hug each other or we love each other, we are sending good vibes and good energy, and we are sending this out to all of you as well. It works through the cyberspace, through what is known as quantum entanglement. So this is quantum technology, and in contact, let's say, straight away, it changes and it goes through also the more dense material. So that's how it works in layman's terms.
So it's instantaneous. That's what you're saying.
Yes, and Donna had tried it out also, and we actually we can say that we polish and energize our crystals with it, and they just shine because 7.83 hertz is the Earth's resonance, and then also the crystals and gold and silver come from the Earth as
Right.
metal elements. They just shine because they love it. They start to recognize. We recognize our frequencies. This is part of frequency medicine or vibrational medicine. So and so this is how basically it works. And we want to thank all the scientists who have brought this in for us.
Absolutely. It's
It's
amazing.
amazing, and I'm sure they've studied the memory of the water before and after, and there must be such a huge difference, right?
Yes, and also in the bloodstream, in what is called dark field microscopy and the live blood analysis, you can see that when you're drinking water, let's say from someone who is very thirsty, dehydrated, and one note about that is that don't wait till you're thirsty to hydrate,
Right.
because then you're already dehydrated. So then, and they've shown that as soon as you drink water, even ordinary water, if you can't get this energized water, then the blood flow is already moving. The rouleau is already moving faster, and then the blood is starting to have better circulation, which is the basis of good health in any traditional healing methods. And also that we can actually energize water with ourselves through our own energy field, through our own prana and chi body, and emanating through the hands into, let's say, a glass of water. For an ordinary person, it takes about 7 to 8 minutes, they've found in scientific research, to do that. And so a lot of people don't have that much time. So these little tools help. And also, Donna has using a water system, and I've used it also, that helps very much in transforming the molecules of the water to smaller dynes, so they're more bioavailable to our cells. And we need to drink less water, but we drink quality water to hydrate and to be more efficient.
Well,
Yes, Donna.
okay, I was just going to say one of water's main jobs is to detox our cells so that our cells can then pull in the nutrients from the foods that we take in, or the drinks or supplements, whatever we're consuming. And if we're not drinking enough water, then our body struggles to detox, and then we hold on to those toxins longer. And that's why, some people experience constipation, and they don't. I know from my work and from counseling people on health and nutrition that a lot of people don't have regular bowel movements. They don't have regular, and so then they're holding on to all those toxins for days, which creates inflammation, which creates pain. And so that's one of the reasons why it's important to drink enough water for your body, because it does help.
Yeah,
This
because
is
it's also detoxification, and especially when we are, infections. There are different viral, bacterial infections. We really need to flush out the infection.
absolutely, Ayurveda, this brings me to the concept of Ayurveda. They speak about accumulated toxins in your system. Undigested food gets stored within your energy channels as armor, right? And when we cannot take care of that armor, it manifests as disease, especially inflammation, as you said. So Ayurveda too also very strongly emphasizes on drinking water. There's this whole new concept that's springing up to life, about copper water now. Our ancestors always drank water from a copper vessel, copper water. And now a lot of Ayurvedic schools of thought and, modern schools of thoughts are saying, drink copper water. It's good for your aches and pains. However, I'm a bit apprehensive about that, because you don't want to have too much metal in your system, right? You just want to have the right amount of metal within your system. You don't want to, add more metal. As it is, our modern diets and the water that we're already drinking that is not, energized, with your quantum energy has got a lot of hidden metals in it because of the piping, etc. This is so interesting that water itself can be so dynamic and magical that it can actually bring you into balance when it's charged the correct way and eliminate toxins out of your body. Now, how many glasses of water would you recommend one drinks per day? Some schools of thought say 6, others say 8, some say 2 liters, some say 3 liters. I'm always so confused at how much water should I actually be drinking per day?
It is confusing. And it's an individual thing because it depends on how much you weigh. It depends on your activity. How active are you? It depends on your environment, the climate that you're in. How hot is it? Are you sweating a lot? Because, you know, our bodies detox through a variety of ways. Our lymphatic system, our kidneys, our liver, our lungs, when we're breathing in and out, we're detoxing. Our, of course, our digestive system, and so our skin, you know, sweating. And so it depends. And then also people need to take into account if you drink coffee and if you drink 12 ounces of coffee, it dehydrates your body 10 ounces of water. So you need to add that back in. So if you have 3 cups of coffee, then you need to add 30 more ounces on top of the amount that you should be drinking. And typically, most adults should be around 3 liters, maybe more, and kind of, you know, look at that. I recommend an ounce per pound of body, you know. So if I'm 125 pounds, I try to drink or around a gallon a day. And I am active. So, you know, I have to pay attention to that. And when I'm here in Ecuador, where we're high in elevation and it's drier, I need more, you know.
Right.
So it's not like a one size fits all when it comes to hydration. It is an individual body thing, but it's really important because being as little as 5% dehydrated, your brain function diminishes by up to 25%. That's 1 glass of water that you didn't drink that day. That's amazing, right?
That's amazing. That's amazing. You know, very often you think you're tired. You know, you feel tired and you don't know why you're tired. And you suddenly reach out for a glass of water or 2 glasses of water. You suddenly say, wow, I'm suddenly, you know, a few minutes later, you're suddenly feeling so much better. You know, I love the way you both just brought your bottles out and clicked them together and hadn't reminded yourselves to have a huge
Yeah,
sip of
it
water.
charges it, right? And you know, this is so important because people have migraines, backaches, neck aches. They feel lethargic, brain fog, and they think that there's something wrong. And of course, yes, but just drinking the water will make them feel much better. It starts there. And also viral infections for this time. The viral infection can really take hold much more in an acid environment, right? And so we need to constantly alkaline our blood and our entire, you know, system. So it's at this time of infections, it's very important that we really hydrate very well and flush, continue to flush. You know, like even a simple cold and flu, where, you know, someone is going through that and having a fever, they need to drink a lot more water. And if I might say so, not cold water, but warm or hot water, because a lot of people douse themselves with cold water, especially after sports, and that really creates a lot of spasms in the inner organs, and it reduces the body heat, as they call it in Chinese, TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. They don't want to shock the organ system, so you want to have a really a warming situation in the body, and heat will kill viral infections, right? The fever is a way of killing the viral infections. We don't want to suppress it really unless it gets too high.
You're speaking of more yang energy as opposed to yin energy, right?
In terms of water,
Yes.
Yes, if it's heated up, it would
If
be.
it's especially in conditions where you've got coughs and colds, etc., you said drink more warm water, which brings me to the concept. Now you and I are both from Asia, and we drink a lot of tea.
Mm.
We have a lot of jasmine tea and a lot of rose tea and a lot of pole, and we have all these wonderful different teas that we have there. And if you go to Hong Kong, go to Malaysia or to Singapore, you'll see that people constantly have this huge mug of tea, portable mug of tea with rose petals and chrysanthemum flowers and all these different wonderful green teas, etc. So would those teas hydrate the system or dehydrate the system like coffee does?
Actually, that's a very good question because it does both, you know. It hydrates at the same time and stimulating because it has tannin and caffeine
Right.
as well. Tannin. But also at the same time, tea can be a diuretic. So, you know, it really allows you to go pee very much more often. So that could be good. Or it can also, too much of it is too much of anything, it's not good because it can leach minerals and vitamins, minerals from the body. And too much from of release, you know, from the kidneys, it's not good. So, you know, in TCM, you know that neither too much or too little, always the middle path.
Balance.
So balance. And also another thing when we talk about the urine is that on an intuitive level, you can look at the urine every day to see the color of it, the straw color, rather than a deep yellow or amber. That would be really signaling that you really need to hydrate a lot more because the
Right.
concentration of the waste is too strong. So that could be a way of just ascertaining how much to drink. You know, so it should be like a light straw color.
And especially if you've had a glass of wine or two, especially or three, as many of us do tend to do once in a while, as we go out for dinner and we have a nice bottle of wine or two glasses, so we share a bottle amongst us. But
Since there's
I believe that it's so important to hydrate after having alcohol, right?
Yes, yes. And speaking of that, I mean these things are amazing in transforming and the molecules in a wine and any alcohol that you don't actually get a hangover the next day because
Interesting.
yes, some quantum magic that happens there. So it's
So
quite wonderful. Just to
So,
let you
so what you're saying is have as many glasses of wine as you want, as long as you charge
get
your water
drunk in
bottle,
the
it's
way any way
fine.
you want.
We don't want to give
It's
that
very
message
clever
out.
of you.
We don't want to be giving that message out to anybody. No, we just want to charge our water and stay happy, healthy, healed, and balanced. This is
Right.
so amazing. And I'm interested to know how it works on the water pipe systems. You've told us how to place the card under our water bottle or a water jug. Now, how would it work on a larger level, like let's say buildings and water
There
pipe
are
systems,
technologies,
etc.?
and there's one company called Crystal Blue. I work with them. We've put in these systems into spas and hospitals and clinics, and they've been helping people heal. We can just say heal from amazing. And so just because of balancing, you know, balancing the waters of the body and flushing it out, detoxification. So this shows really how important it is, isn't it? With the water systems. And there are several in the world.
Right.
And Donna is using one which I've used, and it even has an acid water which you can clean the floor with. And
kills
please.
kills 100% of bacteria and viruses. The strong acidic water that the machine makes, and it uses it's a Japanese technology, and it uses medical grade platinum dipped titanium plates that are solid and electricity. And what that does when the water runs across it with the electricity, it breaks up the molecules. Because water comes in clusters. And typically, if we are drinking tap or bottled water, the clusters are anywhere from 15 to 30 molecules per cluster. And what this technology does with the electricity is it breaks it up, and it's much smaller, So there's only 5 or 6 that your cells are trying to absorb versus 15 to 30. That's a big difference, right? And so it's able to go into your cells much more. In fact, Dr. Horst Filzer, he is a cardiologist, and he did human studies with this water to show that the body actually absorbs it 80 to 100% of the time. The body absorbs tap water 20%, tap or bottled water 20%. So that's a big difference. If you're drinking water and your body's not absorbing it, you know, I'm sure everyone on here at some point has felt a bloat from drinking too much water. They felt it kind of sloshing in their gut because their cells aren't actually absorbing it. And so it's important to pay attention to the kind of water that you drink. And if you can do something like, you know, simple like this card, or this technology that I'm talking about as well, if you can do something that will restructure the water so it's more absorbable, then you're going to have higher hydration from that water. The other thing to pay attention to that most people don't realize, if you drink like reverse osmosis water, which is dead, there's nothing in it, then your body actually pulls the calcium, magnesium, and potassium from your bones, from your organs, because your body has to have that with the water. So if we're not drinking water that has that in it, that's one of the unique things that these systems that I'm talking about, as well as the card, will do, is keep those healthy minerals in the water in a bioavailable form, that natural form that our cells actually recognize and utilize, which is so important for health and aging and, you know, having vitality and sports performance. It makes a huge difference. That's the other study that Dr. Filzer did, was on athletes. He had them drink this water and drink tap and bottled water, you know, took 2 groups. And the ones that drank this water, they had better performance, more stamina, endurance, and they recovered up to 30% faster, which is amazing. And that's just, you know, what water are you drinking? Just making that simple change, right?
And just to add on to that, the water system I'm working with now is made from crystals, just rare crystals. And so you run through it, and it picks up all the crystalline energies and transforms the molecules. And that way we also work with agriculture. And the plants love it. They flourish and give more produce, you know. Any vegetables and fruit, they are much bigger and more succulent. And so because of the quality of the water, so the same as us, when we are in drinking good water and in, let's say, in a hot spring or, you know, an energized water pool that is not chlorinated, and we also plump up our skin, our external skin, which is the largest organ of elimination and absorption, also just loves good water. And it shows as well, because bad water would just cause more wrinkles. And then when you have good water, there is a certain moisture to the skin.
Well, it's definitely showing up on both of you, that's for sure. Before I jump onto, you know, asking you how we can gain access to this water, I did say it's definitely showing up on both of you. And before I jump on how we could get access to this quantum technology for our own home use, we have 2 questions. So our first question is from Chrysanda from Greece. She says, can we ever overdrink water? If so, what are the consequences? This is from Cassandra from Greece. I think you're frozen again. Dr. Y, are you there? Well, I think we lost them for a minute, but how incredible is that water, especially quantumly charged water, can bring you so much goodness and you know, detox your system. Oh, we have you back. We lost you for a minute.
No, this I don't know why, but there
We
you are.
lost you for a minute,
And
and I was just telling our audience and our viewers how beautiful it is that water can actually work on so many levels within our system and detox us. But hopping back to Cassandra from Greece, she said, can we ever overdrink water? And if so, what are the consequences?
well, like Donna was saying, that sometimes when you attempt to drink a lot of water and you feel bloated, but always feeling still dehydrated, that means the cells are not uptaking the diet. They're not uptaking water to be therapeutic. So something is not right there. And yes, you can drink too much water where the minerals will be flushed out. Yes, so you can drink too much water. But I think it's better to err on that side than not enough water.
Yes, to get water poisoning, so to speak, by over drinking, you would need to drink more ones, and aren't they're going to be in the bathroom all the time, right?
Like the
But
water torture.
it has, it has happened, but typically people don't drink enough water, so it's not a concern. And like I said, you would have to drink many gallons of water, and most people would not do that because they would have to go to the bathroom all the time. So yeah.
Now, beyond from
you're
Sweden,
good if you stick around that, 3 to 4.
Now, Beyond from Sweden has a question. How can we keep water more alkaline, and what is the best things we can add to water for its benefits?
Okay. I can. Well, the alkaline water should be like full of negative ions and charged water, structured water, good water, however you want to call that, and even blessed. And this is a little trick that we can do with water for better absorption is add a little bit of salt, like Himalayan rock salt, little bit, just a touch, and maybe a little teaspoon of fruit juice, right? So that then you create your own electrolyte drink, like sports drinks, instead of buying the highly neon colored drinks and the very sugar, and also a lot of it is corn syrup, and a lot of it's fructose, and a lot of it's made with aspartame, or poisons. They're all poisons, colors and preservatives and all that. So make your own. If you have to go running and you need an electrolyte drink for absorption, a little bit of the salt, right? Natural salt, not iodized, Himalayan rock salt with all the 83 minerals, plus a little bit of fruit juice, fresh fruit juice, whatever you like, to your liking, and drink that, because the brain thinks that it's food, because it is food. It becomes food suddenly, so it slows down the absorption. So it uptakes into the cells better. So is that a good tip?
Excellent tip. We have a question from Hasmita here in the UK. She said it would be interesting to understand how this impacts people with water retention and swelling, etc.
Water retention, is it?
And we have
Seema,
Hasmita.
you froze. Is that?
So we have a question from Hasmita here in the UK. She says it would be interesting to understand how this impacts people with water retention, swelling,
Yeah.
etc.
Water retention, edema is actually not enough water.
Yes. And I can tell you,
It's not enough water.
my mom suffered from edema. Her legs would swell, and when I got her this same water technology that we both used, her edema went away.
Yeah.
It also helped to improve her arthritis, because she was then absorbing this more alkaline water.
Yes.
And arthritis is actually acid crystals in our joints.
Right.
And so if we're not taking in enough like healthy fruits and vegetables and drinking a water that actually hydrates us, that has the healthy minerals in it that our body needs, then we're going to build up those acid crystals and have that pain and inflammation. But if we're able to flush our system, then our body's not going to hold on to that acid like that. So
right.
That's
Yeah, the
amazing.
synovial fluids in the joints are not lubricated. That's why you start, and it grinds and it hurts. And all pain in the body is a message, right?
Right.
So, and water is a medicine. It's medicine water. To start with.
Now we have Jennifer who's asking, please tell us the name of the Australian water worker you just mentioned and where can we get access? This was my next question to these quantum cards.
Sure. Veda Austin is her name. If you look up Veda Austin, she's written, I believe, 3 books now.
I think you froze
She's
again.
taken Dr. Emoto's studies and continued with, she's got Petri dishes and she's got all these photos of, she will set an intention and freeze the water and then the water responds. And I've seen some of her work and it's absolutely amazing how water is communicating back with us. And that's just beautiful.
Yeah.
So magical.
And I think you can get in touch with both of us for the various technologies. And you're welcome to post my contact, as most of you have, and Donna's as well. You want to say what?
Absolutely. And our viewers, for those of you who are watching, you can rewatch this session on our Healing Our page, on our Healing Our Earth page, where we'll have the session posted up on YouTube and Facebook as well. So you can always go back and refer back to the session and get all this wealth of information that Dr. Wai-Ching Lee and Donna have so wonderfully shared with us today. It's been such an inspirational session on, all the elements there are on water. And I'd like to thank you both so much for joining our session today. It's been truly so educational, to learn so much about water. So a very warm global namaste, and do stay on with us. Yeah, we have a wonderful lineup ahead as well. And thank you for all the education and insights. Wishing you both a beautiful day, a very warm global namaste, and thank you for joining Healing Our Earth.
Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. Now, wasn't it wonderful to learn so much about water from Dr. Wai-Ching Lee and Donna? Now we have a very, very magical lady joining us, and I can see her there on screen with her bubbly smile, and she's a very charismatic Dr. Honey Kalaria. She's a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Honey is also a media presenter and has appeared on numerous television programs. She has choreographed for films, worked with celebrities, and offered coaching to global audiences to help develop performing arts career, together with providing education through a powerful combination of personal development, creativity, and spiritual wisdom. In her work career, Honey has trained over 500,000 students, which included many talented mothers joining her dance classes to keep fit. Oh, I need to join those classes and learn to dance. Honey's mother was her first dance guru when she started dancing from the age of 4. Honey can be found on www.honeykalariaofficial.com. And a very warm global namaste to you, Honey.
Global namaste to you, my dear Seema, my dear sister. On Healing Our Earth, I always look forward to my Sunday because I know that I'll be connecting with amazing people like yourself, beautiful souls like you, and of course, Amalia and Donna, all the wonderful information that we were hearing from them. It's amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. And our audiences around the world as well, I'm sure they're being educated and uplifted in this pandemic times that we probably need with all this really nice positive information. But Seema, I know that you've given me such a beautiful introduction, but I really have to share again with the audiences about yourself as well. Because Seema, you yourself, were born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. And you also have these culinary interests, which have been developed at a very early age. And you also have founded a family food business. So I know your background is really into food and lovely delicacies. You've also extensively traveled to Africa, India, Southeast Asia. And I feel that, your passion for food, etc., seeps out, and it encourages the rest of us to run into the kitchen to try out these beautiful dishes and healthy, nutritious dishes. And I also know that you bring in a lot of Ayurveda in all your food as well. So you make sure that it's all healing, using all the wonderful spices and nutritional ingredients, herbs, etc., as well. So I think that you're doing amazing. And those people who are out there watching and listening, if you ever see us doing any of our kitchen events, all our kitchen and wonderful veggie events, you will know that the person behind it all is this lady, the magical Seema. She produces these programs, finds the best chefs from the whole global industry, brings these secret people who sometimes haven't even been discovered, and she brings them all on here, and we get a chance to try out these amazing recipes. So Seema, you're doing amazing with all your mind, body, soul things through your food. Thank you, Seema, so much for that.
So humbled. Thank you, honey, for such a wonderful introduction. I just had a spark of thought. Can you imagine, with all the cooking that we do? And now, honey, I know you are a very, very good cook as well, and you enjoy.
Oh, well, I hide it a little bit, but yeah.
You do enjoy going into the kitchen. Can you imagine cooking our food with all that quantumly charged water from?
Oh my gosh! I actually do this,
ladies.
Seema. I actually do this. Donna and Amalia will absolutely love. Dr. Waiching will absolutely love this, my dear sister, all the way from Ecuador right now. And she would love to hear this. I put all my water in a copper jar. I vibrate it. I make sure it's filtered as well. And then all the food or anything I make is always use, I always use that water. So I always charge it. The second thing I do is when I meditate, I always have a bottle of water with me at that time, or a glass of water. And I leave it there. So when I'm meditating, I make sure that the energy is also being infused in my water. And then I drink it. So it's a really healing. I really believe it's got powerful healing. Some energies, there's some invisible force takes place, and I have no idea what happens. But at the end of the day, actually, Dr. Waiching is the right person to speak to about what exactly happens. Why do we feel so good after having this infused water?
Thanks.
Go on, Mr. Hello, Amalia. A global namaste to you, my dear, and Donna.
Namaste.
Namaste. And thank you for sharing all this lovely information about the vibrated water. It's something that the whole world should be doing. Do you not think that? We should. It's just so simple, actually. Just a little bit of prayer. What do you say? Go and give a message to the world. Let's see if we can work collectively to make a difference to our lives.
Oh, absolutely. And it goes back to the very beginning when we were talking about mindfulness, being mindful about our water, because our water has a consciousness, right? As you just beautifully shared your experience, it has a consciousness. And so our earth has a consciousness, right? And the water, we need to honor it. We need to respect it. We need to take care of it. We need to understand that it is there because it wants to support us, and our body is 70+% water. So having that mindfulness and connection, because it does have a beautiful consciousness that is there to love and support us. And so giving that back, honoring it, respecting it, acknowledging it is so important, and that doesn't cost anything.
Yes, absolutely. And we do always talk about, don't we, Donna, that everything is connected in this world. Like if we cut down all the trees, we won't have oxygen. If we put in rubbish in the fish, in the oceans, the fishes are going to get affected, or even have illnesses, etc., which we then eat, and then like we're vegetarians, but those people eat. But things like that. So I mean, everything is connected to each other. If we pray for someone, it actually heals them, because there's there's some energy that goes across. The consciousness takes, like it listens to you. It's alive, I feel. The whole universe is alive. And if you connect with it in a particular way, you actually start feeling all the energies. There's an invisible realm that we connect with, I feel, through this. And I just feel that both Amalia and yourself, we need more beautiful souls like you in this world sharing this kind of information, so that we can inspire many more people to be educated in this field, as well as use it for their own benefit, literally utilize it for their own benefit, this knowledge and wisdom. So I just wanted to say, dear Amalia and dear Donna, thank you for joining us here today. We love to have you back again to share some more of your words of wisdom. And we're going to very shortly move on to this amazing lady called Siji Varghese. I hope that's the right way to say it. Now, Siji is absolutely amazing. I really have to introduce this gorgeous lady. She's got the best smile, as you can see already. But she's going to be running through a particular topic called Lead with Emotional Intelligence. We talk about IQ, we talk about intelligence IQ, but what about emotional intelligence? So CG is actually a qualified and experienced management professional, an acclaimed industry leader, a qualified and experienced coach and trainer, a renowned mentor, a TEDx speaker, which I absolutely love, with experience across a spectrum of industry sectors, including banking and insurance. Wow, what a package. Now, she's well accepted as a management leader whose views and opinions are respected by businesses, academia, and top-grade business schools. She's a recipient of many awards because of her extraordinary work and contribution to the industry. And she also has included her award has also included the UN Karmavir Chakra. Her initiatives has been many, as we could see from all these things that we've spoken about, especially because her initiatives at facilitating ROI, evaluation of training and coaching interventions, have been welcomed by training administrators and participants around the world. Now, with unprecedented levels of change and the constant disruption that we face in our world today, which we all know of, emotional intelligence becomes an important skill to build, as it facilitates our capacity to self-manage, be resilient, handle stress, be empathetic, oh my God, I can't say it, manage ourselves and our environments effectively, as well as handle difficult situations and cultivate meaningful social relationships, which I believe is extremely important. The benefit of developing our EQ then enables us to have happier, more meaningful, successful, and fulfilled lives. So we're going to be finding out so much more about all of this. Dear CG, a global welcome to you.
Global namaste to you and everyone who is out there. It's Suji from India. Thank you so very much for having me here. It's a real privilege. And honey, I just love the way you talk. It's so much of energy. It's so much of exuberance. It's like, wow. And I loved everything what I heard from Dr. Y and Donna. And thank you, Seema. Your questions were really nice. They're so pertinent to whatever I wanted to know about water. So,
dear CG, you yourself are amazing, because you have this ability to see the best in everyone. With your emotional IQ topic that you'll be discussing as well, we can see how you pick up, and you're so aware of people's emotions. Look how gorgeous. Already we've been able to see that little droplet of what you're all about, because you pick up on people's emotions just like that. And CG, am I saying your second name right? Is it Varghese?
No, it's Varghese.
Varghese, yeah, Varghese. Oh, that's a beautiful, isn't it? Lovely name. It's an unusual name. I haven't heard that. Is that South Indian? Where are you from originally?
Yeah, it's a Kerala. It's a South Indian name. We are from the southern part of India. So.
Right. So it's from India, but Kerala.
Kerala, that's right.
I love Kerala. I went once to a place called the Kerala Health Resort, and I stayed there for about a month, and it was so amazing because they have the most beautiful, luscious green trees and palm trees everywhere. They have fresh air, and the people are so loving, very, very loving, very happy people. And of course, you have the Ayurvedic massages and all the things that they provide you, so you come back all rejuvenated. So Kerala, I think, is #1 in the world, I believe, in these kinds of things.
We are called as God's own country, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and I think I need to buy home there so I can just pop in once a year there, stay there for a month, get my MOT done, like a body MOT done, and move on from there. No, CG, I know today you're going to be doing a presentation for us, and so I would really love you to perhaps do your presentation, and then I have some questions for you that I'd love to ask. So maybe we can pick your brain a little bit and find out more about the work that you do. But what presentation do you have for us today?
So I'm going to be sharing the screen with you. And by the way, let me tell you, I love your name too, because it's like calling honey, honey all the time. And it's like the most beautiful thing out there, calling out honey.
Thank you so much. Well, I have been the cause of some little divorces. So I've had to explain a few things when the guy say, "Hello, honey, how are you?" And then the wife is saying, "Who are you talking to?" Oh, please go ahead, my dear CG. Please go ahead.
So, hi everybody, and I'm just going to share a small little scenario here. This is a typical scenario where there is working mom, a dad, a daughter, or a child who is eating a morning breakfast. And in a very rushed up times, we are so busy with so many things. The father out here, he is going for a very important presentation today, and the mother has work and the daughter has to go to school. And the school bus is going to be coming in a while's time, and she has to get ready to go to school. Now, while they're having their breakfast there, it so happens that the child, the daughter, drops or spills the coffee onto the father's shirt, which he was all ready to go for the major presentation out there. Now, what happens when somebody just drops or spills coffee over your shirt? The first reaction, especially when you're dressed up and you're all ready to go take the day on, and what is the most important thing that happens is like you kind of lose it out, you kind of blow it up, and you're like all the time yelling, howling, shouting at the person who did that. And this is exactly what the father ended up doing with the daughter. And you know what happens when you yell and howl at the child? She started howling and crying. In the meantime, the bus comes in, it honks on, but the daughter is so sad. She's so sad that she's unable to get dressed up and reach out to the bus. And so happens that she kind of misses the bus and she has to go to school. Now the father looks up to the mother, his wife, and says, "Why don't you drop her to school?" And she's like, "No ways, I have something important at work and I'm leaving for work." And she just leaves off. And he rushes off with the daughter in his car, and he's like speeding up because he needs to drop her to school and then go to his workplace because he has an important presentation to make. And while he's speeding up, he gets a speeding ticket. He's followed by the police, the traffic police, and he cuts up a big ticket out there. And he's kind of peeved off the entire moment. And he's still yelling and howling, and he drops his daughter at the gate of the school. And it so happens that she's still weeping and crying. And at the gate of the school, she doesn't even bother to look back at her father or wave him a goodbye. And the father just rushes into the office just to know that he's forgotten the laptop at home. So this was kind of a chaos early morning, and later on, when the father reaches back home in the evening, that what he could see was a baby or a child and a mother or his wife sitting with a swelled up face. What do you think what just happened? You could see a number of things or a number of emotions that just came up. So just to say that, now today I am going to be speaking on what is this that just came up? What is that we could have done to make it a different scenario, to make it as a different morning, to make it as a different evening? And that's why in today's times, especially as Honey very rightly said, this is the unprecedented times, the pandemic times, we all are dealing with so many of emotions. And as rightly WHO has talked about, they have surveyed, and the research shows that 1 out of every 3 adults goes through anxiety disorders and a lot of other emotions, which are sometimes very difficult to express, very difficult to suppress. There's a lot of outbursts around it. Now let's see what happens if you would have a different response to the same scenario where you saw the father, the daughter, and the mother out there on the breakfast table. Yes, the daughter did spill on the most important day of the father onto his shirt the coffee. Now, what if he was to just say, I know that you did not do it intentionally, and I'll go and change up? All that he had to tell to his daughter was this: I know you've not done it intentionally. And he goes around, changes his clothes, comes back. There's a bus honking in. The daughter is already changed into, and she's looking smilingly that her dad did not scream at her. And then there is a lovely wife out there. She's happy the way the husband has taken care of the daughter and the entire event there. And they both kind of give a nice little hug and kiss to the father and move on with their respective work. He goes to the office at the workplace. He's already set to hit the day in a most beautiful manner, give out his amazing presentation, be applauded for that, no traffic tickets, because he went on very, very coolly. And at the end of the day, he comes back home to a very smiling daughter and a lovely wife. So what you just actually saw is the same scenario, but what happened is the way the person reacted and the person responded. So here's what I have to say. What is emotional intelligence all about? It's nothing but the way you kind of understand an ability to understand and manage your own emotions, because most of the time we are unable to understand our own emotions, right? And also be able to understand the emotions of the other people and able to manage our own emotions in such a way that we are able to impact and influence the people around us also positively. So people with a high degree of emotional intelligence know what they're feeling, what the emotions mean, and how these emotions can affect other people too. Having said this, most of the time, if you typically ask anyone, how are you feeling right now? What's the top of your mind feeling right now? We have a lot of things that comes in the normal kind of vocabulary that you find with people coming in with emotions. And what is emotion actually? Emotion is nothing but energy in motion. So when I say energy in motion, it's like every emotion that we carry has an energy associated with it. So if you're doing something with love, there's an energy of love that you can see. If you're doing it with a lot of, let's say, anger, you could see the energy of the anger coming in. It could be a positive one, it could be a negative one, depending on the way we give the emotions out there. Many a time, most of us, we are conditioned in such a way that we learn not to express our emotions the way it should be. When I look at many households, I look at many cultures. If there is a boy who is crying, the very first thing that the parent says is, don't cry, you're not a girl. Don't be like a girl, don't cry. And I've observed that many of the men grow up to actually suppress their emotions and not being able to express. Now, what happens when you suppress emotions? It's like you're cleaning your house every day, but you don't have the time to do a full cleanup. So what you do is kind of clean up and put the dust under the carpet. And you keep doing that for days together. And one fine day, when you pick up the carpet, you actually land up with a dust allergy. Now, this is something that we all need to know. When you suppress, there's an outburst that's going to become, it's a volcanic eruption that's going to be coming up. So one most important thing for all of us is that emotions are something that we all need to be understanding how we feel. Now, for example, if I'm angry, we normally say I'm angry. But even in anger, there are multiple reasons why I would be angry with someone. I could be angry with someone because I'm upset with the behavior. I could be angry with someone because I'm feeling lonely at the moment, and the loneliness is the reason for my anger. I could be upset with someone. I could be angry with someone because I'm feeling insecure in that relationship. It could be anything out there, but most of us, we recognize, name, and label our emotions to the limited vocabulary that we have. I would like each one of you who is here viewing it right now or later, go ahead, see to it that you know or improve or enhance your vocabulary while you express. Because anger is one, but why are you angry? there are more reasons to it. And especially when you know what exactly, or you're able to label or name your emotion to the right space, it becomes much easier for you to know how to deal with it. It becomes much easier for you to go ahead and express it in the most right manner, because each response happens with the way you either name or label or feel in the right perspective. So I would go ahead and say and encourage everyone out here to go ahead, especially when you're dealing with a lot of children, especially when you're at workplace dealing with coaching or mentoring your team members. The one thing that you could do best is, like, when you sit with them, when you're one-on-one, and getting your children learning it right from the start, that they're able to name their emotions. If it's anger, why is it? Is it because they're feeling a fear of rejection? Is the anger a result of that? Or is it that they're fearing something and then they show it up with an anger? Are they too sensitive, or are they too vulnerable and they cover it up with an anger? What is it you need to? So many a time, for us to name our emotions is very, very crucial and critical, so that we can express in the right space. So emotionally balanced or emotionally intelligent people need to know for sure how or what their feelings actually is about. It's just not about anger. It's just not about joy. It's just not about sad or sorrow. It's everything beyond that you are experiencing. So having said that, we all know that, as we just heard from Donna and Dr. Roy, that we have an impact with the way the water energy comes in your body. Similarly, we have an impact with the emotions that manifest in our body. It's like, if you have chronic stress, or if you are chronically anxious, you would find a lot of psychosomatic diseases. Most of the diseases of ours are the psychosomatic ones, the ones which are created because of the way we think, the thoughts that we have around it, because of the emotions that we bring along with that. So when you're having any kind of pains or any kinds of breathing issues, you need to take a pause and just see, what is that you're feeling? Are you in the awareness state to just know what's the emotions that you're carrying? What's the emotion, that's the energy emotion that you're associating with it? So emotional maturity, emotional intelligence is a lot to do with that. So if I were to just say the top few common negative emotions, typically they say, or psychologists say, that we process one thought per second. And the best part of that is, like, we have 86,400 seconds in a day, and we sleep some part of the time. So we process anywhere between 60 to 65,000 thoughts per average human being on an average day. That's the kind of processing of thoughts that we do. At any given point in time, it's like having around a 78% of our thoughts negative, because we have a lot of fear component with it. And with the pandemic, we have multiple fears that's happening. And that's something that is constantly hurting us, constantly making an impact on the way we behave, the way we deal with things. So when you talk about emotional intelligence, it's how do you deal, how do you respond, how do you manage to your own emotions, and you're able to manage it in such a way with your surroundings and the people with you. So you become a better person. Of course, IQ, that's the intelligence quotient, is important. Today, they all will also say that AQ is important. That's your adversity quotient, just to see how resilient you are. Your SQ is important, social quotient. That shows you how socially connected, or how your well-being and wellness around being socially interactive helps. So there are multiple things, and today, of course, emotional intelligence is something right from the start, but we are looking at it from this space because we associate feelings with everything that we do. Even if you have a goal, let's say you have a goal of working on your weight loss, or you're working on the goal in your professional space that you want to increase by 10x. Important is to ask yourself, how do I feel when I'm having that goal? How do I feel when I get done with the goal? Now, all these are so critical and so important because based on that is the way we respond to things, right? So, some few common negative emotions that I would like to share here is, this top 5 ones, which is like people going through frustration, irritation, worry, nervousness, anger, aggravation, dislike, disappointment, and unhappiness. So, if I might just talk about how do you go ahead and deal with something like being in a space where you're frustrated or irritated and your emotions are all over the place and you just don't know how to deal with it, how to manage it. Here's some tips that you could go ahead and check it out for yourself. It's important to just go and see that you stop and evaluate. One of the best things that you can do is mentally stop yourself, look at the situation, ask yourself, why are you feeling so frustrated? Think about something positive that comes out from this entire situation around you. It's always good to see a positive, because when you see the positive, obviously you're able to appreciate things in a more better, more beautiful manner. And this allows you to also evolve, not just being emotionally intelligent, but to being emotionally mature. You call it as emotional maturity, and that comes with a lot of practice. Trust me, emotional intelligence is also a muscle which you can actually build on, right? So another thing is worry and nervousness. How do you deal with worry and nervousness? As Buddha says, it's a Zen talk that is there. If you have a problem and if you have a solution for that, then why worry? And if you have a problem and you don't have any solution for it, then why worry? So it's like in either case, worry just does not help us. There are a lot of things that you can definitely do when you worry or you're nervous. One is working on your breathing, trying deep breathing exercises, focusing or surrounding yourself with people who are like-minded, who are happy. If you have people who are too worrying, obviously you get into the space too. And as rightly we know that wherever we focus, that's where our energy flows, and that's exactly where the results show. So where the focus goes, the energy flows and the results show. So are we mindful to know where our focus is throughout the day? Are we focusing on something that's worrying us throughout the day? Trust me, then you get so good with being worried that you can start worrying for the buffalo that's not yours. So it's like, what are you focusing on? Focus on how to improve the scenario. Just check out what happens when you're worried and how you can make the situation much better. Our emotion like anger is something that we all experience in various forms, and the outcome is in different forms as well. So we always say, we react, but trust me, humans are not supposed to react, or chemicals are supposed to react. Humans need to learn the art of responding. So what's the difference between a react and a response? React is when you're being very impulsive and you just say, blow your top right there. And you just don't know what's going to be the consequence of what you did just now. And the consequence is never positive and it's never in your control. However, when you respond, it's definitely something that you've thought after, reflected on it, and then you said it. Obviously, the response or the consequence of that is going to be something that you desire, right? It's going to be more positive. So here again, most of the time you can catch yourself when you're getting angry. Look at your breathing patterns, right? When I say sometimes when we're getting angry, you feel your breath has changed a lot. Your heartbeats are higher. When you're in love, your heartbeats or your breath is different. When you're having your very first kiss, your heartbeat, your breath is different. When you are talking with a small or playing with a small baby, your breath is different. So the basic thing is that if you're aware and if you're able to catch yourself getting into that space of being angry, you could actually go and distract yourself and get doing something which is more, not like an outburst. It's not something that you can express more beautifully without upsetting yourself or the people around it. That's like being emotionally mature, emotionally intelligent, because you know your emotions and you know how to manage that and how to deal with it, and thereby impacting the entire set of people around you. Another emotion that we all go through is like at workplace or even at home, we have people doing things that we don't like. But here's something that I would like to say is the quality of the life that we experience. If you want to have a great quality of life, we always remember to know that a great quality of life is defined with a great quality of relationships that we have, both at home as well as at the workplace. Because if we have a great relationship at the workplace, we don't have Monday blues. We love to go to work. And if you have great relationships at home, we enjoy the space at home too. So it's like an integrated, interwoven. So you tend, and none of us have the same journey. None of us think alike. We all have different maps of the world. But if you know the relationship is important for you, go on and meet the person at their map of the world. So each one of you, including me, we all have different maps of the world. So are we able to go ahead and meet at the map of the person? So we have dislike because that other person is not like us. But trust me, what we could do is to be more respectful. See that everyone has a different journey. There's certain things we don't like about them, but definitely we could be more inclusive to know that even there is a perspective to each of it. And of course, you can be assertive when you don't like certain things. The last thing, as I say, is unhappiness. Disappointment is another common negative emotion we all feel. Here's something that you can really work on is like, look at your own mindset, take a moment to just realize that things won't always go your way. And if they did, life would be a straight road instead of one with the hills and the valleys, ups and the downs, right? So it's the hills and the valleys that often make this life so interesting. So adjust your goal. Don't have too much of expectations from self or others because it always leads to unhappiness. Record your thoughts, adjust everything around you. It actually kind of helps us to get balance in multiple things. So this is something that you could work on. These are the top 5 negative emotions people, and there's so much of it. And you could just go ahead and see what is the best way you could address certain things around you. So they have classified 5 things in emotional intelligence that if you want to be really working on your emotional maturity, emotional intelligence, these 5 things are critical. These 5 things are the elements of emotionally intelligent person. First one is to being self-aware, right? So if you're self-aware, you always know how you feel. And you know how your emotions and your actions are going to affect the people around you. So being self-aware when you are in a stronger space, I mean, you are aware about your weakness and your strength. So what do you do to just improve or work on your own self-awareness? What I would say is like, initially, it's very difficult for us to be mindful or practicing mindfulness. So when I say mindful, it's not being mindful. It's being mindful where you're talking about being present in the present, where you know for sure what is that you're feeling at the moment. Are you able to capture yourself? Go ahead, journal it, write it down. How was your day today? Probably you would find yourself making some emojis where you're either sad or happy or disinterested. Whatever was the emotion, if you could just capture it for like a couple of weeks, and then you get into the space of practicing that, to be more aware, to be capturing yourself as to what you're going through in yourself at the top of your mind. The second component, as they rightly say, it's like regulating yourself. It's just like the air conditioner or the fan that you have at your home. You have this regulator and you keep regulating or adjusting that depending on how much you're feeling hot or cold. So we can also regulate our emotions. We can also stay in control. It's upon how best we can adapt, how best we are flexible, how best we can understand how we can go ahead and create that space for ourselves. The third element, it's good for decision making too, is to be self-driven, is to be motivated. In fact, most of the times it's critical to know why we are doing what we are doing. Because if you know the why, a lot of things just falls in place. So that's the beauty out here. And the fourth element is to be able to put yourself and understand the perspective of the other person. And it's so important today. And empathy with compassion is something that we all should learn. And trust me, we can all flex or we can build up the empathy muscle. It's a difficult task, but it's not impossible. It's to understand the perspective, it's to include and not being judgmental. It's to know that each one of us have a different journey. Each one of us are different in every way. So can I respect the perspective of the other person and feel how the other person is feeling? And last but not the least is that when you're in a social space, how do you communicate? Because if you're someone emotionally balanced, intelligent person, you can always be assertive. You don't be passive or you don't be aggressive. You are able to assert. You know if there's a conflict that's coming up, you don't have to manage your own emotions in a conflict as well as manage the ones in the conflict. Because now you've learned how to respond and not react at the impulse. Reactions are always negative outcomes. Even the basic interactions that we have, it's so very important for everything that we talk about interpersonal. The quality of a life depends on the quality of our relationship, and the quality of the relationship depends on the way we express ourselves, the way we communicate. And all this boils down to the way we trust people as well. So with that, we know for sure that there are 5 components of emotional intelligence. And as you want to be flexing up or building up that muscle of emotional intelligence, you evolve slowly to being emotionally mature. And this is a space where you could actually say you're in more acceptance of what's happening around you. And you're in a space where you can let go a lot many things. Because most of us, one, we can't accept or we can't let go of multiple things. And then we have this chaos happening with ourselves with respect to the emotions that keep going on in our bodies. So that's it from my side. And I'm just going to stop share, just observe and be keen to know what is the kind of emotion that you're sharing at the moment or feeling at the moment. Your feels are important because that's the energy in motion. That's the energy that you're giving to your body. That's the energy you're giving to your thoughts. So it's just not what you feed in your mouth. It's also what you feed in your mind and the feelings that you associate with everything that makes a big difference. So, hey, honey.
Wow, that was CG, that was so amazing. And you know, it's such a vast topic, and you've been able to summarize it in such a beautiful way that anyone can understand. Because, you know, these are, I loved your wheel, you know, the wheel of emotions that you went through. I couldn't believe how many emotions a human goes through. And when you look at this wheel, you realize that, oh my God, a human being is full of color, you know, full of vibrancy and so much full of, you know, energy that could be displayed in a positive or negative way. So there's a whole range. And it reminds me of what spiritual gurus always teach us, you know, to try to remain as balanced as possible in every situation that you can, you know, you manage. But we don't do that in everyday life, right? We always go, or all happy, or, you know, can't hold in your excitement sometimes, like me.
A meme that keeps going on here in Mumbai. It's like if you're driving your car in a heavily trafficked Mumbai and you are not giving out any kind of bad words or foul words, it means you have attained inner peace.
I definitely know that because when I've been to India, I say, "Pom pom, la 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 la, ba 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 ba," whatever is going on, hey, Saja, Mahaja, Wasikoro. I hear all these things going on in India, and I find the best drivers in the world must be in India because I just do not know how they drive in that, traffic jams. But that's a different topic altogether. You also just spoke about these five, the 5 areas that you have, which kind of represent your emotional intelligence as well. So you talked about self-awareness, the self-regulation, the social skills, empathy, and I believe the social skills, right? Or motivation.
Yeah.
Yes. So these 5 areas. So you feel that if people can work on these 5 areas, then they can start controlling their emotional or raise their emotional IQ?
Yes, absolutely. So more than the word control, I would say manage, because it's all about the way you deal, handle, and manage. So if you're going to control it, anything that you control, it's like if you resist, it persists. But if you accept, it transforms. So you can accept that everything is not going perfectly right in my life. It never goes perfectly right in anybody's life. So the moment you have the maturity to understand that space, you're in a much better position to deal with what's coming up.
Right. So I like that. That manage part is really nice because control sounds really a difficult situation. It feels like you're having to do something, and all human beings resist. And there's some kind of resilient, the resilient aspect that comes through where people resist change or resist things. But if you're, encouraged to do something, then you tend to want to do it. But if somebody's telling you, you have to do it this way, you have to do. So you're absolutely right. The managing sounds a lot more easier to work with than the control part.
And one more thing, honey, we always say that, the words that we use makes a lot of difference because it casts a spell. Words cast a spell, and that's why they called as spellings.
Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? I love that. SPELL. Yes, people say she's cast a spell or he's cast a spell, but they use words for the spell anyway, isn't it? It's what words you use. And what you just said is very powerful because every word is actually triggering some emotion in someone. It's either connecting, associating to some memory as well. It's there are so many triggers that take place through the words that people say. So I can absolutely agree with what you're saying there, that it's really important, especially with children as they're growing up, to have really positive words to be used, to help them with their personal development, give them encouragement, say positive things, or not like oh, that can't be done, or oh, that's so silly, or that's stupid. You don't say words like that. You just say, oh, that's okay, we can try some other way. It's okay, let's find a solution to deal with that. Is that right? You have the right words to utilize even with children, who are very important.
Yeah, it's very true. In fact, the word try is something that when we say about neurolinguistic programming, we say that as a lingual, the word try, most of the times we use the word try, it means we are not going to do it. So you would have to say it in an affirmative yes or an affirmative no. It doesn't matter. But if you're somewhere in between, so if honey calls me home and I don't want to go to her house, and I'll say, okay, honey, I'll just try.
Right.
They want to come to her home, honey's home. So, but I'm going to be saying, honey, I'm going to surely make it because I want to come.
Right. So it's a commitment. So through your words, there's you're affirming the commitment and the responsibility as well, and not trying to kind of flake it off here and there. I understand. Very good point. Yes, absolutely. This is so powerful because if people learn about the emotional IQ and if they study what you are actually teaching them and sharing, this could actually transform someone's life completely. Because if they're having lots of conflict perhaps or disharmony in the homes or wherever, these things could really help to shape and bring in a new element in their lives and be able to give them tools and techniques to be able to manage their life in a much better way, leading to more fulfilling and happier lives. Is that right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the way you kind of deal and understand. In fact, as I said, we've all learned how to suppress. Because we want to adjust, we want to compromise, because we feel that's good for the relationship. But that doesn't work for a long time. In a relationship, if you are always suppressing and there's one person who is always dominating, it doesn't go for a long time. So if you're looking at something which is like a healthy relationship, you need to express. And if you need to express, you should know what exactly you're feeling. Because most of the time, I don't know what am I feeling when I'm talking with someone who's important to me. So if I don't identify that for myself, how can I communicate that to someone else? So most of the relationships are disrupted because we can't communicate or express in the right space. So,
right. That's so also the skills to communicate and express in an assertive manner or a clear manner is very important too, because some people say stop going round and round, or they say stop going round and round like jalebi, you know, like the Indian sweets. So you're just going round and round. Can you just tell me straight to the point, what exactly are you trying to say? It would help the other person a lot as well, because if you're expressing yourself in a more clear way, then the other person can also perhaps work with you in a more positive way too, because they understand, right? Yes, and I think there's lots of relationships where the women say, well, he should have known that, he should have just said that, or he should have done that. Well, if you could perhaps just say, I'd like you to do more of this, or I'd like you to, you know, take me to the restaurant more often, etc. They can at least understand that you appreciate this area, so let's do a bit more of this. So maybe open communication is very important here. I had a few questions for you, actually, CG. I had some interesting, and like you talked about these IQs and EQs. What is the actual, how do you identify who has high EQ or IQ and who has low? How do you identify this?
Okay, so if you're someone who is low on EQ, okay, who doesn't have a great emotional intelligence, you tend to be a lot argumentative. You tend to be blaming a lot to others. You become someone who is hard to please. You can't let go of things. You have too much of disappointments happening in. But on the other side, when you are having a higher emotional intelligence, you know how to listen well, which you don't if you are on the lower side. You're more patient. You're more inclusive. You're able to accept. You know that if you want the relationship, you need to meet the person at their map of the world. You know to be more empathetic. You need to know that they have a different perspective towards life. And these are some things, where you are higher, or you're able to flex or build up your higher emotional intelligence. And trust me, this leads to a lot of rewards and benefits, because you are in more harmony. As you rightly said a little while back, harmony is so important, so critical. And we are always looking for happiness, and happiness is something so that's a kind of emotion that we are always, all the time in pursuit of happiness.
Yes, everybody actually is. That's the first thing people look for: peace, happiness, love. All the high vibrational things. Because we know that as soon as you're feeling happy, you'll make better decisions. You'll have better relationships, because you'll probably let go of things. If you're in a really aggressive mood and really annoyed and tired, etc., you're going to be more likely to snap at people as well. So it's really important. Actually, it's like a habit. I believe that happiness is also like a habit, where you have a habit of seeing the positive in everything. You have this habit. So even when you're having tough things that you're going through, you become much more resilient to deal with these and manage these rather than control. There was another question I had, dear CG. We had another question here. People have these gut feelings, don't they? Because we always feel that I have this gut feeling I need to do this. And people keep saying, you always have these gut feelings, and we have to do all these silly little things sometimes, right? How do you know these gut feelings are real? Are they based on good decision making, or is it real that you're getting these gut feelings? Is there a way to monitor and understand and gauge if this is, about these gut feelings?
So gut feelings is something that it's like your inner voice. So most of the times they say, if you're able to listen to your inner voice, you are definitely going to be in the right space. But most of the times we get hijacked, and it's an emotional hijack, right? So if you want to be really in sync with that and not get emotionally hijacked at that point in time, it's one thing is important, that you take a pause. You take a pause because you know there's something disruptive that's happening. And if you're aware about that, just take a pause. Be someone who is not too judgmental. I mean, like, passing on judgments is very easy, but to practice how to be non-judgmental, because Siji has a different life, Honey has a different life. Can I just accept Honey the way she is and not pass any judgments? Or can she accept me the way I am? And when you do that, it so beautifully aligns with everything. So gut feelings, when you're in harmony, when you're in sync with everything, as you are yourself a mind, body, soul connector. And if all the three of them is in harmony, you can trust your inner voices absolutely. And you're going to be always right.
Oh, that's really good, wise words of wisdom there, which is great. And because there are so many, I know we have less time, but I have all these wonderful questions I wanted to ask, because you're a little, like a well of knowledge, we just want to take out as much water as possible from there. Which I'm sure is going to be helping our, viewers around the world, which would be great. I had one more question, how do you take control of your relationships at work and also create rewarding partnerships? Because that also, everything in life is relationships and partnerships. You always need somebody, whether it's your family, whether it's your friends, whether it's business partners, whether it's a good neighbor. We are social creatures, so we always need people to be able to enjoy our lives with. So how do we create these kinds of strong relationships and take control of these relationships in the right way?
So that's a very beautiful question, Honey. So, I mean, as I said, our quality of our life depends on the quality of our relationships. It's like, for example, if I have to just give you an example out here, is that our parents, they grew us up for a world which no longer exists, right? So they grew us up to a world which is no longer existing. And we are sandwiched in a world which we don't even have any inkling about how this works. So I have a 20-year-old, a 16-year-old. At times, it becomes so difficult for me to comprehend what's really happening. But for me, the relationship as a mother and a son is so very critical and important. For me, it's so important to get a peek view or a sneak view into my children's life. Now, if I keep saying, okay, this is what my stance is, I care a damn about what you think, and I think that this is all bullshit and crap, I probably don't get an entry to their life. Now, instead of that, I go ahead and say, okay, I am trying to meet you. I am going to meet you at your map of the world. Then I get to be a part of your world. So when you know your relationships are the most important thing to you, put in your extra effort, put in your extra space where we can all develop our space together, manage, make it more rewarding, make it more fulfilling. Because if I and you share a great relationship with each other, you're happy with me, I'm happy with you, and the entire space around us, it's like a ripple effect. I smile at you, you smile at a couple of more people, they smile at more people. And by the end of the day, it's an exponentially ripple impact. So having a beautiful relationship is something that it passes on to make the world a more better place to live in. And it all starts from home.
That's beautiful. They say that even Gandhiji said, be the change you wish to see in the world, right? Gandhiji said, because you have to start with yourself, and before you can have good relationships with others, have a good relationship even with yourself. Like, manage your own emotions in the best way you can, right? And that's a really good, very good answer there, CG. Really very, very good advice and good guidance, for people out there. Maybe one final question. I know I've got a whole list of questions. Maybe one final question. Now, sometimes people want to express themselves. How do you express yourself authentically when you are in a difficult situation where you don't want to really hurt another person's feelings? And people who are soft, who are a little bit more very understanding, etc., they tend to sacrifice these things, thinking, oh, it's okay, they may get hurt if I say this, but how can you be authentic and passionate in the way you speak to, but also be able to say and express what you wish to express?
Lovely. So you know what they say right now, that vulnerability is the new strength. So years back, we would say, don't show your vulnerable self to anyone. And here we say vulnerability is the new strength. We all are perfectly imperfect. And it's absolutely fine to show your imperfections and know that you will be accepted with all of that, primarily because this is a space where we are talking about being inclusive. You know, honey, when I ran through a survey, there was this thing that how much do you love yourself? There was a beautiful activity that I do, and I kind of tell them to draw in 3 horizontal lines, with the first one putting their name, second one putting into the name of your loved one, and third, the relationship with your loved one. Trust me, nobody ever comes and says, Siji loves Siji, relationship with her is self. They were always like the Siji with Chris, Calvin, mother, son relationship, or any number of relationships, but they would never put themselves in there. So that self-love is very, very important, and it's very different from being selfish. So people keep saying, you know, if I love myself, am I a narcissist or am I a selfish? But let me tell you, that's different. You deserve that love. You cannot pour from a cup which is empty, because if you can't love yourself, how can you expect someone else to do that for you?
That's true. It's wonderful to say every day, right? I wish I had more people like me, because I'd love them to be my friend, because I'd love to hang out with myself a lot. I wish there were more people like that. And I always keep joking with my friends, etc., saying, I wish there were more people like me, you know. But it's true. Self-love is very important, and it's really, really, I think, probably the foundation. Because the most powerful thing you just mentioned just now is the fact that if you're not full yourself, how can you share happiness? How can you share love? How can you share other positive qualities with others if you don't have it yourself? So that's why I think even spiritual gurus around the world, what they will teach you first is to go and meditate, to spiritually grow yourself, become balanced yourself, so you can then go out and do more for the world.
Right.
So yes, I think that's a very, very, thank you so much, Siji. You are so packed with amazing wisdom, knowledge, and everything you've shared today has been so helpful. We have Dr. Kapoor, of course, Dr. Deepak Kapoor, who has been so kind to put you forward. And, you know, he's an extremely amazing gentleman, I have to say, very kind soul, very, very, I would say, supportive and encouraging. So, Dr. Kapoorji, welcome here. And thank you very much for introducing Siji to our platform, because she's so wonderful. We would love to hear about 10 hours of her knowledge.
That's so sweet.
I'm very happy to hear, delighted to hear, and humbled. Siji, you have done a very good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me over here. It's an honor. It's a real honor to be here. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Kapoorji, how long have you known Siji for?
We are LinkedIn friends, as a matter of fact.
Beautiful.
To tell you.
Really, I have to say, you have an ability to choose gems and diamonds, you know, from everywhere. Yes. You really have this ability to see the best in people and know what will be so. And you also have this wonderful ability to be able to bring to people, great knowledge that transforms people in a positive way. So I just wanted to congratulate you, Dr. Kapoorji. And of course, we have Dr. Deepak Kapoor, who's just speaking here, all the way from India, as Siji has mentioned, all the way from Kerala. And we also have Harishji, who's joining us. A global namaste to you, Harishji. We have hello. It was wonderful. We did the Bhagavad Gita event, didn't we, about a week ago? And that went really, really well. You did an amazing job by volunteering to pass on wonderful knowledge about the Bhagavad Gita with so many students, and completely free of charge, and such lovely teachings. You know, how did everything go afterwards for you, Harishji?
Yeah, it was very nice. And I also would like to announce, if I get 2 minutes for this. So after successfully completion of the BBC, that is Basics of Bhagavad Gita course, everyone was waiting what is next after that. So as per the Thakurji's Agna, it came in my mind that now we should go for the fresh launch of PVC, that is a preliminaries of Vedant course, which is we are thinking to start from this 14th January, that is a Makar Sankranti day, which is believed to be very auspicious day. So coming Friday, 14th, we are launching, and it will be a 3-in-1 sandwich program, wherein it is based on the Bhagavad Gita's philosophy of Gnan, Karma and Bhakti, that is knowledge, action and devotion respectively. So 3 scriptures we are going to cover in that in every session. So first one will be the Vedantic preliminaries. Second half will be the any stotra, that is a hymn of 6 to 8 stanzas. So we are starting with Ganpati Atharva Shirsa in the beginning, because Ganesh ji is believed to be the worshipped the very first, because he is the deity of intelligence. Okay, so that way devotion will come. Vedant will give us knowledge, Stotra will give us devotion, and for those who have missed due to any reason the BBC, so revision of BBC will be in the later half portion. That way it is framed. So I welcome all of you to join that. It is once in a week, a year-long e-certificate program and totally free.
Oh, that's wonderful. And how do people contact you, Harish ji? Because if I'm sure there are so many people watching right now, and these are such wonderful life managing skills and knowledge and wisdom that you can gain from these scriptures, these ancient scriptures. So, how can people contact? And it's completely free of charge as well, you mentioned.
Yeah, so Deepak ji is having all my contact details, and I will share with you also. I think you are having my email address. So you can share with them, and they can, register in the program. It is
no
only
problems.
one. Yeah.
We'll make sure that if anybody's interested, please contact Healing Our Earth, and we will pass your details on to Harish ji. And then, of course, please do go ahead and learn about this, because I think that this will be one of the best decisions you make, because when you plant good seeds in your mind, you will always find that it will blossom into good flowers and a good garden later on. So
I would like to invite you to inaugurate the function. As you now, we are one family. Okay, whoever joins with us, we feel that it is our family member. So
thank you so much, dear Harish. I would be delighted to be part of it. I'll represent our Healing Our Earth in the best way I can, and I would be honored to be there. Thank you very much for the invitation.
If schedule permits, you are welcome to come and join and inaugurate. Please.
Thank you so much. I'll be delighted to and honored completely. Harish ji, the best of luck for the program. And 14th of January, everybody, Friday, the course is starting. Contact Healing Our Earth, and we'll pass on the details so that you can contact Harish ji directly. So there you go. Thank you to Dr. Kapoor ji as well. And CG ji, you are absolutely amazing. Thank you for joining us here. We have actually another gentleman who is so amazing. He's just so cool. he makes, you talk about happiness is so important in life. Well, this gentleman, he knows the secrets of how to share and how for the whole world to become happier. He's got the secrets to this. So I'm really looking forward to him sharing this. Please do listen to his interview. I think you'll really enjoy it. And a global namaste, Rangaji.
Namaste, honey.
Oh, namaste, ji. You are absolutely always smiling and glowing. Did you enjoy the interview that CGG had just shared with us?
Oh, I'm totally flabbergasted. Let me tell you the takeaways from the earlier 2 speakers. I not only have my copper container, but I also have a copper mug.
Wow, you've got one step ahead of us.
50 years plus from my parents' time. And then as for CG's talk and her presentation, well, I mean, she has covered a third of everything that I have to say. So we could actually spend some of our time just singing and dancing, because every slide that she presented was so telling, so compelling. Thank you so much, CG. Much of what I talk about is built around emotional well-being, as I call it, and you spoke so many wonderful things on that subject. Thank you.
Yeah, well, CGG, thank you as well for joining us here today on Healing Our Earth. And I think you were fantastic. We look forward to having you again in the future sometime again and to share your knowledge. And I would love to introduce also our dear Rangaji as well and give a little bit of an introduction about who dear Rangaji is. Now, Ranga is actually known as Ranganath Subramani. And he's going to share with us a wonderful topic called living a lighter, brighter, and more authentic life. So I'm really looking forward to hearing about this. Now, with his roots in a traditional Indian family and education in science and management and a successful international career in hospitality and, of course, tourism, Ranganath is a global citizen. That's how we see him. A strong believer in physical and mental well-being since his childhood. And he's also been shaped by his all the experiences of his life journeys. He has also evolved into a wellness leader and teacher, and I know a lot about that because he's really good. He practices what he preaches, actually. That's what I should say to everyone. He's, of course, all the way from India. He draws on his 4 decades of meditation practice in Vedic, Buddhist, and Western forms, and the transformational paths he discovered en route. Ranga is committed to inspiring others towards self-actualization. And he has a special program he offers. It's called his Laugh Way. Laugh stands for liberation, awareness, awakening, and fulfillment. And this message he builds around the core purpose of knowing and being yourself, stepping away from a life of default and going where you wish to go by doing what you love to do. That is one of the best things because they say 50% of people in this world are doing a job that they don't enjoy.
True.
Now, Ranga also reframes the notion that self-discovery, the aha moment, as he says, arises out of a situation of total burnout or acute distress. And he promotes instead a progressive enrichment of life enabled via self-awareness and a growth mindset, which I totally agree with. And his project, Self-Doctrine, emphasizes 40 practical keys that becomes a guide to living our fullest lives. So we would love to find out a little bit and get an insight into this. Now, the main takeaway is that total well-being, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and social, is not merely healthy. It's a health. It's actually has to be the new normal. That's what he believes. So lighten up, breathe, move, laugh, dance, play, and meditate is what he believes in. Isn't that amazing, Ranga? You have such a wonderful attitude towards life, which I absolutely admire. So Rangaji, we've had this new year starting 2022, and you have actually honored us on this program, which is our 111th event at Healing Our Earth. Is there anything that you'd like to share with us? Perhaps any messages for the new year that you may wish to share with? What would be your message?
Well, once again, a global namaste to you, Honey, Neil, the team, everybody on Healing Our Earth, and all those present on this call. Absolutely wonderful to be here, and thank you for the kind words, Honey. Yes, practice what you preach, and a little bit of preaching always helps.
Absolutely.
The message for this new year, first, a traditional Happy New Year. But you might have noticed as well that along with these 3 words, there is a new vocabulary taking shape. People are saying, take care, be safe, be healthy, sorry for your loss, we are with you, we are together. It is this evolving vocabulary with the sense of togetherness that gives me the confidence that there is a new awakening happening in town. My messages, 2, in fact 3, are the following. Practical optimism, right? This is a specific word I like to use. Optimism, yes, we are all taught to be optimistic, but for me, practical optimism is the need of the hour. This is a combination of 2 particular symptoms and emotions in our life. One is faith, which comes from your own self-confidence, your value system, your family, your affiliation to community, religion, your faith. That is everything that you believe in, your belief system. Combine it with reality. That is what is happening out there. Disturbance, chaos, uncertainty, and the reality that everything that you wish for, you may not be able to control. So a combination of faith and reality gives rise to what I call practical optimism. So that's message number one. Message number two is set an intention. I know we all have our New Year resolutions, our goals, which could be short to medium term. But my message is take it a level higher and create an umbrella intention. And then your goals and resolutions becomes your small mini steps towards your intention. I'll give you an example. The typical one is I will take up a gym membership, I will lose weight, right? I will try to wake up at 5:30 in the morning and watch the sunrise. May or may not happen, depends on how well and committed you are and mentally strong you are to go ahead and achieve this. But if you have a broader intention where you're saying, I wish to live a healthier and happier life, then in that context, amongst many other things, you're waking up early, going to the gym or exercising in any form becomes steps on the path to your larger intention. So that's point number two, set an intention. Point number three is laugh and play. We always undervalue these two very universal emotions, and we'll talk about that later. So these would be my three messages as we transit from what I call a very unpredictable, tumultuous year, and we step into 22. There is so much that we can do and look forward to. But typical, as you know me, honey, I like to play out whatever I say. So if everyone would just either switch on your video, if you choose not to, you can switch on your audio so that we can hear each other laugh. I would like to take you through a couple of small mini exercises that will reinforce what I'm saying about the transition from 2021 to 2022.
Yes, actually, this would be really, yeah, I think this would be really great because our topic for today is also how to live a lighter, brighter, and more authentic life, right? And of course, I love the sound of that. And of course, you know, we will be talking a little bit about this as well, and you'll be also talking about the philosophy behind this very shortly too. So maybe people can practically try this out, and then we can talk a little bit about the philosophy behind this. Is that fine? So everyone who's out there,
certainly. So
yeah, every person who's watching right now, may I request you all sit up in your little sofas, in your chairs, wherever you are. You are going to love this. And even if you're here today on the actual Zoom with us, joining us as our guests, and please turn on your video and let's try out what dear Rangaji has to offer here. Thank you, Rangaji, all yours.
Okay, so as part of the transition, these are a few things that I would like to bring to you. The first, CG talked about self-care. Out of that comes my word, which is self-esteem or self-worth. So I want you to be appreciative of yourself for everything that you have achieved, the distance you have traveled, where you have arrived, and where you plan to go. Come on and give credit to yourself. So put out your hands, outstretched, take them back slowly to your back, and with a smile, give yourself a pat on the back and say, well done.
Super well done.
I'm good. I could be better, but I'm good. And if you have really done something fantastic, which I'm sure you have been part of a community outreach program, you have helped your neighbor, you have held hands through somebody in grief, then you can even go one step higher and say, hey, I did it.
We did it. Yes.
I can. And we
Did it.
did it.
We
did
did
it. So this is something, remember the old movies that we see, and still sometimes when you're driving, you slip a tape in where you have this affirmation tape saying that I'm good, I'm the greatest, I'll win this tournament, I will win this contract, I'm the best, I'm the best. So self-affirmation in the form of a self-appreciation is something very essential and a part of self-care. But while we do this, we also have to appreciate others who have held your hands, nudged you along, and played a role in some of your successes. So let us, if you're with somebody in the room, look at them. Otherwise, look at the people on the screen, smile, and let's appreciate each other.
Yes, I'm appreciating Siji for being with us today. Thank you, and Dr. Kapoor as well, and of course Neil Kumar. On Healing Our Earth. Without him, we wouldn't be here. And of course, all the sisters and brothers who are part of Healing Our Earth, the hosts, and the technical team who are volunteering for this. So thank you. I really do feel very appreciative.
And thank you, honey.
And you as well, dear Rangaji.
So much a part of this, appreciating yourself, appreciating others. And then to set the tone for the rest of this evening, I would like you all to unmute yourself and join me in a collective signature group laugh. We will laugh for 30 seconds for world peace. Take a deep breath.
Okay, so everybody please unmute whilst you're here. So before we start, please unmute Dr. Kapoorji, CG.
Honey, we
don't.
don't.
Nice to hear each other laugh, and it's wonderful for the recording as well.
Honey and Ranga, we don't allow unmute of people because in Zoom, it only accepts one facilitator, otherwise it clashes. So you laugh and we'll be laughing behind the screen. Over to you.
Right.
I'll laugh with you. Don't worry, Rangaji. I'll laugh with you.
Okay. So to take a deep breath and for 30 seconds.
Laughing, really? Oh my God.
Bless us all.
Oh dear, Rangaji.
Thank you for joining us.
Making the blood flow all over my body, it's like helps you to feel all refreshed, doesn't it? And I'm sure releases endorphins in your brain as well, doesn't it?
Yes. I can tell you now, we would have come to that later, but basically there are 4 specific feel-good, happy hormones that we work with. And the acronym is DOSE, D-O-S-E. So you have the dopamine, you have the oxytocin, you have the serotonin, and you have the endorphins. So every once in a while, let's release some of these feel-good, happy hormones. And like I said, we will talk about these later again.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that sounds very interesting, actually. And because these, hormones are so important to, how we feel, because they also say we are electrical beings too. We got, everything that's within us is all generated through chemicals, hormones. the way we feel, the energy that we have as well. There's so many little factors that can help us to develop a more positive attitude. And if we don't have enough of these hormones, then we automatically start feeling down, So these are wonderful methods to open up and release these wonderful hormones in our body, which is great.
Absolutely.
So you also actually, today, you were going to be talking about this lighter, brighter, and more authentic life, which we've already started getting a glimpse within. So can you perhaps expand on this topic and tell us what is the philosophy behind what you really believe in and what you're teaching the thousands of people who've learned these courses from you?
All right. Okay. So lighter, brighter, and more authentic life. Life happens. And right now, it is throwing curved balls at us. So in whatever perspective you put it, wherever you are, whatever your status, you and I, we have all gone through an unprecedented year. Some call it an extraordinary year. But everything that is happening around us, in our homes, in our social lives, at the workplace, it is all happening here. And we are pretty messed up in everything that's happening out here. And mental health is the most Googled word in the world today, along with so many others. And to that, I would put in a dose of physical ailments, emotional hijack, as CG mentioned, and so many other difficulties and traumas relating to social connections, financial well-being, environmental damage, and spiritual upheavals. To clear that, I am one who believes that there is a crisis in well-being. And the answer to that lies within. Do we have all the answers? Do we know what is going to happen in the future? Not all of it. But we do know that we have what it takes, as we have shown in history, even before, since hundreds of years, we have always adapted, improvised, and overcome. We tend to take life very seriously. And partly we should. We have responsibilities, and as adults and as stakeholders, we have obligations. But the trouble is when we start taking ourselves too seriously, and suddenly life slips by in our quest for that more material things, for more control, and everything else that this wonderful life with all its high technology has given in this most prosperous century that mankind has ever known. In these moments, reflect, sit back, pause. If children laugh 200 to 300 times a day and adults laugh only 8 to 10 times a day, where has the laughter gone? So one of the tenets of what I believe is our future well-being is the ability to take things lightly. If we find things to smile about in our daily life amidst all these troubles which are happening around us, it is a torch to our ability to overcome and persevere.
Absolutely.
Rightness, yeah, do you agree,
Absolutely.
honey?
Absolutely, absolutely. And you said, you just mentioned something about crisis in well-being at this moment, that crisis in well-being. I think that's quite an important thing you have mentioned right now, because everybody is going through various different types of, it could be mental health issues, or like you mentioned, physical ailments, or, with the coronavirus pandemic, it has caused a lot of fear amongst the industry and amongst our world. So, there is people's energy levels are different right now. And what you're saying as well, that, if we stop living, how many more years are we going to be like this, living in fear and anxiousness and frustration, etc., which is not good for us, actually. So this, what you're mentioning, is very, very important for this time, especially. that people need to be able to, look at the brighter side of life, be grateful for all the things we do have rather than what we don't have. And rather than focusing on all the problems and issues and challenges, focus on the solutions and how we could utilize this time to, bring people's and communities together to create better relationships, or spend this time in a more positive way. So there are many, many things that we could change our perspective, as you're saying. So please, yes, carry on. So I thought that was one thing I thought was very important. We said crisis in well-being, and it's up to us, each one of us, to be able to come out of it for ourselves.
Yes, because, and this I love to say this, there is no we without me, but it takes a strong me, a strong I, to create a more vibrant and resilient we. And actually, if you take the M in me and flip it, it becomes a W.
Yes, very clever. Right? Yes,
likewise,
absolutely.
you take the W in V and it becomes an M and it's me.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Each one of us, if we become stronger, each one of us work on ourselves, then as a community we become stronger, and then as a nation we become stronger, and then as a planet we become stronger. But if each one of us do not look after ourselves, we're not actually doing our part to support the benefit of the planet and the communities, I believe. So that is very true. There's a lot of wonderful philosophy, in this philosophy that you talk about. There's a lot of really important lessons and teachings that people should be able to take away with them, because again, it could be very life transforming if people actually incorporate this in their own lives and bring it into their everyday life. And these philosophies you talk about, you've also written there like a book as well. I know that you've written a book based on laugh. And it was very interesting because, when somebody says laugh, the book called The Laugh Way is something that you've just recently launched. And it's a very interesting book, which is, I think, everybody should go out there and read this book, because it will teach you about how to become more positive in life and to have the right mental attitude, and also practically incorporate that in your life. But, like me, everybody is very curious, about what is all this laugh? What is the laugh way? Because most people think laugh means laugh, hee, 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 ha, 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 right? But your laugh is LAAF. So, the Laugh Way. Can you tell us a little bit more about this book? And if you've got the book, maybe you could share it on the screen. You've got share screen rights if you wanted to show the book.
Right. In fact, I will hold it up. I have it right here. Hope you can see this.
Yes. Wow. How to let go.
The Laugh Way. How to let go, let flow, and laugh your way to nirvana.
Wow.
So that's the author's name. Sounds familiar?
Oh yes, Ranganath Subramani. Hope I've said it right.
Is the book The Laugh Way, right?
Beautiful.
Well,
the nirvana part, how you use that beautiful word called nirvana, which is a really powerful word, actually. It's a very divine spiritual word, I believe. And it's the highest of the highest we talk about when we talk about nirvana. So how did you use that in your actual topic name? Or how did you, yes?
Nirvana, actually, nobody has ever seen. And the people who have experienced it don't talk much about it. But it is definitely a spiritual goal. It is that place that you wish to be. When you read out earlier a line from my book, it is all about stepping away from a life of default, knowing and being who you are, going where you wish to go, and doing what you love to do. This lived in a form that is lighter, brighter, and more authentic leads to a life of fulfillment. That fulfillment, whatever your own personal style and energy of fulfillment is, that is your nirvana. Nirvana is your space.
So do you mean the happiness means different things to different people? Is that what you mean? What brings you joy? What the space that makes you feel at peace and joyful? Because this could be
Exactly.
different for different people. Is that what you mean?
Absolutely. Any one of the values you talk about, any of the virtues you talk about, when you talk about the path to fulfillment, enlightenment, that path is yours. So all that someone like myself, what I can do is to give you some guidance and share some techniques, which is what I have done in this book, The Laugh Way. I created my own toolkit based on my own experiential and transformative stays and journeys in different parts of the world, sitting at the feet of masters, listening to some wonderful speakers and reading multitude of books and attending courses and going into silent retreats and moments of stillness. Yes. But
wow,
the toolkit that I can give is for you to use, share, which is something very important, which is what I have done from my own learnings. How you set out, where are your pit stops, how you reach your destination, that's your calling. Mine is a call to action, right? One of the key takeaways from these recent 2 years is it is not mere health, but total well-being that matters.
right. Oh, that is a very powerful quote that you just mentioned just now, because it's not just health. You said it's total
well-being that matters.
Yeah, because we talk about health, but actually total well-being, from what I understand, is all the layers of your health, the mind, the body, the soul, every area. Is that right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, which I said, we talk about the wellness spectrum, the wellness wheel. So it is physical, mental, emotional, social, environmental, financial, and spiritual. Each of these aspects contribute to building your holistic life and the way you live and where your passage through what I like to call the school of life. So the Laugh Way, the book, like you said, it's an acronym, LAAF, for liberation, awareness, awakening, and fulfillment. And these are the steps. The interesting thing was, out of my almost 50 years of meditation, when I finally arrived at this conclusion of what I want to share, while writing about the meditation, the technique that I created called Laugh Meditation.
Yeah, yes.
And this happened during the pandemic, and I was doing my sessions. I realized that life gave me laugh meditation, and from laugh meditation, I rediscovered new pathways to well-being. So it became a full circle, and suddenly I had the second part of my book, which is the 40 keys to well-being, which are the little signposts that I post on the road. Follow these, and it follows the same 4 steps as the meditation as your own life unfolds. That in a nutshell is what.
So what is that, the Laugh Meditation? Is this so this is the book we're talking about? The book has all these philosophies and all the tools and techniques that you've included in this fantastic book, the Laugh Way.
Yes.
And you also have included, I believe, the Laugh Meditation as one of the techniques in there. Is that right? Or is that something you teach? What is this? What is the Laugh Meditation? What is it, a new style that you have developed? Because you mentioned 50 years of your spiritual evolvement, all the books you have read, courses you've gone to, spiritual masters you have, learned from, all the lessons. You've put all these wonderful wisdom together in this book and this wonderful technique to help people develop and evolve themselves. What is this Laugh Meditation?
Right. First, I'll just give you, can I share my screen?
Absolutely, please do, yes.
So where do I get share screen? Post. There, I got it. So the Laugh Way that I talk in the book, it actually is a technique that combines these simple universal elements where I say breathe, move, laugh, dance, play, and meditate. In varying degrees, as you incorporate and implement these in your thoughts and in your actions, they lead to, as I have described in my book and as I will explain in my Laugh meditation, to actually the steps of liberation, awareness, awakening, and fulfillment.
Right, that's really nice. But this, the breathing, we talk about the breathing is quite important because we talk about even pranayama and all these different things. And if you don't have enough oxygen in your body as it is, there's not enough nutrients that are getting to each one of your cells as well. So you will find that you'll never be, the cells will never be as energized as they could be and as healthy, you know, each cell, because if you don't put enough oxygen in your body. So even breathing brings in and tends to expand your lung capacity. So just the one technique that you're talking about could make a huge difference in the way you feel, in the way you live your life, etc. But you've got all these other areas as well that you've included, like play and laugh. Play, I think, is a really, really important area that I think adults have forgotten.
Yes.
You know, to be childlike. All spiritual masters will teach you to become childlike, a bit more innocent, you know, not just, oh, what if they think this, what if they think that, what if, you know, just be you and enjoy. What can you tell us a little bit about this play? What do you mean by people having more play in their lives?
Yeah, you know, it's right at the beginning of my book also. I know it by heart. So what I say is, when laughter washes through your body, when play opens up your world, when breath raises the vibration of each cell, and when meditation blossoms you from within, then you move from worry to joy, from tension to relaxation, and from the busy, naughty, monkey mind to the more calm, resilient, loving heart. The combination of this, play, laugh, meditate, with some breathing, is such a powerful combination. That is what led me to write and create this Laugh meditation, because all the meditation programs that I have done, and I have experienced it myself, and I see it in the sessions that I conduct, there is, irrespective of where you are in part of the world, meditation is an enigma. Yoga, physical movement, stretching, I know I can manage to the best of my abilities. But meditation is often seen as something overwhelming, intimidating. Oh, I'm not into the Zen thing. I really don't have the time. I can't do meditation. Hey, you don't do meditation, you meditate.
You just be. It's not about doing something, it's just being, yes, in that state.
Exactly. So that is when I try to think how to create a bridge. Because very often to the meditation classes, I've been there, someone just rushes in 1 minute past the starting time, they're just parked, come running up, no elevator, they take the 4 flights of stairs, come in huffing and puffing, and the teacher says, okay, sit down, close your eyes and take a deep breath. And he's still thinking, did I put the parking ticket? Right? That's what I'm saying.
Your monkey mind. It reminds me of that naughty monkey mind that you just mentioned. The naughty monkey mind, which I think a lot of us have, right? But I love that description of naughty monkey mind.
We all have it. With all the learnings that I've done, I still get hassled. I still have, you know, thoughts that distract me. It's there. We can't run away. As CG said, you don't control it. You don't try. You just try to manage.
Yes.
So for me, laughter and play, I discovered, is the liberating factor which acts as a bridge to take you from your current present state of disturbance, chaos, thinking, whatever it is, to transform you and take you over the bridge so that you can then begin the process of going into stillness, slowing down, and slowly becoming and starting your inward journey. So that's how laughter and play is used in the first part of the technique called liberation. And then we go into awareness, awakening, and fulfillment. So time for a quick check-in.
Yes, yes, because I think when you just a quick little question about the laugh side, because you say laughing, there's a science behind laugh, from what I understand, when you teach people and you share, and there's a kind of a science behind this. Is this the science you're talking about, that when you do a lot of laughing, etc., there is or is it the four, things that you were talking about, the endorphins, etc.? What is the science behind laughing, why is it so important for people to laugh?
Okay. The laughter that I use in my technique comes from a very powerful school of thought called laughter yoga. Started by Dr. Madan Kataria 26 years ago in Mumbai, a medical doctor with full awareness of yoga and spiritual practices. He revived something that was in our scriptures. In the yoga books, you have Hasya Yoga, which is taught by quite a few of the, even Osho used to teach laughter as a catharsis, as part of his meditation routine. So laughter yoga in its present form is now in about 120 countries. And the premise is built on the fact that laughter is what connects and the shortest distance between two people. The mind cannot distinguish between fake and real laughter. And there are scientific studies to prove this, and the fact that laughter yoga can be a perfect delivery mechanism. It's a body-mind routine that uses movements, breathing, and laughter to influence the mind to release hormones and change its behavior. When you change your thoughts and behavior, you are in a position to change your habits, get new ones, and change your attitude. Wow. So yes, laughter yoga is a proven, evidence-based technique, which is now doing wonders, and that forms the core of my technique in the first part, which is called liberation. Then you have awareness, awakening, and fulfillment.
Wow, that's brilliant, because that reminds me of, somebody who's feeling lazy and they're kind of sitting or lying down on the sofa. If they just stay there, they're going to get more and more lazy. But as soon as they start moving around, just even if they don't feel like it, they just move around and be a bit more active, automatically that laziness feeling will go and you start feeling more active all of a sudden, even though it was forced at that time. You're not just thinking, let's just do it for the sake of pretending to move around. So in a way, this is similar to what you're saying, that if you just laugh just for the sake of it, even automatically, it's like a visualization. When somebody believes that I'm rich, I'm abundant, I'm, very lucky, whatever they're thinking about, they start feeling it themselves. So in the same way, the happiness could start coming through you by just starting to fake it first, and then it starts actually happening in real life, because now it's moving in that direction.
Exactly. And laughter, and these are all evidence-based. Everything that I've said so far, there are research papers on it, and everything is evidence-based. It not only increases your immunity, improves your blood circulation, relaxes your muscles, gives you some stomach-related exercises that burns calories, and leaves you in a positive mood all day long. Wow. Shall we do one part of a laugh meditation technique?
Absolutely, please. Yes, please, all yours. Yes, I'm going to present the platform to you.
There are different parts of the meditation that I teach. You have relaxation techniques, you have still meditation, you have dynamic meditation, you have deep meditation. So I will give you a taste of dynamic meditation using laughter and elements of breathing.
Great. Okay. Let's try it. Let's see.
Right. So what I want you to do is laugh for 20 seconds with your eyes open, then close your eyes, stop laughing, and go into stillness. Just breathe, do nothing. Let's do this thrice, and then I'll show you the next step. All right?
Sure. So if everybody's watching today, wherever you are from any part of the world, we have people from Mauritius and Hong Kong and Dubai and India and America, wherever, Ecuador, wherever you're tuning in from and you're watching, please do practice this, because this could be an amazing practice exercise that you could incorporate in your everyday life. So please, Ranga, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, honey. So wherever you are seated, be comfortable. Just make sure you are upright, not stiff. Shoulders and head and neck relaxed. Arms, you can keep them, your hands on your thighs, palms up, palms down. Doesn't matter, whatever is comfortable to you. Look straight ahead at anybody on the screen, and then laugh for 20 seconds. And when I say stop, go into silence and just breathe. Start. You can also laugh silently.
If you feel silly, please just laugh.
Close your eyes and be still. Do nothing. You don't have to necessarily focus on anything. Just be and feel the sensation of your laughter flowing through your body. Just breathe. Open your eyes and laugh again for 10 seconds. Close your eyes. Keep a smile on your lips as you allow this wonderful energy to flow through your entire body. Feel the sensations. Turn your neck, your shoulders and arms, your front and the back of your torso, the hips and legs, and down to your toes. Smile as you think of the wonderful things that have happened to you, and of the good things that are coming soon. If any thoughts do come by, just let them pass. No need to pay any attention to any specific thought. Now, to the sound of my voice, sway gently from side to side. La 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 la. Gently open your eyes. Smile.
Oh, wow, that's so beautiful. I feel the blood rushing around me, right? So the energy is definitely high, and an amazing, amazing meditation, really beautiful. I feel relaxed as well at the same time. And as I started relaxing a little bit more, I could even start feeling some beautiful energy around this area, because I was like starting to calm down throughout the body. So very,
Oh,
very.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you felt that. I hope everybody
I felt
else
it all the
felt
way
the
up
same.
here. It's like a real.
Now, the process is, this is what we call liberation. So once you are liberated and free from whatever your current, till this moment life was, you become open. You are then non-judgmental. Because frankly, when you're laughing and moving, you cannot think of anything else. So once you are in this state, in a regular meditation that would last 18 to 20 minutes, I would steer you into the next level of stillness, into awareness, then kindling your awakening, and slowly putting out your purpose and moving towards fulfillment in everything and anything that you choose to do. It is this travel through liberation, awareness, awakening, and fulfillment which forms the journey of laugh meditation. This, coupled with everything else that I've talked about, and I mentioned my book, The 40 Keys, and you have so many other wonderful schools of thought out there. Like I said, mine is a contribution to the larger pot that's available out there. There's some amazing wisdom out there, from the ancients to the modern contemporary thinkers. It's up to you to find out what is best suited for you.
I think I like that bit, what you just said, for everybody, different things work for different people. And here, for laughter, play, and breathing, all that is for everybody, actually. And then whichever path it takes you towards, but you can incorporate these basic areas into your life, and it'll help everyone, every single person out there. We've got Erin here, Erin Listro. Hello, a global namaste to you with a beautiful smile there, Erin. Did you have any questions maybe that you may want to ask Ranga whilst she's here?
I do. I just had an unusual experience as I was laughing, and then I closed my eyes. I felt so happy inside, and yet I felt like crying at the same time. Have you ever found that it's such a weird combination that I felt of such opposite emotions that I thought, what the hell? Why do I feel like crying now when I'm laughing? So
laughter and crying are two opposite reactions, and they're all induced by what we call a catharsis. So when you do there's something also called laughter meditation and some laughter programs where we do heavy duty laughter. And I have done for corporates where I have people with jackets and ties. I just ask them to loosen their tie so they don't choke themselves. I've had managing directors rolling on the floor. I have people laughing so much they start crying. It is just a letting go of the emotions. As you let go, and you let flow, you are opening doors. And that is when you have the channel opening up, the portal, the door opening up for you to go into the next stage of your meditation. Where and when your meditation will happen, that's entirely yours. What I do and what other teachers do is to open the doors for you. Yeah, as you open each door, you come into the new room. Remember Stargate, the prince who goes through 7 gates to find the Stargate and discovers that the final 8th gate is within. Mm-hmm. So that's all that we're doing. So if it's opening up some pent-up emotions, let it flow, but then let it go. Mm-hmm. And then you wake up, go in this awakened state, because now not only you are liberated, then once you are aware and you are awake, then you have all the reason, realizing your inner potential and putting it out there, and then going towards fulfillment, which is why I said in the beginning, my entire book and my entire technique called the Laugh Way is a call to action. something that you can do, something that I do, and something that needs no accessories. You don't have to go looking for some branded shoes and mats. Wherever you are, whichever place. We have techniques for stress management and for corporates where just small 30 seconds techniques before you enter a meeting or do a major presentation. Yeah, for children when they go in for examinations. And honey, one of the things of a lot of the playful techniques that we use, there is also laughter yoga for children.
Oh, right. We
Singing and dancing and movements and play. So teach them the elements of connection, letting go. Yeah.
Yes,
And gently in that process, we bring them into meditation. And as His Holiness the Dalai Lama said once, if every 8-year-old in the world could meditate, there will be no wars.
Absolutely, because as soon as you start meditating, the inner values, the values automatically develop within you: patience, kindness, compassion. I don't know how it happens, but it really happens automatically. And then however hard they want to do something bad or create war, they can't do it because they're quite peaceful within them. And once they're peaceful within them, they don't become greedy, selfish, like, things that cause these wars, etc. But I know we're coming to the end of our, interview, but this is something that you really touched upon, which was really, really useful and very important. You do a lot of these corporate programs as well, coaching programs, corporate programs. So even businesses out there who are tuning in can also incorporate these so that many, many of their staff members and team members can really benefit. And of course, that would result in great productivity for those organizations and businesses when you have happier, healthier individuals. So that's really good. And of course, the children's meditation and, a program for them too. I think that's also very important, because if you don't teach our future generation these kinds of techniques, actually, if you do teach them these techniques, they can become very strong society members who can do great work in this world, with balanced attitudes, etc. Ranga, I just wanted to say from all of us here on Healing Our Earth that you've been absolutely amazing, a really fantastic interview, such amazing practical exercises. You wanted to, by the way, we have some really nice forthcoming events coming up. So Rangaji, just join us for these. I'll just share some of these that are coming up. There's next week, we have on Sunday, 16th of January, 2022, of course, a free online event, as always, Rotary in Action, where we are going to be speaking to some amazing people from all over the UK and other parts of the world who are going to be talking about how to make this world a better place. And these are all Rotary heroes, I would say, heroes who've been doing amazing work to make and create powerful change. The week after, as we move on from 16th to January, we go on to 23rd of January, where we have the Happy Republic Day, where we are celebrating one nation, one vision, one identity, because of course, it's India's Independence Day. So it'll be an amazing program where we're going to have people talking, discussing, sharing some really nice, inspiring information. That's on Sunday, 23rd of January. We then move on to women empowerment and self-care for all the women out there around the world, and of course the men, so that you can understand your partners better. Here comes women empowerment and self-care, empowering women, which actually is all about empowering humanity. If you empower mothers out there and the women out there, you will find that a lot of the children will be brought up in the best way possible in the homes too. And this is on the Sunday, 30th of January. So do tune into that one. Of course, for all those wonderful people who love their lovely foods and recipes and vegan recipes that dear Seema tends to bring to us, she normally produces these wonderful programs. Well, we have the Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, which is all about achieving good health, astronomically. Yes, making sure that your gut and your digestive system is the healthiest it can be. And you will find out all these wonderful tips of how to remain healthy through food, nutritious foods. This is on 6th of February, a day before my birthday, of course. And then we move on to Valentine's special. Yes, if you want to dedicate a song, a poem, a message to your loved ones, well, here comes our special Valentine's Day special. I really think this will be an amazing day, so that if you wanted to dedicate any songs, do contact us and we can see if we can get you to perhaps share some of your poems and songs to the world, but really catered for your loved ones. This is on the 13th of February, Sunday, 13th of February, just a day before Valentine's Day. So we have some amazing events happening, Ranga. Do tune in to us, right? Just like we've had this wellness program, which you are part of, which were absolutely as an honor to have somebody who has such an amazing technique that he's sharing with the world, such a good philosophy and such amazing knowledge to bring health and well-being in people's lives. So I just wanted to congratulate you for the wonderful work. Good luck for the book as well, The Laugh Way. So all of you who are listening right now, if you want to find out more about, of course, Ranga's, here comes the book, The Laugh Way. And if you want to find out more about Ranga Subramanian, then you can also check out our website, because you'll probably be able to check out his websites and all the things that you need. I think you may be able to just see it right here. Oh, there he is, that beautiful smile. You remind me of Einstein. I don't know why. You really do. I think we need a cartoon version of you, you know, because I think you would be amazing. Like, you know, we have all these cartoon animated people. Your animated thing would sound so wise, full of wisdom and practical advice. It just reminds me of that kind of vision. But Rangaji, I just want to say thank you very much. We're moving on to our next guest, who is also going to be joining us and speaking a little bit about health and wellness. And we would love to have you back again, Rangaji, to talk a little bit more about all the work that you do, and maybe share a little bit about how your book's gone and, you know, what kind of impact it has created in people's lives out there. So thank you, and a global namaste, dear Rangaji. Is there any final messages you would like to share with our audiences?
Well, my final message is to sum up everything that I said by saying we have proved that we can cope with everything that life's throwing at us. But beyond coping, it is time to flourish and thrive as we are meant to. So good luck to everybody. Have a wonderful, healthy, safe, positive, and productive year ahead. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, we were absolutely delighted. What a delight to have you here with us. What an honor, lovely privilege, and amazing, amazing gentleman. So all of you out there, start playing, laughing, breathing. Remember all the tips that dear Rangaji has shared with us. And global namaste to you, dear Rangaji. Have a fantastic day. I know you're in India, so it must be late out there, right? Thank you for staying up for us. We are now actually moving on to our next guest, who is, again, a very incredible woman, and a really, really, I would say, somebody who's going to, again, share some pearls of wisdom with the rest of us. Now, we have Amita Quenim. Global namaste to you, Amita.
Namaste.
Global namaste. I know today you're going to be talking about understanding emotional and social attachments. So I'm going to do a quick little introduction so that our audience members know who you are and what you're about. I know you come from India as well. Wow, you know, you look very international.
Right.
But let me just share at least, you know, with everybody out there. Look, Amita is actually the founder of Icebreakers, where she heads the Department of Psychology and amasses close to 40 years of relative experience. She's a clinical psychologist and lifestyle coach by profession. And in the past, she has also been the founder president of the Goa Psychology Association. ex-jury in the Children's Court in Goa and a representative of the Goa State Advisory Board for Juvenile Justice. Amita has published close to 100 articles on psychology and currently serves as a member of the Goa State Legal Services Authority, along with, of course, other roles of advising, teaching, mentoring, and research. In situations or relationships, how do you strike a balance between the two? Well, a style of balancing emotional and social attachment, which will help you to enhance your lifestyle, is what our dear Amita is going to be sharing with us today. So a big welcome to you and a global welcome again, dear Amita. Did you enjoy that wonderful interview with Rangaji?
I did. I saw a part of it, I think closer to the end of it, and it was really interesting. So I hope I get to really interact with the gentleman soon again.
Absolutely. And you have such an interesting background, because your background, because we talk about health and wellness, yet your work has been, working within the legal system, helping juveniles, helping young children, young people as well. Your background is very much related to that. So how did psychology and legal aspects, how did that connect for you? How did you get involved in both areas?
I'm going to explain that. First of all, a very big hello to you. And do I call you Honey or do I call you Dr. Honey?
You can call me Honey. It's fine. You're our wonderful family member now. Thank you.
So hello, everyone. And I know that everyone is in different parts of the world. So it's a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, closer to good night, and a global namaste. So I began my career as the principal of a school and at a very, very early age. So I think I was just 21 when I took over that position, and dealing with emotions is what I've been experiencing since then. And talking about the legal side, yes, I have completed my law and I did not do my third year, but maybe that is the, connection with both these things. And what I'm going to be talking about today, as you rightly said, is about emotions and talking about emotional attachments as well as social attachments. It is something which I've always enjoyed, something which I've always learned, and it's been really from a very early age. So that's what the whole thing is about. Wow. And well, Honey, that's it.
Yes.
So
will you be doing any presentations, or are you going to be sharing some of this information? Because I have a whole list of questions for you, which we can ask afterwards. It's not a problem, because we thought, right, let's just interrogate Amita while she's here, right, with this wonderful knowledge that she has in this field. But will you be doing a presentation for us, or are you going to be sharing?
I'm just going to be talking.
Right.
That's okay with you.
Yes, absolutely.
I hope you can handle that for the few minutes that we're going to be together.
No, we're going to love it. Absolutely, absolutely. But please go and tell us a little bit about your work then. What does it involve, and what is it that you do actually through this, especially with the psychology side, and especially that you talked about the fact that it's all about understanding emotional and social attachments, which is what your topic is for today.
That's right. So yes, as you know, I'm a practicing clinical psychologist, and it's something which I really enjoy, because every case is a challenge. So when someone comes to me, I realize they have come with the last hope. It's like, okay, I've gone everywhere and I think now there's nothing I can do beyond this. And the changes, when I see the positive changes in them, it's like, it's magic. It's like you just feel that, wow, you've achieved it. And as I call every human problem like a puzzle which is scattered. That's when they come to me, and I have to fix those pieces together with their help. So this is how I look at every case, and when the puzzle is complete according to their vision, they are good to go. That's how the whole thing is.
Oh, wow. That's you mentioned about the fact that they have challenges. When people have challenges, they've tried every avenue. And there is no other avenue that they can go to. So they come to you to say, look, what can we do? What are the kind of situations? What are the kind of cases that we're talking about that you have to deal with?
various cases. I remember when I started my practice, I was a little particular with her. And I realized the need of no, I'm just going to deal with any type of case possible. So I have clients from the age of 3, who's my youngest client, and 82 years is my oldest client. The various kinds of problems they come to me with. So whether it is, it could be anything. Of course, it's like adjustment. Then there are, like problems with families, like siblings, corporate, like work problems, and everything where they're just not comfortable with something. So when they're not comfortable with something, I just help them to actually use their own ideas, their own ways of dealing with their own life, because when these changes come about in them, these are permanent changes. So with the help of psychotherapy, which is a scientific way of dealing with cases, the changes that come about in a person are permanent changes. And then I look at it as, I call it a mind spa, just like when you go to, it's like you are cured, you're perfectly fine, but then it's always nice to visit your spa again, like maybe once in a way.
Yes, absolutely. I like that word, the mind spa. That sounds really nice. It doesn't, actually, when you talk about, somebody's got mental health issues or they're having challenges, etc., it all sounds like quite heavy words. But as soon as you say a mind spa, would you like to run through a mind spa with us? It's got a lovely feel to it. It feels like a very relaxing feel to it. And I think it helps people to open up a lot more easier as well, to talk about the situation they're in. So I think these words as well, the mind spa, I like that. It's a really great word.
Thank you. And it's absolutely the truth is, when we talk of hygiene, we talk of physical hygiene, but nobody talks of mental hygiene. And I always tell people that, when we wake up in the morning, the first thing is you want to brush your teeth. Why? Because that's a programmed thing with you that, yes, this is what you're taught. But where was the time for the mental hygiene to be taken care of, which doesn't really need anything extra except a few tricks where you wake up in the morning, smile to yourself, be happy. Okay, I'm seeing the day today. Whatever happens, it's taking you to the next day. So these are few tricks you just take care of, and you're taking care of yourself and your life around you.
It's a very, very important thing, actually, because when we talk about, of course, you have a physical bath, or you can have meditation where we call it a spiritual bath, where you're clearing your aura and all the attachments that connect to you, through everyday life that we have to go through. But then there's also the mental bath that you're talking about as well, because you must have annoyances and frustrations and angry about something or whatever it is. It's all sitting in there. So if you can give it a little bit of a clean up session and, focus it into something more positive, then you will find that, of course, that day will go a lot better for you as well. Plus your mindset, what would you say? Give yourself that training of having that right mindset, rather than being spiraling into something that's really terrible, that's happening. So I think the mind, that's a really great thing, having a mind bath in the morning, good affirmations and things like that to say to yourself in the morning. The gratitude as well, some people say, right, to just be thankful for everything that you are grateful for, to help to increase your vibrations, putting a smile on your face automatically.
So as I would say, that's the first habit all of us have. We wake up in the morning and we first see what are the messages waiting for you on your cell. So I would say, why don't you switch on the camera, smile first so that you've seen yourself and hey, I'm happy. That's it. Then go on to the messages. That little thing would also help a lot. So
great tip. It's because we go first in the morning, which messages have I got, right? I'm beautiful, I love myself. I'm going to have a fantastic day today.
Absolutely. You just have to say that. So what I feel is, there are certain tools which we need to use to make our life a little comfortable. Well, if you can, now it's not necessary that all of us are used to, I would say fitness of the mind and body is very important. So I just feel if you don't have 1 hour for your physical fitness and another hour for your mental fitness, I think the remaining 22 hours are a waste. So Okay, physical fitness, we've all got used to it, but mental fitness, how do you achieve that? Very simple ways. You may not be able to always, listen to some nice music, or, like you have these, I know everything from meditation and all that. It's wonderful if you can do it. But if for some reason you can't do it, I would say in simple things, find that peace. Maybe you enjoy cooking, give yourself 100% into that. If you just like gazing outside the window, just enjoy that. That itself is meditation. That itself clears your mind. Not necessary that you have to do what everyone does. If you can, it's great. But even if you can't, giving yourself 100% into what you are doing and enjoying it. It could be 5 minutes a day, whatever you are doing. If you're driving or you're talking to your friend, or just lighten your mind. That itself, brings you to a level where you really start enjoying.
So are you saying just focus on something positive for a short while, or something that brings you joy, brings you peace, and brings you relaxation? Just spend a little bit of time just focusing on that with no other disturbances. So your mind gets completely fully focused and it relaxes, rather than running around everywhere. I've got this to do, I've got that to do. Oh my God, I'm annoyed. Oh, I've got a list to finish off. People have so much things going on in this everyday modern life that
Absolutely.
You need that time out to be able to balance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. I remember my grandmother telling me, now this is a few years ago, she would say, spend 10 minutes doing what you like to do. And I said, what's 10 minutes going to help me with? So she said, because by the end of the month, calculate 10 minutes into 30 days. And then you calculate it into years and calculate it into few years. So at least you don't regret that I have done nothing for me.
Yes,
That is important for people to do, is that focus on their life, at least 10 minutes a day, which makes all the difference. So
yeah, I think this is a very powerful tip you've just given to everybody. So even if there are especially women housewives out there watching right now, they always find that my life is all about my family, my children, my everybody else that they have to work with. But they never think about, I need a little time out for myself, because that will help to fill them up with nice happiness and, some energy, re-energize, re-nourish them. So what you just said is really important for them. If they feel I don't have time to go for 1 hour to the gym or this or that, well, this is a really powerful method. You just spend 10 minutes to do something that you love. It could be even singing a song while you're sitting there, or do a little dance if they want to, or whatever you feel comfortable. Do a painting, write a poem, whatever it helps you to feel good, where you're doing something that you love doing, being creative in some shape or form. So very good. This is a great 10 minutes also makes a huge difference. And your grandma is so wise, I have to say, because listen right now, it's such a wise advice, because you always think 10 minutes, but 10 minutes times 30.
10 minutes?
Yeah, it's 300 minutes, right? That we've got, all of a sudden you've got like about 5 hours that you've got of your things that you're loving, and then 60 hours in a year. Suddenly it does help a lot. Absolutely. Yeah, please go ahead.
That's true. So when we talk of emotions, as I feel like, if you have to ask yourself, name a few positive emotions, I think very few positive emotions come to your mind, like happy, like being happy or caring, loving, enthusiastic. So these are the few emotions that come to your mind. But when you talk of emotions which are negative, you've got a whole number of them. Anger, being sad, disappointed, fearful, jealous, so many more. Okay. So now the thing is to understand how to balance the two. Because see, none of us can live our life saying that, okay, this is how I want my day to be, or this is how I want everything to be. It's like spontaneous. It's like, okay, we're dealing with something and we have to respond to something. So the first thing which I would say is never react to anything, but respond to something.
What is the difference? So if somebody feels that, something's happened, a situation has taken place, and you have to respond to it, you said. So what is the difference between the two you just said?
Okay, so the difference between responding to something and reacting to something is like, when you react to something, It is reacting to the person. You're angry with someone. Okay, so you just get angry with that person, and there isn't much logic involved into reacting. But when you respond to someone, you are looking at the situation. You're looking at the situation that has brought this anger, fear, whatever negative emotion. So to deal with the situation, if you call a problem a situation, just change the term problem to a situation and try to deal with that. So it becomes so much easier because you don't have those personal emotional attachment to a situation. It's more logical.
Oh, that's very good. So just to clarify this, so if the people are listening right now, so reacting is when somebody says something and you say, you've always bad to me, you always like this, and you've always been like this. You literally are actually attacking their personality, their character, their value system, everything. So you will find that they will never work with you in a harmonious way, because they will also pull up their defenses and behave in a retaliating way. But if you are responding somebody, you're kind of understanding the situation, and you'd say, well, I understand how you feel about this, but this is not going to be really good for us doing this because it's going to have this negative effect. So I don't think it'll be a good idea for us. So you're explaining why, and not actually attacking the person. Is that right?
Because
Is that
absolutely? Because eventually, you need to resolve the problem. You need to, deal with the situation. What is the use of just, because it's making you bitter when you react. When you respond, it's like, okay, you're working towards resolving your problem. And that really makes a lot of a difference. Now, so I again say that you need to reprogram your mind. You just need to understand that, okay, this is how I deal with situations. How am I going to deal with them now? So if you can just set short-term goals, what is it that angers you a lot? What are the emotions which you do feel are out of control? Pick up one and start dealing with it. Short-term goals. Okay, every time when I'm responding to a situation, this is how I need to deal with it. You may not achieve it in a day, but if you achieved even 24 days responding to a situation in a manner by which you have felt satisfied that, oh, wow, I've achieved it. It makes a lot of difference. Again, using negative terms. Everybody, New Year's resolution is a must. Now, the mind does not understand much of negative terms. I will not eat sweets from today or from tomorrow, whatever. That's a New Year's resolution. I will not eat. You eventually end up eating. Another 2-3 days, you're sure going back to it. But if you use it works. Maybe you.
Sorry, but I think there's a bit of a loose connection there.
Or I will have healthier diet.
Can you hear me? I think there's a little bit of a loose connection there.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we got you back again, but there was we was trying to not hear what you were sharing. If you wanted to maybe repeat what you just said, because I think we lost a little bit of that.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I was talking about how do you reprogram your mind. Okay, yeah. So when you reprogram your mind, it's important. So, we are all struggling. We're all struggling with emotions, dealing with emotions and things like that. But to reprogram your mind, you need to set short-term goals. Another important thing is your mind understands positive language. Negative language is not picked up very fast. So, New Year's resolution. You always say, okay, no sweets from tomorrow. All right, I'm on a diet from tomorrow. When you say no sweets from tomorrow, it's like after 2-3 days, you are going for a lovely ice cream. There's no question about it. But instead of saying no doing this, it comes into any situation. I will not do this. Try to tell yourself, I will do it. I will have sugar-free stuff instead of sweets, a substitute. And this is applicable into anything. I dislike the person, so I'm not going to talk to him. No, I'll avoid making a conversation with him as far as possible.
Right. The words are very important with what you're saying. These words are so powerful, and and of course that's your subconscious mind is also affected by these words. And in to you, doesn't it? Because the subconscious mind doesn't really understand what's right, what's wrong, what's this, what's that. So whatever you tell it, it keeps listening to and believing it. So at the end of the day, if you use the right language, it will definitely help the situation.
Yeah, that's right. And there is, like a lot of people who are very reluctant about whether they are right or wrong. I just feel it's okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be right. And that is why you have terms like sorry and thank you. As long as you work over these things, because if it is troubling you, then work over it. Just because someone else says that you're not right doesn't mean you're not right. Ask yourself that question. Where does this come from? So that's why the self-doubt which people create is more because of others telling you what you are rather than you believing in what you are. So here I'm going to be discussing something which may help, and may sound interesting, talking about self. Okay, when we talk about self-image, self-concept, self-confidence, all those things, all right? So all of us have two selves. One, which we call the actual self. One, which we call the ideal self. Now, the actual self is what we are. And over a period of time, we've forgotten what we are. The truth is that. Okay, ideal self is something which we have become because of the environment, circumstances, situation. So, you are a doctor, you are expected to do this, you're somebody's daughter, you're somebody's aunt, you're somebody's friend. So it's everything that's put into you, and that is your ideal self, because that is what you are expected to be, and that is what you eventually become. Now, if your actual self does not match your real self, if it does, it's great. But normally there is a kind of an inner war when there's a clash.
Yes, absolutely. I think there's a lot of that happens, isn't it, with a lot of people, because you always want to be better this, better that, or you wish you were a bit more kinder or a bit more patient. There is always little things that come up in your life where you want to be this, but you are this. And you have to travel from here to here to become your ideal. Is that right? So who's the authentic you? Is it the actual you or the ideal you?
Could you repeat the question?
Which one is the authentic you? If you wanted to be the authentic yourself, who you really are, would that be the actual one or would it be the ideal you?
Okay, so it first has to be the actual you. You have to accept what you are. Right. You can then make changes to match your image of what you want to be.
Right.
But your actual self is extremely important. I cannot be forcing myself to believe that I'm tall or short. If I am tall, I'm tall. If I'm short, I'm short. What do you want to do? I'm just giving you a very simple example, but then it goes into your personal life, your professional life. And that's when, the ideal self, if it can match your actual self and gel together, it's the best combination.
Right. I mean, that's actually, again, very powerful. What you just shared is very powerful for people. The people have fragmented personalities because they're trying to be this, but they are being that. So there's always this little, some kind of a conflict that goes on within themselves. And also guilt comes in, shame comes in, anger and frustration comes in, because you actually want to be that, but you can't be that because of your situation, your environment, or whatever the reasons are, or you don't have enough power, willpower, or whatever, motivation to change from here to there. So what you're saying is that if you can learn techniques and tools and techniques to help you with that bridge, to bridge over from actual you to become ideal you actually become one, like a whole being, as they say. Is that right? And as soon as you become a whole being, there's not much conflict within you, because you know what you want, you know what your values are, you know what to ask for, because you know what you want and you need. So everything becomes very nicely aligned if you can bring the two together. Is that right?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And it's okay to be what you are. It's always better to change for the better, and you never stop learning. But that's something which has to come from within. You need to feel that I want to change for the better because this is how I want to be. And it's okay. You can do it at any stage in life. You couldn't do it earlier, maybe because of circumstances, or maybe you didn't realize it. But if you realize it now is the right time.
Work in progress, as we say, right?
Yes.
Everybody's life is always work in progress, right? You never feel this, that's it, that's the end of it. There's always things that you can improve on. There's always ways to evolve further in all levels of your being, your thinking, your mindset, your spiritually, physically. There's always something better you can do, but always be also happy with where you are right now, like you mentioned, which is an important part, to not feel, like, to feel guilty, so you don't have the energy to change because you're going to be too busy feeling depressed with where you are right now. There was one little question I had. What do you do when people are very confused? The mind is confused. They, like, do I do this? Do I do that? Do I be this? Do I be that? What is my value really? What are they? How do you deal with a confused mind?
The mind is always confused. If you have a mind, it has to be confused. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, how do you deal with it is, first of all, start believing in yourself. As I said, accept facts. Now, if I have to, if you have to ask me, what is the background color there? And if I say it's green when it is not green, it's making a mistake. Okay, so first of all, accept what you are, what the situation is, and then deal with it. Because there is confusion when you don't find answers, when you try to fit in answers, when you don't look at reality of things, when you're trying to either be influenced by someone or something, or trying to create something which cannot be created, because everything has to grow in steps. It's like a ladder you're climbing to achieve anything. So the minute you realize that I'm confused about something, the best thing is make a note of the situation that you are in, and then start finding your answers. It's like, okay, it's dealing between maybe a holiday and my child's examination, and I have to go here and I have to be here. So, it's like you're so confused with what to do. Find out. What are the plus and minuses? Is there somebody who can stay with your child back so that you don't miss out on this? And if you feel that, okay, no, there is no one who can stay and this is important, I can always postpone my holiday. You can start thinking logically.
Wow. So you're saying there are techniques to actually find solutions with any situation that you're in. And the best way to find these solutions is actually, the first thing is to be aware that there is an issue and then write it down so that your mind gets focused on that particular issue. And then you start thinking of ways to deal with it so that you're actually looking for solutions rather than, oh, I'm frustrated, I'm annoyed, I'm angry, because you're not really receiving any results from that. But here, at least you can come out with some idea, oh, maybe I can do this, or maybe I can do that to deal with this situation. Is that right? So the confused mind needs to have problem-solving skills, is that right, to deal with the problems?
Problem-solving skills, setting priorities, right? Okay, understanding for yourself what you are capable, not capable of, what according to you is more important than the other. So this is everything which you will self-analyze. It becomes easier for you to find solutions, to deal with problems, if you can do that.
Yeah, but there's also this thing about confidence, isn't there? Because, are you confident enough to be that? Are you confident enough to trust yourself? That am I doing the right thing? Am I, do I have the knowledge? Do I have the ability to do this? Some people's confidence is quite an important thing to be able to live life to the fullest. Yes. How do we deal with this confidence? Do you have to? What is the importance of being confident?
Well, first of all, you build up confidence over a period of time. Right from childhood, I would say, is that where confidence starts building up. Depending on your personality, depending on your personality type, depending on the situations that you've dealt with, the events that you've come across, how your life has been, and all that works towards being confident. All right. So being confident, again, fine, you may not have been confident till yesterday, but if you feel that is lacking in you and you want to make that happen, there are ways to deal with it, to condition your mind to start believing in yourself. That's where I said, set short-term goals. I want to make sure that I'm right over here. Fine, start working towards it. and you will develop confidence, because when you start working towards goals which you want to achieve, and you can achieve, dealing with it in the right manner. There are no shortcuts to achieve anything. So you know the steps to be taken. Okay, I am going to believe in myself and I am going to be achieving this. It's like, okay, I want to go onto the first floor. You know you have to climb from the first step to the 10th step or 20th step. You can't possibly jump. You're going to fall. Okay, so that's exactly how you build up confidence. You working towards it. And yes, you need to be confident, because unless you're confident, there is no self-belief.
So so the confident part is quite important. But are you saying that confidence would be built step by step? So if you take your first step and then do the second step and the third step, and the confidence will automatically start building. So the important part is to take the first step. The first few steps are the most important, because once you get into the momentum, then you may find that the confidence, once it builds, automatically the next step will start taking place.
Right.
But yeah, so in the initial stages is to build that confidence, to just take those first few steps to start that. That's very nice, you know. And what about, you know, also these people also have lots of day-to-day problems. Everybody has these day-to-day issues that we need to resolve. Situations come up. You know, sometimes just you're having such a happy day and suddenly something really takes place in your life and you have to deal with that straight away. So how do you deal with unhappiness, conflict, you know, unusual situations that come in your way in your life? How do we deal with these areas psychologically? What's the right attitude to have, and what are the tools and techniques we can use?
All right. So how happy we all could be, you know, if we could just pick up our day from the mall and make it as one full day, happy to do with all these things, but it's not so. So day-to-day situations, it all depends on every individual, and every day is different. So instead of getting stressed out or, you know, like trying to fight it, just go along with it. Go along with it, because you know your day is only of 24 hours, so you cannot be spending 28 hours to complete what you have to complete or deal with what you have to deal with. So here again, I would suggest that look at everything as a situation. Don't look at it as a problem. So, you know, it becomes easier to deal with it. Your day-to-day activities, like, okay, I have to do all this in a day. You may think it is not possible. Prioritize it. And then it may be possible, you know, because if you just feel that I'm hearing I have to do so much, I won't be able to do it. But when I just know, okay, I have to do this in the morning, this in the afternoon, this, at least try to achieve half day, the first half day in a proper way. And then you will get used to like from 8 hours to 10 hours to 12 hours, and slowly you achieve the 24 hours. So start working with a short-term thing for, let me see, the first 4 hours, how do I achieve the next 2 hours the next day, and then you increase that. So eventually it just falls in place, and you know, okay, I'm set for the day.
Are we talking about, is this the way to deal with conflict, etc.? Is that right? So you're saying that just say, okay, right, I'm going to deal with this situation. I haven't got the whole day that I can spend here, but let me spend an hour to deal with this situation, a bit by bit. And next time it'll be a little bit longer. But so you concentrate on dealing with that issue. But if you can't have this much energy, at least start, you're saying, right?
Dealing with issues can take an entire lifetime, or it can take 5 minutes. That's the first thing you need to know. So when you're dealing with an issue, it is like, what is it? Look at the reality of the issue. Okay, see how it can be resolved, and whether you can or you cannot. And that is why there are professionals like us, as well as I think most of the people have a lot of family support also. So, but don't drag it. Don't drag something which can be resolved immediately. And I think anything can be resolved. Just anything can be resolved, provided you focus and know that I want to do it. I just want to complete it.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful thing you just said, you know. Yeah, I like that. I love your attitude, you know, it's so beautiful. It's like anything can be resolved. You know, I can see you've got this can-do attitude, and it's really important to have this attitude. And I think if everybody had this attitude, then there wouldn't be that many problems in the world, because you'll always find a solution, because you'll, you know, find ways to deal with it in a very positive way. So I think it's a really fantastic attitude that you have here. And, you know, from all the things that you've just mentioned right now, there's a lot of issues, especially with psychology. There's lots of mental health issues nowadays people are talking about. And even Rangaji, you know, who spoke a little bit earlier, was talking about how mental health is one of the most popular words that people are Googling and, you know, checking up on. So this mental health issues has become such a big subject nowadays. How do we deal with these areas, and what does mental health mean? You know, what is the issue if somebody's not in the right state of mind? How can you recognize that?
All right. So first of all, everyone needs to understand the difference between mental health and mental illness. Okay. So mental illness is where you need to take treatment to get your mind healthier. And that's when we would talk about whether it is, you know, taking medication or the other ways. So that is mental illness. Mental health is something which is for us to take care of. It is like a state of mind which you are aware of. It is not something which you're not aware of. When you talk of mental illness, the person is not aware of what is happening to him or her. But when you're talking of mental health, you know you have a problem. It is conscious, which is in your hands to handle. And for that, you need to use tools of taking care of your mental health. So there again, when there are problems, you know, it's your attitude towards things. It's how you deal with things, whether it means like taking help, talking to friends, and trying to help yourself to be mentally strong. And yes, I know with the situation that we are in the past 2 years, all of us know what the hassle of, you know, going through problems and stress is. It's something which nobody had ever imagined, that, oh, wow, we can live like this. I mean, there's been a good to it and a bad to it, you know. So, but when you look at the better side of it, I think there was so much which we have learned. There's so much which, you know, makes you believe that how much do you really need to live a happy life?
Yeah, it's so brilliant, because I'm admiring, you know, that whatever you're teaching, whatever you're sharing is what you're doing yourself, you know. You're an amazing, a good role model, you know, for implementing these practices yourself. Because even in COVID, most people will say, what a terrible time, what you know, but you still say there's so many things we could learn from. There's so many positive things we've gotten, you know, and which is true with the situations that we've been in. It's our attitude towards what are we going to get back from it, because the situation is there anyway. We just need to, we have to decide which way we're going to deal with it. So, which is brilliant, you know, your attitude. So what are the tools and techniques that people could incorporate to have better mental health? So, because nowadays, I think because we talk about that topic quite a lot, and we should all be looking after our own mental health. So what are the tools, techniques, and how can we gauge that you're in a peak state?
Right. The first thing is, don't be in denial. Okay. Accept what is reality, whatever that means. All right. Then learn to deal with the situation, because you are facing it. So don't run away from it. Because even if you run away from it today, you will have to deal with it tomorrow. Okay. So these are a few things which you can do. Your attitude towards things, your emotions towards things, your bonding with things, you know, acceptance of yourself, that I am a personality like that. Okay, I like, just in case, I like peace. But then, you know, during the COVID situation, the question of peace was not there, because there were so many other members in the house. So even if you like to be to yourself because you've been so used to that habit, just accept it. That, you know, like your environment is what is going to be there. So you have to really deal with it. So all these things, like, and the best part, if possible, is try to keep those 2 hours for yourself. Whether you're meditating, whether you're going for a run, you're going to the gym, whatever you're doing, if you can do that, being at home and otherwise, I think that's the best thing you can achieve.
Right. So it would be a really great way to enhance your mental well-being as well by doing that, spending a little bit of time for yourself. And I think it's good to contemplate, because if your life is so busy, things are so happening really fast in your life, you haven't got time to sit back, to think, to reflect, to learn lessons from whatever's happening, because you just haven't got time to sit back to look at these situations in a neutral way, without putting all your emotions in it, just to see what is actually going on at the moment and how do I deal with this. So you're absolutely right. It's really important for us to contemplate, spend that time for yourself. So you're gifting yourself the chance and the opportunity to become the best version of yourself, which will then lift everybody around you, because they will enjoy having a happier you. And that will, I'm sure, increase the vibrations in the atmosphere and the environment. So if everybody looks after themselves this way, I'm sure that it'll have a more uplifting effect in the family or workplace or wherever you are.
Absolutely. And then again, when I talk about, a lot of people live in their past. A lot of people find it very confusing to deal with the present. And everybody is talking about who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Whereas I look at it differently. I just feel we know the past is no more. Fine. But there is something which we pick up from the past, is something that's happened good. You will make sure that it's applicable even today for tomorrow. When you talk of the present, it's, if you think of another term for the word present, it also means a gift which you get on your birthday, right? So I look at the present moment exactly like that. It's like if I pick up a big, well-wrapped box and I give it to you right now, the first thing, what will you do?
Is accept. Like, oh, I like this. It's my little gift.
Absolutely. You will take it, right? And after the present moment is something which is given to you by your environment, circumstances, and things like that. But when it's given to you, you have to take it. And after you take it, there are 2 ways of unwrapping it. Either you are very harsh or you gently unwrap it. So I always think that the present situation, when you unwrap it properly, you know what's inside it. But if you're really harsh, you without realizing what you hold today, you have destroyed it. So whatever your present is today, you may be feeling that it's too bad, it's too this, it's too that. Wait, first look into it. What is it that you have inside the present, where it's always wrapped? So before you unwrap it, don't destroy it.
Oh, yeah, that's a very beautiful way to look at it. Lovely example, that is. And the present moment, when you really look at it, the past is not going to be there anymore anyway, it's gone. And it's only actually a memory, nothing more. So people actually shape their whole future based on that memory of the past, which doesn't really matter anymore because it's already done and it's gone and it's finished. And whether it's good, bad, whatever, it's happened. So we can't do much about it. And the future is not there. So for you to be fearful and worry and be frustrated or whatever it is, it's not there yet. So the only thing you have at this moment in time is this present moment, which is so important, isn't it?
Which is very valuable. Yeah, but the future is there. I always feel there is a future. I know there is.
So do you believe is up to us to create the future?
Yeah, because I'm going to give you a very simple example. You've decided to have your birthday is on 7th of Feb, so in advance, a very happy birthday.
Oh, you're very observant. Wow, I'm impressed.
So now, see, when you plan a party for 7th of Feb, tomorrow is going to happen. It is going to come, the date which is tomorrow, okay? And you're going to enjoy the day. So according to me, future is the only thing which is in your hand, and you definitely can do it.
By doing whatever you want to do today is what's actually shaping your future, right? So
And
you know that you want to be a slimmer.
plan your future.
I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because sometimes, yeah, people do say the past and future isn't important, it's the present. But in a way, what you're saying is if you wanted to create a new future, a new reality in your life, then everything you do right now, you need to have a picture in your mind of where you want to go, so you can take the right decisions, make the right, take the right, do the right activities, make the, yeah, absolutely. I think that is a very powerful point there as well, that each of us have within us the chance and the ability to create a future, whichever way you want to create it. Yeah, it's a really important point. Yet so many people do not, incorporate this. They feel that the future is not in their control. They feel that it's just we have to go with whatever comes in our lives, right? So what would you say for people like, because there are people that always written in my destiny is there, I'm meant to go through all this suffering in my life or whatever. So what would you say? What would you say to people like that?
So they have to realize this is the present. Okay, so if they're going through sufferings or whatever, they call it sufferings, but please unwrap your present properly to see whether they are really sufferings or they are experiences which are going to help you to lead a better life or be a better person. And if you plan the future, it's sure to come and you're sure to enjoy it, according to me. If it does not happen, it's a bonus. But when people are 50, they start saying, oh, who has seen tomorrow? And what if you live till you're 100? Why not plan something from 50 to 100 so that you can enjoy every day? Okay, if God forbid, and you don't live beyond 70, but at least the next 20, 30 years you've enjoyed, instead of retiring from 50 saying, I don't know what's tomorrow, and things like that. So
very good words, very good advice, very good guidance there. Yes, it's good advice there. And it's great because your psychological background helps you to understand how the mind works as well, how people work, how they shape their behaviors and etc. So it's a very important knowledge to have. And if we ourselves, each one of us can understand a little bit psychologically how we're working ourselves, it could create a huge impact and, empower us to create a better life in the future too. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. I may need to let me ask we've got this wonderful host, our co-host here, Seema. I'm going to see if I can invite her to join us to see if she's got any questions, because she's got always amazing questions that she asks. Wow. Namaste, my dear Seema. My dear sister.
Namaste, honey, and namaste, Mitaji. Very, very insightful information on mental health.
Thank you.
Mental illness. I think drawing the line between mental illness is something you don't know you have, and it requires, a deeper form of treatment. And mental health, having the awareness that there's something wrong. We generally don't tend to differentiate between the two, if you don't have the awareness. And providing the tools, for, let's say, mental health these days is a huge issue. For example, if I felt I had mental health issues, hypothetically, and I knew, okay, this is how I'm feeling, I'm not my normal self, I'm depressed, I'm anxious about things. Having that awareness of what can I do to improve my state of mind and quality of life. These are the two questions we really need to ask ourselves. That how can I take responsibility for myself?
That's a very good thing, Seema, yes. Because when you say how do I take the responsibility, it's not about blaming everybody else. It's not about my life is like this because of you, because of them, because of the way the government is running, whatever. There's always a blame game that's going on. Whereas when you're saying that I'm in charge and I'm responsible for my own well-being and my own mental health as well, that's taking, and then you're in control. Then you can, like Mita had mentioned, you can make the right decisions from today to say, okay, how do I want my tomorrow to be? Yes.
Now, I lean heavily on the teachings of the art of living. And there's one saying that I have imbibed from His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, and he says, responsibility is equal to power. When you take responsibility for others or for yourself, you yourself become powerful. So the first thing I'd say is we need to take responsibility. If for anybody out there, all our viewers and ourselves, whoever are facing challenges during these very turbulent times, it is within yourself to take that responsibility and be powerful. You know, and there are plenty of tools available. You don't have to, lean on any school of thought. There are tools available on the internet. We at Healing Our Earth ourselves are a tool for uplifting humanity and bringing people together and bringing joy and peace every Sunday. There's so many tools available. There are breathwork tools available online. There's meditation available online, just connecting with nature. And I'm very, very big on this self-care.
Yes.
Self-care is.
Did you hear what Amita had mentioned about the mind spa? Yeah, when you do self-care, and it's like about ensuring, that you have a mind spa every day, make sure it's looking every now and again at least, right?
As mothers, I'm just bringing the aspect of motherhood in, and especially for those mothers out there who are working mothers, you have 9 to 5 jobs, you come home, you've got the children, you've got dinner, you've got cleaning, you've got ironing, you've got cooking. There isn't much domestic help available in the West, It is so important to nourish yourself through self-care, even if it's a little thing every day, a minute of silence, listening to your favorite music,
there's just now what you just mentioned, very nice, Seema, because we've got the Women Empowerment Day as well event, haven't we? The Women Empowerment and Self-Care event happening. This is happening on the 30th of January. So whilst we are talking about this wonderful topic, it's all about empowering women, empowering humanity, as you said. That when you start looking after yourself, that's when you can do a lot more for other people. So that's on the 30th of January. So all the women out there, do make sure you tune in. And I always say men as well, because you can understand your women better and your partners better. So it's really good. Amita, is there any final points that you may want to share with our audiences? Any final tips that you'd like to perhaps pass on to me and Seema and others out there?
Yes. I would just like people to remember emotions inspire our attachments, and emotions also, unfortunately, force us to withdraw our attachments.
Wow. Yes. So the emotion and to be in control of your emotions is more about managing your emotions is more important. Is that what you mean? Is that the teaching here? To learn how to manage your emotions so you can go on to the positive aspects rather than the other side. Is that
kind of springs out feelings? It's the feelings which you experience is due to the emotions within you. And when you know what you're feeling, it is so easier to deal with those feelings. But you need to understand what I'm feeling, and don't try to run away from it, or don't try to suppress that, because feelings automatically spring up. So please make sure that please understand what you're feeling. And the minute you know what you're feeling, you will know what to do with your feeling, how to deal with your feeling.
Wow, that's very nice. Very good advice there. Really amazing. We have our wonderful Sheila Dobie here with us, a wonderful, another sister of ours, just like Seema, a brilliant host as well, our dear Sheila, all the way from USA. And hello, dear. Global namaste to my dear Sheila.
Global namaste, honey. How are you?
Very well, Sheila. I was going to say that I know you got a chance to listen to Amita. Is there any questions while we have this amazing lady with us and sharing such a wonderful knowledge with the rest of us? Is there any questions that you may have on psychology, on even about the question about, because of course, we talked about social, emotional and social attachments and understanding those. Is there any question on that side that you may want to ask?
There's actually so many questions that I have. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have her back on the show again, because I got the tail end of the talk, and I was, wow, this is fascinating and so amazing, and it's something that we all really need to kind of really embrace, because everyone's going through their own emotional journey, right? And we're all so so many emotions. Like there's fear, there's anger, and there's just so much, like even resentment out there that's creating from everything that's going on. So I think what she spoke about was so important. So we really have to kind of get people like you back on the show and kind of really kind of start working to heal this earth, right?
Absolutely. Heal the earth together collectively, which is important. We start one person at a time, as we say, with ourselves, and then start with our families, helping them, and then start with our communities. And then, of course, connect with our community groups like ours, with like-minded people, where we share and help each other move forward to become the best versions of ourselves. And as we move forward, that will start creating its own impact, as we say. And on the spiritual level, of course, create nice collective consciousness, positive collective consciousness, raises the vibrations of the world as well by doing that. Amita, you've been absolutely amazing. Really a real delight to have on board here. And, we'd love to have you back again in the future, joining us to share your wonderful knowledge. And here's our dear Anita Quemin. Now, where is it Quemin? Is it look at that. Earth bless you. Thank you. What a great photo you have there as well. Look at you. So, Anita, where is the word Quemin? Where does that come from, the Quemin?
Well, it's a Portuguese word, okay? And since I'm based in Goa, it's the Portuguese language, and that was we still follow the Portuguese law there. And the word Quemin is pronounced in a different, but it is spelled as Quenim. So we have continued with that surname.
Oh, very nice, very nice. So, and you from Goa, of course. So is there any tips you would like to, before we finish off, give to Sheila and Seema about why they should go to Goa? Tell us a little bit about your Goa. Tell us why we should, and tell us the rest of the world, and why should they travel to Goa? What are the positive aspects of Goa that you could share with us?
If you want to live with nature, that's the place. You have everything there that's going to just make you feel positive and happy. That's it.
Right. Everybody pack your bags. We're all going flights. So get them all ready all the way to Goa, everyone.
Absolutely. And I'm there too.
Thank you. That was a great tip there. Amita, thank you very much for joining us here. Have a fantastic day. And I wanted to know whether you're in USA or India. Where are you right now? Where are you speaking from? You're from India,
in USA, right?
You're in USA at the moment, right?
I'm based at the moment in USA.
Okay, so you're traveling from India to get the best of both worlds, East and West,
Absolutely,
right?
Yes.
Why not? Well, thank you so much. There you go, dear Anita. I just want to say a big thank you. And we're moving on, of course, to our next guest very shortly. And before we move on, thank you, dear Seema ji. Thank you, dear Anita. Have a lovely day. And we're moving on to having Sheila, who's going to be hosting our next guest. So before I let her take over, let me do a little introduction for my dear Sheila, because she's a really, really amazing lady. And I would love to tell you a little bit about her if you don't know her background. So our dear Sheila Dobie, she's a Dr. Sheila Dobie, and she was born in England and moved to the USA. Yes, she left us from the UK and went off to USA. And she's a whole health dentist, humanitarian, and entrepreneur. She's also a television host. And also, Dr. Dobie is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Women of the Year Award. So she's an award-winning lady, which I think she should do. She deserves many more awards for the work she's doing. And she's also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. She takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community, because she's got such a lovely, kind heart. She's a very compassionate lady, I can tell you that. And on the professional front, of course, Dr. Dobie was the past president and dental health chair
of SACDS, which is the Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association, Kellogg's School of Management Institute for Diversity and Leadership as well. So she's got a whole range of wonderful talents that she has. And she's an author of a popular children's book called Ninja Tooth Battle. I love that. I'm going to go and read that. Ninja Tooth Battle. Hey, dear Asima, what a lovely book you have. What inspired you to write this lovely children's book?
Well, the issue was there was kids that weren't brushing their teeth when they're coming in for their dental visits, and I would end up telling them stories. So I'm like, okay, you know, there's a big bad crack guy, and I'd have to kind of animate it, and then I would watch them kind of open their mouth and let me kind of clean their teeth. So then I was like, well, you know, the parents would be like, oh my gosh, it's so good. I can never get this child to brush their teeth. So then I was like, you know what, I need to put this in a book format. So I kind of started writing it down. I got an illustrator, and then I finally got it published. And it's been really great because I can actually get the kids to brush their teeth. So it's brilliant. The parents just read the book in the night, and then the kids just brush their teeth, and it makes my life easy to work because I have clean teeth.
Congratulations for such a wonderful initiative. And you know, your website is yourcaringdentist.com or something, and it's actually exactly what you're exactly like that. You're just so caring, and writing a book like that helps children as well protect their teeth in their adulthood as well. So it's a really great work. Well done, congratulations. And for mums and dads out there, if you want your kiddies to go out there and look after their teeth, you know which book you need to buy. Which is our Sheila Dobie's little book. What's it called again?
Ninja Tooth Battle. Is this available everywhere, like Amazon and all?
You come up with the most creative ideas. Ninja. Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to leave you to it, dear Sheila, because I know you have a fantastic guest who's joining us very shortly from Kenya too. And, enjoy the rest of the evening to my dear Seema and Sheila and to my lovely sisters out there. And, oh, yes, thank you. Earth bless me too.
Honey, where was this picture taken? You look so stunning. Every time I see it, I'm just like, wow.
Well, I like the camera. That's what it is, you know. So as soon as I come in front of the camera, I start going like this. It's one of those things. You can keep me in front of the camera as long as you want. I love taking my little photos there. No, this was just a photo I did in India. It was in India, and I love my Indian outfits because I'm a half Indian, half British, as you know. Half Indian, half British means that I'm a British Asian. So I love both being Western as well as the Indian culture side. So you see me in my Indian outfits here when I go to India. So I will leave the rest to you. Have a lovely evening. Thank you, dear Sheila. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, honey, and thank you, Seema. I didn't get a chance to say hello to Seema. That's another beautiful host of ours. Thank you, Seema, and thank you, honey, and we'll see you very, very, very soon. I hope you're going to be able to stay on a little bit because I would love to have you part of our discussion at the end where we kind of chat with all the guests.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll be there too, my dear Sheila.
Oh, you are. Usually you're so busy. I'm glad you're going to be on later.
I thought you asked for us. That's why I said, yes, I'll be there for you, my dear. So I will be there. Don't worry.
Stay on at the end because I know our audience wants to see you again.
And I have to listen to this lovely, our next guest's interview as well. I'm looking forward to it as well. So I'm really excited to hear. So I'll leave you to it, Sheila, because I know we've got dear Kiran Radia coming on soon.
Yes, we've got our next wonderful guest, and it's Dr. Kiran Radia. And Kiran was born in Nairobi, Kenya. She followed a childhood ambition to be a doctor and trained at the University of Nairobi Medical School for undergraduate studies after she was awarded the MBCHB. She was attached to St. Thomas's Hospitals, London, UK for postgraduate training in pharmacologies. After 5 years of getting this grueling experience, can you imagine what that must be like dealing with path and dead bodies and all of that? Oh my gosh, that must have been a bit grueling. She was awarded an MRCPATH. She's a member of the Royal College of Pathologists. 10 years later, at the Fellow of Royal College of Pathologists, a WHO scholar. She returned to Kenya to build up a pathology training and services at the Nairobi University Medical School. And she was the third histopathologist in the entire country. What an achievement. I can only imagine, kind of with your backgrounds coming you know, and this was a long time ago. This was many, many years ago, where there maybe weren't that many women in that field. That's quite amazing. And Kiran continued her academic life for over 20 years and now runs a freestanding diagnostic laboratory, PathCare, in Kenya. The first PathCare, Kenya carries out tests on human specimens, blood, urine, stools, tissues, fluids, and many other things. This is quite amazing, Dr. Kiran. What an amazing bio that you have. I'm excited to have you on the show. Welcome, Dr. Kiran.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. I feel very honored to be part of this team when I've been listening to all the people, the previous speakers, and very really good education as to what's happening in the world. Thank you.
Yeah, we have an amazing team here. Healing Our Earth is, you know, over 100 sessions now every Sunday, just to kind of bring unity and peace and education to the audiences. And the wonderful thing is we have such amazing guests like you, just talking about such a vast array of wealth of knowledge. And it's been so amazing being a host on this show. And I'm so excited about your topic. I know we had a brief chat the other day, and you had so much knowledge from the pathology, from the, you know, the health aspect of it, from all your wealth of knowledge. What are you going to be talking about today, Dr. Kiran?
Sheila, as we discussed yesterday, you know, I chose the topic, woman, she's a custodian of family health. I really believe it. And this is because when I talked to a lot of my friends, the doctor friends, and they said, the person I want to come in with a patient is the woman of the house. And I said, why is that? And they say, you know, she knows everything about that patient. She will follow all my instructions, and she's the best historian. And I really do believe the woman is the custodian, according to, you know, what I've learned over the years. So I think, please, the men should not really think that I am putting them down, not at all. But the observance, the woman's observance power is amazing. So I thought I'll talk about it. Sheila, I know that all the previous speaker, Amita, you know, talked about psychology, really a subject close to my heart as I go over my subject. I believe, really believe that it is a combination of science, healing, and the naturopathy that you need in life. I have some friends who think science should be done away with. I'm a scientist. I don't believe that at all. I think science is going to be helped by healing processes that you've been mentioning. It's a very important part of being well-being. And I think most of the doctors, most of the scientists, even you, Sheila, Joe, will agree with that.
Absolutely. I do think there's a combination. Absolutely. There's the combination of science and then natural medicine, and finding that good balance between the two. Not more of one, not more of the other, but finding that good balance is where we need to be.
We need to be there, yes. And science has developed so tremendously, we can learn from that too. Now, from the beginning, I want to say, as you mentioned, that there are people from different parts of the world. What I'm going to say may not apply to certain of you because of the background. You know, it's a simple questions of what we used to call developed and undeveloped country. I prefer calling it haves and have not populations of the world. And you know, the level of education, awareness, and resources is so important to your well-being. Let's admit, and you cannot really be talking about all the processes we have discussed if you do not have 3 meals a day, even 2. It's a reality, and we live with that reality in Kenya. Amita said, come to to Goa. I wonder if any of you have been to Kenya. It is just beautiful. It's a beautiful part of this world with a natural wild animal bases and our maras. So you should, I think it's equally beautiful as Goa is. So I think the resources is such an important part of whenever we talk about well-being, whenever we talk about early detections, whatever the awareness, education, etc. And it's part of our duty now to really get to the people. And I always tell my colleagues, when you want to do the classes, you want to have sessions, you want to have webinars, please do it to the woman of the house. You'll get more out of it. You'll have better outcomes as far as follow-ups are concerned. Everybody laughs, but I think they do believe that is true. Sheila, I thought, as we discussed yesterday, as I go over the medical sciences, what we need, we talk about the different ages, because the woman is in charge of all the ages of the family. So if we talk about the different ages, look at childhood. And in the last, I told you a little story and the observation that over the last few years, what have we seen? We've seen that, when my mother concentrated just on bringing up the children, she spent such good quality time with us. We ate food. There was no other life, home cooked food, good healthy nutrition. And she had all the time for us in the world. The father was busy trying to earn and make sure that we are looked after financially, but the mother was always there listening to you, listening to your problems. And then the era came where the women were struggling for the career. And I think we went overboard and we concentrated so much on trying to prove ourselves in this man's world, as you know, Seema, that we tended to neglect the children. And I think this generation, this is the generation that didn't believe in breastfeeding, that said, oh, I have to be at work, it's more important than looking after the children. And I'm glad to say the new generation I'm watching now, the generation that the third one, I've noticed that is changing. And the younger mothers are finding so much time with their children. They are at their matches, they are at their drama classes, and it's amazing. I think that involvement, it's now coming around a full circle, and we're going back to spending more time with the children. So what is everybody knows the child, what a good child, bringing up a child, you need a good nutrition, breastfeeding. We have been harping about it, and I think it has had effect. Education, awareness, I think those programs are so important, and it is having an effect as more and more women are breastfeeding. You see it publicly. It's such a good sight, because what is there to be ashamed of? Breastfeeding is the best thing. Be proud of it. Then the vaccination program, everybody knows about that. And the children as they're growing up, dentists, Seema, that's your subject, you seeing all the children as their teeth, etc. So children, I think, are well taken care of. Of course, we have the unfortunate incidences really of the child abuse, which, our psychologist just would be seeing them, and they have to be dealt also. It's an unfortunate and ugly part of our life. And I think that needs a lot of psychologists, really. And it's usually a psychiatric problem. So that is now the new problem, child abuse, and how to identify it. I think most of the doctors now in ambulatory care, everybody are trained to pick it up early. It's not my subject. It's painful for most of the mothers. So I'd like to move on to the adolescents, which I have really learned a lot about recently. Now, adolescents, the two problems that I'm seeing quite a lot these days is substance abuse and depression and suicide. Do you know, Seema, that suicide has been declared an epidemic by WHO? It's worrying. We got to work in it. I hope Amita is listening. I think what she touched on was important. Now, how do we deal with these two problems? As I see a lot more, what I want to share with you is it is the woman who picks it up, is the mother. As she will come to me and says, I think my child could be having substance abuse. Could you do some tests on her? And I said, how did you pick it up? It's just because she's spending a lot of time talking and observing the child, and she's seeing the behavior changes. A lot of communities now have started training the mothers what sort of symptoms you must look out for. I think early detection is extremely important. That is a subject we will have to, I think, concentrate on the next few years. It is increasing. It is of concern. The second thing is the depression and suicide rates. Again, communities in Kenya especially are having a lot of training sessions on with the mothers on how to pick up early depression or any sort of depression a child might be going through. I watch all over the world, I read papers, and it's a real problem world over. It's a changing world. It is the children are having less, or shall we say, the parents, the carers are having less time with the child. We're talking less to the children. I remember, Seema, a friend of mine told me that as her children were growing up, of course, with an extended family system, they insisted that there will be no television dinners. It has to be around the table, the whole family is sitting. And she made me laugh. She says, because my mother-in-law and I had so much to catch up with the latest and the gossips, etc. And the father-in-law came in and said, no, at the dining table, we will only listen to the children. We will encourage them to talk to us, tell us what's happening in school. And over the dining table, she said the father-in-law would be able to pick up if a child is having a problem in school. Isn't that amazing, Seema? I never thought of that. So the problems can be picked up within the family if we are talking to the children from the very young age. I don't know what you're feeling about that, but I think that was such a good story. And that has changed. You said...
Yeah, I was going to say, you're right. We've taken a lot of the time from the kids now, and a lot of them, you see them and they'll just come in, like when they come into my dental office, they'll come in and they're just watching an iPad, and that communication is gone now. A lot of the time they're spending watching TV, they're watching a lot of programs, they're not really, or they're playing on their games, there's not that much communication that's happening. But I did want to ask you one thing, Dr. Kiran. What are the signs that you're seeing when you see a child that has depression or suicidal thoughts? Can you just share a few of those with us?
I think Amita should be answering those questions. She was the psychiatrist. I'm sure she knows. But some of the things I've seen is behavioral change is one of them. The child becomes quieter. He hardly communicates. And just a changing habit. And I ask my colleagues, my friends who are career women as well as children, I said, and we all say the same thing. You have to make choices in life. If you want a career, then you decide you will have no social life. The rest of your time will be for your children. How many of us can make that choice? I remember I had to make that choice very early on. And my friends said to me, do you know, the children will go away in 15, 16 years' time. You will have no friends. I said, but I will have children who belong to me. And then they said, and you know something, Seema, I made fantastic friends who thought like me. And if there was any social life, it was always to do with the children and yourselves. And you make choices in life. Is a friend of mine who's so over the board about cleaning her house all the time. So leave the damn house. It's okay. A little bit of dust in there. Sit down with your child. See what he did in school today. And it's just, you've got to make those choices, Seema. I don't know if you agree with that. And it is the mother who picks it up. We have noticed that all the time. How many of us, when we pick up the behavioral change, will accept it and then seek for professional help? Let me tell you, very few. There's a stigma. It's a community stigma. I don't know what the stigma is. It is denial, because a woman feels that I have let my child, oh, it can't happen to my child. You know how it is. But denial, shame, I don't know what it is. And I've always said to my patients, really, does it matter for the community things? No. And how many of the people?
Valuable point, Dr.
You
Kiran.
know,
A lot of people that are worried about what the community thinks, and at the end of the day, life passes and people are living their own lives. They don't really care about what's going on in your life 99.9% of the time. But I think now people are awakening more to getting help. I do see a lot of my patients, for example, the parents of all nationalities actually getting help and counseling for their kids and finding that the children are getting better. So let's just remind our audience out there, if you do have a child that you're quite not able to kind of communicate very well, they are being quite quiet, to actually seek help and seek some advice for that child of yours.
Neil has just reminded me you are Sheila and not Seema. I apologize, Sheila.
I was getting used to the new
Sheila,
name.
I really apologize. But I think it is. I think they're waking up, and I think this is due to all the training, all the classes, all the webinars that are going on. And I keep on telling the communities, different communities, talk to the women, tell them their priority is the child, not anything else, really. And that, talking to your previous speakers can let me know what their feelings is. But talking to the psychiatrists here, psychologists here, counselors here, and they said the basic problem is because of our nuclear families, we had grandmothers, we had uncles, a child always had somebody to go to. They said because of the breakup of that families. And I don't know, Sheila, if you were I was growing up in the neighborhood where a lot of children would be around. We had an open door policy where any child can come in. There was just one big happy family. Everyone it's changed, hesitate. Let's admit.
Yeah, they say it takes a village to grow a child, and now everyone's living in their own little worlds, and not really that child isn't exposed to grandparents sometimes, or uncles and aunties and friends and cousins. They're kind of sitting at home a lot, especially with this pandemic, right? A lot of people are just sitting at home on their computers and their iPads.
And you do admit it's the pandemic that uncovered more of this depressions. WHO is really concerned because the suicide rates among the adolescents are increasing. And multifactorial. You told me why? Bullying in school. Can we pick up when a child is being bullied in school? The child usually becomes very quiet and is so ashamed of himself that he says, it's because of my weakness that I'm being bullied. He doesn't talk about it openly. And it's up to the parent now to make him talk, to find out what really is happening. Why has he become so? Changing habits in adolescence, I think it's extremely important. And we should be training mothers on how to pick it up. My take on this is train the mother rather than anybody else. I know there's a lot of training going on in teachers, etc. And WHO's now really put up a program on how to handle this situation. I think in a few years, hopefully, we'll have some protocols, some guidance on the way forward. So that is adolescent. And those are the two big factors. Substance abuse is real. And the children have become so clever. I know, like we do the drug abuse in the urine. That's our first screening program. I didn't know that you put apple cider and you cannot pick it up. I mean, I'd read it scientifically, but the child knew that. Can you imagine?
And now the rest of our audiences know that. So let's hope that the kids are doing that.
So we just got to be so clever, and the mothers will come around every so often. They will say, can you do the test, or without letting him know? I said, no, we got to talk to him. And eventually, most of the children, I must say, most of the adolescents will agree with their mother. And it's amazing. Again, I'm not down talking to the men. They have different sensitivities. And the men take it very negatively. They actually, not happy with the child, especially if it's a boy. There's such a war going on between the father and the child. It's amazing. But there are so many solutions now to drug abuse, to substance abuse. Everywhere you have a helping hand for that. So early detection and helping that child, I think, is very important. It's doable. I said, make your choices, spend more time, Sheila. I said to all my friends and my younger colleagues, spend more time with the children. It's so important. Just listen to them. They're telling you a story. It's like when you're a doctor, the consultants always taught you, sit at the end of the room. By the time the patient has, I'm sure you're taught the same thing, Sheila. I remember early days where they say by the time the patient is sitting in front of you, you have made 50% of the diagnosis. By the way he walks, by the way he talks, isn't it? Yeah. And I think that's true for the mothers too. So going to now the older group, the stress sets in, doesn't it? It's so stressful now for our children, so stressful, competing for the jobs, competing to stay in a job. It's just stressful. And now these are stress-related diseases. And one of the ones, of course, we really worry about is the cardiac lesions, the heart attacks. By the way, Sheila, substance abuse now has started coming in to the 35 and 40 years of age, the people who are stressed. Now, if you see a lot of papers written on that substance abuse is becoming quite a concern in this age group. And I think that's because of the stress levels. So how do you deal with the stress? And it's usually the wife, the sisters, and ourselves. We go through that stress too. How do we deal with the stress? And I love talking to Amita, listening to Amita when she was talking about the stress and me important, me time, etc. Now, I think it is extremely important, and the insurance companies are now actually coming in, and they are insisting that you have your regular checkups. Now, if you are in a country where you have a very structured health program like States and England, I don't know about India much, but in Kenya, we do not have the resources for well-being checkups. So we have to train people and we have to tell them that you're reaching this age now, so you must have some basic studies done. And this is prevention. I think wellness studies is preventive medicine, and preventive medicine is the key to well-being later on, and I talked to you about genetics, predisposition. A day is going to come, and as a pathologist, I think very soon, where the moment the child is born, remember, we used to see this in science fictions. The moment the child is born, with a drop of blood, you're going to know what he's going to be or she is going to be, predisposed to. I don't know if it's going to be a good thing because we're going to be overprotective, whatever. But in a way, then you will know what they're going to be. If they're going to have a strong diabetic genes, strong cardiac heart failure genes, because it runs in the family, then you do prevention from childhood. You be careful with the diet.
Actually, it's interesting that you mentioned that. I was actually reading an article where they're looking at kind of gene sequencing, and they can actually very soon they'll be able to actually take out the gene that predisposes to something and alter it so that that child isn't going to be predisposed as they get older. I mean, obviously there's going to be a bunch of ethical things that they'll have to deal with, but it's coming. It's definitely going to be around in the next 5 to 10 years, I think.
I think so. Sheila, I'm having a bit of a problem. Just give me a second.
Oh yeah, no worries. That's part of the beauty of being live.
Yeah. I think I just sort of viewed myself out. Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be exciting. It's future, it's science. I know healing, they say maybe science doesn't help us, and this is going to help us. So when you have a person who's going to be, by the way, depression itself has a genetic predisposition. We all know that. And if that is there, then we're going to have a lot of, what your previous speakers have been saying, the well-being is going to be so important. You're going to have your meditations, you're going to have regular counseling. Maybe we can prevent it. Maybe the future will tell us. So that's exciting. Besides that, some of the cancers we know for sure have got a genetic predisposition. We know that if you have a family history of breast cancer, your screening must become earlier. I think Britain now starts their first mammography at 45, and I don't know about states. I think it was 40. Now we have the ultrasonography at an earlier age. So if you have a family history of breast cancer, every woman is taught that you must start screening your family early. And self-palpation, things, which are the two big cancers in women. Excuse me. In our setup, Sheila, it's the cervical cancer. Do you know in Kenya, we have not been able to bring our health services to do a basic pap smear, which is the prevention. And with the HPV vaccination, we also know the cervical cancer rates are going down. So science does help. This research is useful for us. For the well-being, you have to have a healthy body. You agree?
Yeah.
And to make sure that you don't have cancers. So cervical cancers, we know we are training women now. And in our setup, there's a lot of training and a lot of camps going on with the help of a lot of NGOs, health authorities. We're doing a lot of PAP. I saw a program in India. They're doing a simple thing. We're finding out easier devices to do the pap smears and to do the HPV studies. Fantastic. So science is working towards that. So hopefully, shall we say, in the very near future, we're not going to get rid of cancers. You know that? Do you believe that, Sheila? You see the cancers of the mouth.
I think there's so many factors, right? There's the environmental factors, there's the genetic factors. I think it's always going to be around, but I do think there's going to be better treatments, better detections, better things out. I mean, unfortunately, in Kenya, it seems like the issue really is the availability for some of this technology. I mean, you're not even able to do basic pap smears, which is very saddening for us over here in the West world to kind of see that.
We can do it, Sheila. There are resources. I mean, there are people available. We've got an excellent personality. It's the resources. It costs money. So
and
the
that's
amount of money that goes
available for prevention, right?
Yes, it's not that much. And what we're doing is a fantastic thing. You say healing, earth healing. A lot of people are moving, a lot of people who want to do charity work. And as somebody asked me, what would you like to give a gift to a woman in Kenya? I said, give me 1 million pap smears. The first pap smear, 1 million of them. That's the best gift you can give it to them. And you'll be amazed, Sheila, how many people rose to the occasion. So there are...
You never know who's watching. You never know who's watching. There's so many people around the world, influential people that may be able to help you out there.
That's my talk. And then a lot of people are coming in, old friends of Kenya, people who grew up here and moved on to States or UK. They all want to come back and help Kenya. Kenya, it's a beautiful.
It's like Simo. Simo is one of our hosts that you just had before. Sima's from Kenya, and and how long were you there, Simo?
Jambo Kiranji, habari yako?
I'm calling Sheila Sima. How are you? Habari yako?
Muzuri kabisa, salama. So nice to have you here at Healing Our Earth. You know, and I have to share this with you, Sheila. I have actually been to your lab in Regal Plaza.
I don't believe it. My God, it's such a small world.
It is
See,
a
my
small.
next time you're here, I'd love
Indeed,
to
I
meet
have
you.
been to your lab. My father was the late Dr. Puri, and you may have known him, and you may know
Very well.
my
I was
uncle.
very young, but I know him, yes.
Jai
I
Gurudev,
know
and my
him.
uncle,
What a
Dr. Lumba and Abha Lumba.
Yes, they're still my very good friends here. Dr.
Yes.
Lumba taught me pediatrics. Yes.
Yes, yes, he's one of the leading pediatricians, as you know, in Nairobi.
Yes, looked after my children too. Yes.
Looked after us as children too, and gave that
Oh my
same
God.
talk that you gave to my mother, quality time to the children, be present for the children. And, he's such an amazing guy. But I wanted to say, it's so nice to have you here on board at Healing Our Earth. We have a huge following in East Africa. And you may know our East African coordinator, Meena Ben Kagram. She's from
Yes,
Nakuru.
very well. Yes.
Indeed, yes. And when you speak of Kenya, a bubble of joy comes into my heart because Kenya is my mama.
Oh
She's my
God.
home. And I miss Kenya. I do visit every 2 years, And it's such a pleasure and joy to see someone from back home. And from all of you who are watching from Kenya, a very big jumbo from me. And
It's so lovely. And I hope I'm going to see you next time. I'm
well,
going to
I
live in
am
Kenya.
planning a
You
trip
left
next.
us. I'm going to live in.
Next year, I'm planning a trip. Let things calm off a little bit, then I'll make sure I come and see you in Nairobi.
It is a pleasure. Yes.
And I just wanted to share what you spoke about genetic predisposition. Very powerful conversation. And yes, it's happening indeed in a very big way. And this takes me back to the ancient school of thought, Ayurveda, which is the sister science to yoga. And Ayurveda, it's not so related to genetic predisposition, but we speak of the concept of Prakriti and Vikriti, and Prakriti is your dosha, your metabolic type, that is determined upon conception. And Vikriti is what happens, the changes that happen throughout your life, right? So by knowing someone's Prakriti, you can actually know what dosha they are, Vata, Pitta, or Kapha. And just like genetic predisposition, in this way you can also determine what their personality type will be and what kinds of diseases they I like to add, may be prone to. So I feel that holistic medicine and medicine being from a medical family, being from a doctor's family, I think they go hand in hand.
I believe that, Seema. I really do. Yeah.
And we have to strike the balance because there's some things that Ayurveda can't do that, allopathic medicine does do, and there's some things that allopathic medicine can't do that Ayurvedic medicine can do now. In Ayurveda, they emphasize very strongly on the body of the mind, body, and on the balance of the mind, body, and soul. It's a whole complete prescription altogether. Sheila, won't you agree?
Absolutely.
Speaking to two doctors here.
I think you're right. It's not just medicine isn't just medicine. There's like there's the mental aspect, the Ayurvedic aspect, there's everything, like getting you completely healthy, getting your mind healthy, the toxicity out of your systems, there's the body, there's the environment, it's so multi kind of, you just have to put it all together to be healthy nowadays.
You have to tie it up into one whole package, really.
Absolutely. I think time has come when medical schools should have a bit of that training. I really think so. They make us the pure scientists, and then you listen to it. When you deal with oncology patients on the treatment, and you see the power of positive thinking. A lot of our friends have gone through it, and we've been telling them, come on, positive thinking. And it makes a lot of difference.
Yes.
The combination. One of my friend actually said, I don't want any chemotherapy. I wanted just Ayurvedic and holistic training, medicines. I was a bit upset. I said, no. Science has proven that this chemotherapy will help you. And you do there is no harm in doing the Ayurvedic and in holistic treatment also. There's no harm. They don't conflict. in your body. So do both, but please do it. She refused. And I couldn't understand that. So that was sort of a failure for me because I tried very hard to persuade her to do that, to combine the two. You know, I can see the importance of meditation. Our previous speaker was talking about laughing and saying, not saying, why me? Why me? You know, say everyone, just it's one of the things, learn to deal with it. I do believe that a combination of everything we're talking about is going to happen. I think so.
You know what you said about women being the custodians of the home. This is so powerful. You know, a lot of women, I mean, in Kenya, still a lot of women have the option to be at home.
Yes.
And not have to work. You know, they can have that balance. Although a lot of mothers are opting to work, but you can still have that work-life balance in Kenya. Speaking from a Kenyan perspective myself, because I'm born and raised in Kenya. And but when you come
Sheila, do you
into,
see what a fine person she's turned out to be? She had a lot of care and a lot of people.
I had the best care. I had the best of the best care. I really did. I was very blessed. And at the same time, I feel that overseas, now I lived in Hong Kong for 20 years. Now, Hong Kong, the work culture is very, very strong. Women and men are working, and the life starts at 8 a.m. and it doesn't finish till 8:30 p.m.
Oh, it's hard. I know.
There
And
is
I
no
said that in my
time.
first remark. It's different in different countries. Yes.
Different. There is no time for the children. You know, and we had a case actually where my daughter's best friend, well, school friend, jumped off a building.
We're seeing a lot of that.
You know, and the suicide rate is so high, and it's just going higher and higher. So I think schools also have to implement these mental health programs. Now in Kenya, I know the resources aren't there, but in Hong Kong, what they're doing is they are implementing mindfulness.
Yes.
Into the school curriculum. They're making it an integral part of the curriculum because the teenage suicide rate has been so high. You know, that
I think
it's
the pressure, Seema, the pressure on the children these days, and the Chinese cultures also are they got a lot of holistic and a lot of Ayurvedic like thinking in treatment and management.
They do, and it is being rebirthed as Ayurveda is. And you know, I feel this this current pandemic, this crisis that we've been facing in the world, really has, on one hand, we've had this real great sense of loss, you know, which is very sad. But at the other hand, there's this sudden awareness that's just sparking up, you know, and the holistic modalities are coming into place. You know, people are exploring breath work, they are exploring meditation, they are seeking for something on a deeper level. You know,
that is so good to hear, because that's something that I really think needs to be more integrated in the US, and we've got Honey over there that's she's joined us and she's in the UK. And I really think that mindfulness needs to be, because when you try and do these things older, like, you know, I was only introduced to mindfulness in my 30s, and then you kind of, it's very difficult to get started. Like even today, I don't have a very active meditation process because it's not a habit it's difficult to start. And you know it's good. You see it in how many hundreds of talks we've had on Healing Our Earth about, you know, moving the body, the Tai Chi, the yoga, the meditation. You know, the session ends and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to start. And then I just don't get started. But Honey, dear, how there?
Yeah, I had a question, by the way. Hello, Kieran. That was absolutely amazing. You know, really lovely interview. I was hearing parts of it and lovely conversation, but I got left out. I thought, I want to be part of this conversation. It's quite an interesting conversation. And I'm from Malawi as well, Kieran. So I know that Kenya is so beautiful. So I've been there as well. Africa is a very beautiful country. It's a very, very gorgeous country. So many good natural resources there. I know that, but but Kieran,
and very loving people who have time for each other. I think that's the key thing.
Yes, and then we always say, whenever we come to this country, they say, you must be from Africa, right? And we say, well, how do you know? They say, well, all the Asians who come from Africa, they always got a different mentality to Indians from, let's say, other parts of the world. But when they come from Malawi or Africa or any parts of Africa, they always say that you're more open, more I don't know, get on with people a lot more. I don't know, it's just easy to integrate in society. But Kieran, I had a question for you. You studied pathology. How do you say it? Pathology is how you would say it? Pathology. Yeah. So so you're a pathologist. Oh God, I can't say it. Yeah. Yes. We'll get to it, right? So, what made you choose that? Because I know that it's all about specimens, and you have to make sure that people's health is. Because we're talking about health and well-being at the moment, I thought I'll ask you a question on that area. Why that area? Why did you specialize in that area? And how important is these?
Everybody thinks that if you're not a good clinician, you become a pathologist. That's not true, honey. I actually taught the clinical classes also. But what happened during internship? I was running to when you have intern, Sheila will tell you how internships are. The interns are the donkeys of the ward. You got to make sure your reports are ready, everything before the ward run. Every medical person will have a big laugh because that's the worst time of your life. You are really the underdog. You are running around, otherwise you're going to come. So for every round, every patient, I was in the pathology lab looking for the reports. So when we examine the patient, it's a speculation. I think the differential diagnosis is this. But the answer was in the pathology lab. It's a pathology lab answers that were giving us the lead to the diagnosis. And I had a very, my mentorship with my pathology head, and he could see that I was getting so interested trying to understand the disease. Why this, why are we getting this symptom? That he sort of persuaded me that my life is in pathology, understanding the disease process.
Yes, I think you need to have that personality as well, isn't it? Because you need to go into the detail aspect of it. And like you so rightly said, you need that kind of a particular type of person who wants to really get into the deep detail of it all to ensure it's the right, all the right results are being passed on.
Honey, I went on to actually specialize in histopathology, anatomical pathology, where the surgeon is, did you read A.J. Cronin's book, Final Diagnosis? Everything depends on the pathologist. The final diagnosis is the pathologist. So I actually am an anatomical pathologist. So the surgeons are the ones who will send me the tissue. Even the dermatologist, you have a skin disease, the specimen comes to me, I process, analyze what the disease is. So there is a total sort of understanding of the disease process. A clinician will have a differential diagnosis. He'll say, honey has got a lesion on the skin. And what is he interested? Is it eczema? Is it something else? Is it a cancer? And in our setup, is it in the Caucasian family, a melanoma? I do the diagnosis. So that is the reason I did pathology.
Yes.
Because it was the basis. I call it the pivot of medicine.
Yeah, because just to give little advice as well to people who are listening right now, the wellness point of view, because of course, there's all different types of things you have to check, and examine, all from blood, tissues, stool, urine, whatever comes through, for you guys to ensure that you get the right thing. Is there any tips you can give to our audience members out there on how to have, because I've heard that alkaline bodies tend to have very strong, good quality cells and good quality everything in the body. Is that a couple of tips you could give to ensure that we can have a healthier body, and what can indicate a healthier body for us?
Honey, I only know how to do what we can be lacking, that I actually study and find out. Like, I remember the first time we did it, this was late in 1980s. when I was doing vitamin B12 on Indian women, and it was becoming a rage in UK where I trained. And here, a woman keeps on saying, you know, I've got body aches, I've got this thing. And the common answer used to be, you know, her mother-in-law is troubling her a lot. Even a GP, even a doctor would say, she's having a rough time, it's psychological, etc. So I had to actually send away the vitamin B to German lab, who became my associate to do this study. And the first lot of vitamin B12 I sent that, you know, my pathologist in Germany said, Kiran, is there a famine in Kenya? Can you imagine?
Wow.
I said, no, these women have their aches and pains, but they're, you know, blaming other things for it. So yes, we can do the deficiencies. You have no right to have aches and pains. If you do, get it sorted out. The laboratory will give you an answer. More, I mean, 95% of the cases, they will tell you what the deficiency is. Vitamin D, the same thing happened, body aches. And you know, you people who went away from sunshine, I'm sorry to say you got vitamin D deficiency. We were still in sunshine.
Quickly go and get the extra tablets, supplements, vitamin. It's never the same. I know.
Many people didn't realize that. When I was again in Britain doing a study on the Asian women and why they had osteomalacia and osteoporosis, etc. That was a calcium story. But vitamin D came up. They were so used to sunlight. And when they went to the countries like where cold weather, UK, you know, your country, they were dressed up all the time. And you know that vitamin D, the sunlight, is most fair on the fairest of the skin, like you. So they will actually, the vitamin D conversion in the whiter skin is easier. The darker you get, the vitamin D works less from the sunlight. You do need supplement. So these are the stories you learn. You know what? I still love telling the story into all my lectures and students. You know, when my German counterpart said, "Is there a famine?" And when all the doctors said, "No, this is a house problem. You know, she's not getting along with her husband."
Oh my gosh!
Come on, guys.
So deficiency. Well, this is a very important thing that you're saying, Kiran, because a lot of people out there, like audience members out there, and, you know, they may have aches and pains, etc. But, you know, there could be just a little tip that we could give them is like have more vitamin D or have the B12 extra, whatever the, you know, things are lacking, and that could help to change and upgrade their lifestyle very quickly, because your body's aching, you can't go out, you don't want to do anything, you don't become that active either because you now have aches and pain. So it's got a vicious circle, right? So
on vitamin D. I've been doing a lot of research on vitamin D, especially with the pandemic going on. And they actually found in the studies, a lot of people that were hospitalized were actually vitamin D deficient. And so I started really looking into that, because obviously being in the dental field, I was like, okay, I've got to really keep my team healthy to work through a whole pandemic through right next to the patient's mouth. So one thing was the vitamin D, even if you're living in a sunshine place like Kenya, for example, you are very highly likely to be deficient in vitamin D, because there's a whole, how it's processed, or even the clothing that you wear. If a lot of you have covered and you've only got a certain amount of your skin is exposed, the darker skins, obviously. So supplementation, most people, even in California and Kenya, are actually vitamin D deficient. So the supplementation should be, obviously, in an ideal time, you'd go get your vitamin D tested. But if you're in a place where you're not able to test your vitamin D, you know, anything from about 3,000 IUs up to about 6,000. And it's very important when you take vitamin D to take K2 supplement with that. So it's something that everybody really needs to have added into their vitamin supplement. Even if you don't believe in taking vitamins, there's B12 and and vitamin D3 and K2, very, very, very important. And even the studies that is showing now with COVID patients, which is something that a lot of people don't even know about. Really, the evidence is there, and it really needs to be. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for our audience members and our team members here to be taking that extra supplement.
That's really a good point because, you know, I think, I don't know if Kiran could share and add to this, but I've also heard that, you know, for coronavirus, if you have extra vitamin C, vitamin D and zinc, all those three things that if you put that into your body, you will find that your body will not be, you know, will not have to suffer so much with if you catch the coronavirus.
Yeah.
And you'll find.
Yeah, we need these supplements or these elements to fight inflammation. And coronavirus, the downfall was the inflammation, the degree of inflammation. And, you know, honey, it was your own body was reacting to the virus. That was the saddest thing. That was causing all the havoc and the hospitalization. So these are anti-inflammatory drugs, that elements that you need to find the element.
Yes.
But it's amazing. You know, how many women, I want to ask all the women and the men, when you are tired, how many of you really seek help? You just take it as, oh, I've had a hard day's work. Really?
That is very true. Very true. People just suffer in silence. My mom's always saying, poor thing, you know, she's always saying, oh, I feel really tired. I really feel tired. But she keeps working as well at the same time because she feels as a mom or whatever, she has to stay active. But I say to her that you really need to rest. Your body is asking to rest. So you need to rest for a few days and then you start again, you know, to refresh your body. If you're working constantly, and people don't realize, even our viewers who are watching, housewives and moms, etc., they're like 7 days a week is their job of being a mom from morning till evening. They don't get that 1 day rest. Like even people who are working in the office, they get at least Saturday, Sunday off to relax and move on, you know, again. But moms are like constant every single day.
Dr. Kiran, I know I feel like we've really having this wonderful conversation, but I know you had a few points that you wanted to make because you were going from like teenage to adolescence to 40s, and then we kind of got into this conversation.
Yes, we talked about the cardiac conditions that come in, and you know, Sheila, simple things like a woman gets depressed, she's putting on weight. There has to be a reason. If you're not eating that much and you're putting on weight, a man also is putting on weight, there's a medical reason. You know, we will have even all your holistic approaches, your yogas, everything is not helping. Get that thyroid done. It could be just a thyroid problem. And you are really in pain because you're putting on weight. You do need help sometimes. When you've tried everything, you do find out whether it's something that is fixable in the science world, like a hypothyroid, that will make you put on weight. You just have to go and do
so what you're suggesting that at a certain point when you're getting the weight issues is to kind of look into the thyroid, getting your annual checkup, and just making sure that your everything is supposed to be working.
Absolutely, all the hormones. Yeah, these things happen. So I was telling you, Sheila, yesterday that, do you know, at the age of 50, it's like the gods have forgotten the women. It's, you know, you've done your work, the procreation has been achieved, that's it. So after 50, we know that you're at equal risk of cardiac disease as a man. Do you know, Sheila, how many women are just dropping dead? They will send their husbands for a cardiac checkup, but they'll not get it. So the less, you must train. Sorry?
So you're suggesting at 50, all the women should be getting cardiac checkups done by their physician?
So, along with their husbands, yes. They should go.
And
every woman should go for that. I think most of the insurance agencies have realized that they actually go for these checkups. So I think, and then you come to an age we all fear, and that is the older age, and dementia now is the big thing. So much research on it, so much. It's amazing. It's always a woman. I talk to my doctor friends. It says, you know, it's a daughter or the daughter-in-law who picked up that, you know, my mom-in-law is not, or my mom is trying to forget something, or she is picking it up because she's so observant. And then they bring her to the doctor to see what's wrong. And we all fear dementia now. It's so much research going on. I think your audience should know that we shouldn't be scared of it. We're just trying to make sure that we can avoid it. as much as possible. Again, elements and laughing treatment that your third speaker was talking about. Just, I think, Seema, this is the time, the holistic things. She talked about holistic, Ayurvedic. I think that will help. I feel. So these are the different ages that a woman, and I want to say this for the third time, Sheila, is a woman who really is observant, is a woman who should be trained. And I know for sure a lot of communities in Kenya now are having training session, and they insist the woman of the family comes, and they're teaching them, our big problems of adolescence, the two big problems I've talked about, the child abuse, and basically cancer we've overdone. Everybody knows about cancer, but I still get upset when my own good friends have not self-palpated and not picked up a breast lump. We train, but we don't do. Isn't that true? Yeah.
Yeah,
So that
I guess
can't
also we
overemphasize.
get, right? It's almost like we should have a little checklist that we have to, a few things that we have to check off. You get your annual done, you get this, you self-palpate, and, keep yourself healthy. Less time on the devices, more time out in nature, meditation, yoga. But
while you're walking, you can do self-palpation. I think, like your speakers kept on saying, time, you must have time for yourself. And find time for yourself and do it.
Seema had something that she wanted to say about dementia, since we're on the topic. I think it's a very important topic. So Seema,
it's going to become a very important topic. And as we grow older, all of our friends do get worried about it.
Of course. I mean, it's bad enough when you're in your 40s and you get to the room and you're like, hey, I was here for something. What is that again? And then you're like, oh.
What is the name of that person I talked to yesterday? We call it the senior moment. Yes. Yeah,
So,
Seema, what is Seema
speaking
going to
about
say?
dementia, my dad used to get all three of our names confused, his three daughters. He would call me Reena and call Reena Anita and call Anita Seema.
I do it all the time. It's not dementia. I think it's too much in our head.
But
equally, that's why.
I recently completed my my Vedic nutrition in Ayurveda, and one of the key topics really was dementia. And my teacher did emphasize that the herbs like Brahmi and Ashwagandha, these two herbs are very fundamental for dementia. And she actually said, once we reach the age of 55, 56, we should start ingesting these brain power herbs, in small amounts as a preventative measure towards dementia. But having said that, I'm speaking from a nutritionist's point of view. I would always say, yes, this is very valuable information, but always seek an Ayurvedic doctor's advice before you do it.
Yeah, that's great advice. Thank you, Seema.
And also, Sheila, I'll say, it's a complete cycle. Like, you must spend a lot of time with your children. Also must make sure you have equal time for your older people. I know you'll say I have no time for myself then, but I think we can do balancing of life. Yes. Everyone.
Wow.
Don't neglect the children, because neglect is what's also pushing the dementia. There's so many causes. Yeah.
Of course. And all the isolation that's been going on during the pandemic. And it's been a very difficult time, which reminds us, if you do have any elderly family members, neighbors, relatives, don't forget to kind of go in, checking on them. Even a simple phone call, just to show them that they care. I think showing someone that you care is such a big thing to make people feel special and well and happy.
Can I say something here? I think technology has been great during the pandemic. Look at all of us here. We're having this beautiful conversation during this time. I think getting our parents technologically savvy, or just setting up a simple system for them where they can connect with their children and their grandchildren. It brings so much light and joy into their lives. Yes, make time for them. That's most important. But if you can't be there 24/7, find these little, I'd say pockets which you can add to their day, because it's these small little pockets that bring they carry it on through the day. You know, I remember my dad, first time we got him an iPhone and he saw me on the phone, he said, "Huh? मैं तेनू देख सकता है? I can see you." I said, "Yeah, Papa, you can see me." He said, "You're here?" I said, "No, I'm in Hong Kong."
Oh my
And
gosh.
it just lit up his day. He was so happy,
Amazing, isn't
you know,
it?
that he could see his children, you know. It was so special to see that reaction on his face. And then after that, he'd be chewing up my sister's brains every day. Now connect me to Australia. Now connect me to my sister in England. Connect me to Seema in Hong Kong. But it was so cute, you know. And he carried that through the day.
We are so blessed. I mean, just look at, like, now we've got, you know, Kenya. Now our next guest, Dr. Kat, is from South Africa. And then, you know, there's you in Hong Kong, there's me in the United States, there's Honey in the UK. And we've all managed to put this show together. And, you know, we've got Neil Kumar, who's the producer in England, and he's managed to get all these people all around the world together, all this great information, and our audience is global. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal.
And, you know, for me, Sheila, the best thing is the CBT points for my registration. It's so easy now. Before I couldn't get to a meeting because it took me 2 hours in the traffic to get to a lecture. Now, my GPD points are more than what they need.
So thank you so much, Dr. Kiran. I know we're going to have you back again. You know, you've been so wonderful, such a wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much. And we're definitely going to have you back on the show where you're going to be able to talk about the wealth of knowledge that you have. And thank you, Seema. And, you know, always so much great holistic input. That's been wonderful. And please do stay on, because I know our next guest has a wealth of knowledge. And at the end, we can all have another discussion and pick each other's brains and get some more valuable information out. So again, thank you, Dr. Kiran. And please join me.
And thank you, the producers, for inviting me. It's been great meeting you all. Great meeting you all.
And it's my honor to introduce our next guest, which is Dr. Kat. And Dr. Kat, she's all the way out there in South Africa. How are you, Dr. Kat?
I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can hear you. And you're all the way in South Africa, right?
Yes, I'm in sunny Durban, South Africa.
Oh, how's the weather out there? Is it nice and sunny?
Yeah, we've had a great day today. It has been a bit difficult for me. My grandmother had a fall yesterday and ended up in ICU today after a hip replacement. So I did text Dr. Nails. So I'm just in liaising with the anesthetist. She's not doing too well. So I'm going to ask for special healing prayers for my grandmom today.
Yeah, and all our healing audience out there, those that are in that healing space, let's send some good vibes out there to your grandma. And obviously, we understand if you need to leave in the middle of the, and we're live here, so if you need to go, we'll, you know, the rest of us can manage. You know, do take care of your grandma. And thank you for being here, because I know that's when you're dealing with that kind of emotion, to kind of be on live is very challenging. So thank you, and we really appreciate that. So let's find out a little bit more about you, Dr. Kat. Dr. Kat is she's her name is Dr. Naseema Kathrada. How do I pronounce your last name?
It's Nasiba with a B, Nasiba Kathrada. My name means fate, as in luck or fate. That's what my name means.
Oh, what a beautiful name you have. And everyone knows you as Dr. Kat, and you are a general practitioner in Durban, South Africa. She specializes in weight management. She's the owner and CEO of Dr. Kat's Weight Loss and Anesthetic Center. She founded the COVID home management team Durban during the early months of the pandemic. Her group, I Can Make a Difference, won the case for ivermectin to be unbanned in South Africa High Court. I'm going to definitely be asking you some questions about that, Dr. Kat, because that's a very interesting and controversial topic. So I like to really pick your brain on that at the end of your talk. She is the founder of the group Caring Healthcare Workers Coalition and is on the steering committee of World Council for Health. Her biggest achievement and what she's most proud of is being a single mom of 2 amazing, beautiful teenage daughters. Be better than your best is the motto she lives by. Thank you, Dr. Kat, for joining us.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I want to say thank you to everyone who's listening live and everyone who's here. I always like to start my presentations, or if I'm involved in any meetings, with a short prayer, which I'd like to start off with now. It's a universal prayer. It's, dear Lord, bless all those who have the courage to be part of this discussion, the organizers, the panelists, the attendees, and those who are watching live streams across the world. Show us the truth as the truth, and give us the ability to follow it. Show us falsehood as falsehood, and give us the ability to avoid it. Amen. With that, I'd like to share my screen. I'm going to do a presentation on the post-jab detox guide. But just so you know, before I start, that these are the same supplements that are used for the treatment of COVID. And these are the same supplements that are used for post-jab detox, because it's the same, it's the spike protein that actually causes the illness. And also, like I heard many talking about, it's the immune system boosters that will prevent you from getting illness or severe illness. It's the same immune boosters that you need to make sure that you have enough of, so that you can do post-jab detox. So I have to say as well that when I did this presentation once, I always have my iPad here and my laptop here, and I saw these messages pop up saying, you should not be advocating the jab. And I want to say out there that, my personal view is that many people have been forced and coerced. We cannot exclude those people. And then there are those people who've taken one jab and thought that it was just one, and then they realize it's two, then it's three, and it's up to us to help those people, because we are all encompassing. We don't discriminate, because that's what we want to teach. It's love and hope. It doesn't matter how many you've taken. It's never too late. Ideally, you don't want to take any, because once it's in, you can't take it out. But we want to make sure that people understand that there's no discrimination. Like we're asking people to say, don't force us. We're saying we're not anti-vaxxers, so we have to heal everybody, and that's what a healer does. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. Also, this presentation that I've done today is available in a PDF format, which I will share with Neil and with Sheila. So if anybody wants access to it, you're welcome to. You also can find me on Telegram at Dr. Nascat, and you will find it there as well. So I'm going to just share my screen. Let me just have a look here. Okay, so let's have a look.
So this is,
so you guys can see my screen now, right?
Yes.
And this is, can you see that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Oh gosh, wrong one.
That's okay. This is the part of going live that's it happens a lot, because we're live, so we get to see the back end of things.
Right, good. So you got that, right? Post-COVID jab detox guide.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is, so when I let's go here. Okay, so I heard everyone talking here about, the other things that we need to be doing for COVID. And everyone assumes that when we start talking about it, it should be just supplements. It's not. We start off with basic things like eating a well-balanced diet. Some people advocate no meats at all. Some people, they say mostly plant-based, but remember that you need to be eating healthy for your immune system to be healthy. So this is very varied, but many people have different ideas of what that is, but just know that you've got to go back to basics. Important things like keeping hydrated, avoid alcohol, drinking plenty of water. I find that this is something that most people forget. It's such a simple thing to do, but most people forget that drinking water is so important, because without water, enough water in your body, most of your body symptoms do not work properly. So I'm just going to help you admit people, if that's okay, Sheila. Since I'm at host, there's people's names coming up, so I'm going to admit them if that's okay. Right, so drinking plenty of water. Did you know that the #1 cause of headaches is dehydration? The #1 cause of confusion is dehydration. The #1 cause of backaches is dehydration. So water helps cure many things. And many times people assume that they're hungry when they're actually thirsty. So initially, if you are one that doesn't drink water, my advice is to count it. Use your phone and count. make sure that you're drinking enough water, and then you can say yes. Most people, when I do a consult and I'll say, how much of water do you drink? And the answer is enough. And then I'll say, how much is enough? And they'll say, oh, I drink 4 glasses. Or the one told me I drink 2 glasses. And for her, she totally thought that 2 glasses was enough. So you need to drink enough water. And the simple calculation is to take your weight, you round it off to the nearest 10, divide by 10 and add 2. So somebody who's 58 kilos, rounded off to the nearest 10 is 60, you divide by 10, that's 6, and then you add 2. So that person needs 8 glasses of water. Somebody who's 90 kilograms needs 11 glasses of water. So it's not just 8 glasses for everyone. This is one of my favorite things to remind everyone, something as simple as sunshine. And I heard everyone talking about the vitamin D and sunshine. And yes, 100% people with darker skins absorb less vitamin D. But the thing about sunshine is not just about the vitamin D. It's about being outside. It's about, looking at beautiful things, looking at nature, God-given nature. The best form of exercise, in fact, is green cardio, which means walking outside. So sunshine and exercise, excellent way to boost your immune system. And when you are post-jab, this is also something that you want to be able to make sure that you're doing. And, exercise, and I'm a big fan of cardio. I'm also a big fan of Pilates, and I'm a big fan of yoga. So whatever it is that's going to help you to release serotonin. And the one thing about exercise, it gives you a natural endorphin rush. No matter what medication you take, nothing boosts your immune system or the serotonin like exercise, because natural endorphins are always better. Okay, so we need to go to the next slide. Let's do that. Okay, right. And then the other 2 things that are really important are rest and de-stress. I heard people talking about that as well, where we always tell other people to do it. As healers, we always encourage people to rest, but are we doing it? So my New Year's resolution, or my motto for my practice this year is make 2022 all about you. And one of the things you need to do is to rest and de-stress. And we all are very quick to, assume that we need to save the world and we need to do things for our kids and for everybody else. And just remember one thing: when you go on a plane journey, they always say masks will fall from the ceiling. Cover your mouth and nose first, and then help the people around you. And what that means is that you are no good to anybody if you are sick or you dead. And I say that to everybody. And I had to have major surgery in December, and I was off sick for 4 weeks. I tried to go back to work after 8 days. My body was not having it at all. So my mind was there, but my body wasn't. And taking time back made me realize that I am very guilty of this, because I know that giving advice is very much easier than taking it. And I give great advice. So I'm telling myself I need to take some of my own advice. So 2022, all about you, starts with me. So I hope it starts with each and every one of you. We need to rest and de-stress. And these simple steps are not just for post-COVID. Like I said, it's for anybody who's trying to boost your immune system. So it's going to help you to lead a healthier and happier life. Supplements, I'm going to talk about more in detail. We'll talk about this, and just remember that most people don't get the enough supplements that their bodies need. That's because we don't eat correctly. And if you eat correctly, you won't need to be taking so many supplements. The other things that I want to talk about are other things, like one of my favorite things is this Himalayan salt lamp. Oops, let's just go back there. So this Himalayan salt lamp, I have one in my room, I have one in my practice, and it was something my kids gave to me for my birthday. These things that you can do, that you can just keep them around, because they all have such good energies, like enhancing the mood, improve circulation. I absolutely love my Himalayan salt lamp. Frequency therapy, I'm just getting started into it again. My very, very good friend, Reverend Dr. Wai Ching Lee, introduced me to this in one of the talks that she did on one of the summits that I hosted. And I want to do more of this. Saunas are not very popular in South Africa, but there are certain countries where it's very popular. And if you have access to that, very good for detoxing as well. These ones are especially more for people who have taken the jab. So if you know somebody who has, these are simple things that you can do, and they're physical things, so you actually can see it. So it actually will make you feel like you that you've taken the jab. detoxing from the jab. This HOCl diffuser, I got introduced to this from treating COVID, which we use. I've got a diffuser just outside my door. So we have this, we put HOCl in it. And of course, this is the same one that my daughter uses that makes the air smell nice or sanitizes, but very nice if you just put some HOCl in that. And I'm sure most of you are also, know about infrared lamps and the healing, the muscle relaxant. This also will be specific for people who have like pain in the jab area or, stress. And a lot of people make the decision and because they forced or coerced. So these kind of things actually physically help them because they're doing something physical to detox from the jab.
Dr.
So
Pratt,
sorry.
Can you say what it, for the audience, can you explain what a HOCl diffuser is, what that means?
Okay, so I'm going to come to it here in the supplements because it's one of the things I'm going to discuss. It's hypochlorous acid. So basically you put the acid into the diffuser and then as opposed to inhaling it, it actually comes out, it's in the atmosphere around you. And the benefits of HOCl itself, I will discuss because it's one of the treatments as well right here in the supplement guide.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. Yeah. So before I go into this thing, which is the actual supplements, I want to make it known to everybody that I'm going to be discussing my favorite supplements. There's quite a few here. It doesn't mean that you have to take all of them. You take the one that's available to you. And one of the doctors in the Caribbean was one of our summits, and she made such a good point because a lot of people, we deal with people of all different walks of life, and sometimes people can't afford to go and buy expensive supplements. So always look around your house and look for things that you have already. And if you have something at home, there's no need to go and buy something else that has the same properties. So if you look at this, the way I've done this, I did extensive research on each and every one of these before I put this together. So when I give you the properties of it, you know that most of the sites that you go to, if it's something that's natural, they'll say, but there's no evidence, but there's no evidence. All of us who do natural therapies can see the evidence in our patients. So they'll call it anecdotal, but even you start seeing it in your own patients or in your own family, it's not anecdotal. For me, these work. So you don't need to take something that's an antioxidant and an antiviral and then take something else that's an antioxidant and antiviral. What I'm saying is that when you're choosing the supplements now, choose something that you already have available and something that's easily accessible to you. Okay, so pine needle tea is something not very popular in South Africa. I've got tons of friends and also colleagues from the World Council of Health who've been using pine needle tea with great results. I'm actually getting my first batch next week, which I'm going to try on a few of my patients. I don't have too much of personal experience, but from reading up on it, it's excellent. So back in the day, sailors used to drink pine needle tea to protect them from scurvy, and pine needles are bursting with vitamin C with 4 to 5 times more per serving than a glass of orange juice. So that's also the myth that people think that oranges and orange juice has very high vitamin C levels. So as you can see, pine needles have more. So did you know that guavas actually have more? Guava, I'm quite sure people who live in the tropics know what a guava is. Guavas actually have more vitamin C than oranges. And the thing that actually has the most vitamin C is a green bell pepper. I'm sure you guys know what a bell pepper is. Bell peppers are very high in vitamin C, and it's part of your salad, not part of a fruit, and it has less calories. So also people keep eating fruit and assuming that it's calorie free. No, it's not. Try and do freshly squeezed orange juice. You need about 6 or 8 oranges to get a full glass of orange juice. So that's at least 200 to 300 calories. So remember that there's sugar in it when you're juicing it. Rather eat the orange by itself so you get the benefits of the entire thing. This turmeric, which is curcumin, is one of my favorites. When I'm at the end of this, I'm going to give you a recipe, which is my dad's, one of the recipes that my late dad shared with us. He was very big, and he was also a medical doctor, but he was very big into Ayurvedic treatments. And it's from him that I learned, sometimes he would get injured or it hurt his knee playing badminton or hurt his elbow playing golf. And he'd come home and ask my mom to make him a mixture of turmeric and water, turmeric and water, and boil it in the stove and then put it around the area and bandage it. And I'm thinking, he does that at home. Does he ask his patients to? And he would never go for Voltaren or Panado. He'd go directly for this. This was his go-to. And then you see the amount of benefits from turmeric. So there are over 10,000 peer-reviewed published articles that prove the benefits of turmeric. So those people who are saying, follow the science, you can give them the science because this one's got enough, especially curcumin. Turmeric is arguably the most powerful herb on the planet at fighting and possible reversing disease. This is one of the reasons why people who cook a lot of curry and put turmeric in their curries, they will actually, it actually benefits them because they have it. It's just that the amount you'll need, if you were trying to do it for therapeutic levels, you'll need to go slightly more. So Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have been prescribing turmeric and extracts as part of holistic protocols for thousands of years. And studies show the use of turmeric greatly reduces instances of platelet aggregation and potentially reduces the risk of blood clots. And this is particularly important because, as you all know, that the spike protein actually causes microthrombi, and that is one of the things. My grandmother is double jabbed, and one of the things that they were concerned about is that she may have microthrombi in her kidneys and in her lungs. It's long difficult discussion as to why she got jabbed in the first place. But what was the thing that we gave her yesterday was we gave her turmeric water, because we know. So turmeric is an anticoagulant, anti-inflammatory, analgesic. It's also antidepressant. It's very good for skin health. I know all of the Indian brides, they do the night before where they use the chickpea flour with the turmeric, or you can't put too much or you'll be yellow. That gives you a nice glow. And now suddenly it's being used everywhere, and they're taking this basic thing and putting it into posh bottles and charging a hell of a lot, but it's really good for scarring. It's anti-diabetic, so it controls your blood sugar levels. It's anti-parasitic, it's antibacterial, antifungal. It's also cardioprotective and good for gut health. So this is one of my favorites. In fact, it's so big that my Dr. Katz range that I do of my own supplements, the turmeric is called Super C. And I've got it now, and I've been prescribing it for years, well before COVID. So it is one of my favorites.
Dr. Kat, do we need to add, I know I've read some studies where you might need to add pepper with that, black pepper?
Yeah, but you see, black pepper by itself has really good properties, which is like for digestion and stuff like that. But there's no need to combine it unless you're doing it for like a specific recipe, which is for, inflammation or digestion or something like that. By itself, it works really well. The quantities, there is some debate as to how much. And that's another thing, is I haven't put quantities on this because I want you to do some research, because for specific things, you need to have specific quantities. And as much as people can do this at home, now we all have access to Google specific things for what you're trying to treat. But always, if you have an opportunity, discuss this with your healthcare practitioner, somebody who knows how to use it, especially something like curcumin, which has anticoagulant properties, will cause bleeding. Now, if you're taking aspirin or you're taking other medication, or if you have a tendency to bleed, it is not the right supplement for you. So always get advice from somebody who'll be able to to tell you about that specific supplement. Zeolite. Now, Zeolite. Yeah, Sheila.
Who are the better people to kind of discuss? Because I know, like, our medical doctors here, if I had a conversation with them about turmeric, they might not know. Are we looking for more kind of alternative medicine doctors, Ayurvedic? Who's the best person to go to for this, for more of the alternative treatment?
Well, for me, I would say pre-COVID, yes, that would be the answer. But now there's a lot of people who are seeing the light. So like I said, I've got my personal range of over 20 supplements. When I started my practice, there were absolutely no allopathic medication that I prescribed. I ran an entire practice for 20 years with just supplements. There are a few people who've done the same as me, but you're right, most medical doctors are going to go with allopathic medicines. But now with COVID, where we started using a lot more, and we are having these kinds of discussions. I do a roundtable discussion once a month. I've been doing it for the last 6 or 8 months. And more the discussion is about supplements. And there are more and more general practitioners or doctors or specialists who are using this in their everyday practices. In fact, today I had the discussion with anesthetist about giving my grand high dose IV vitamin C, and he was open to listening to it. So I won't say just Ayurvedic doctors, but those people have been using it for years, yes, but always just put it out there with your own general practitioner, and you'll see immediately the energies, whether they're willing to discuss, or they'll say, oh no, that's all hogwash, whatever, then you know, but by and large, the tide is turning and people are beginning to see the light. And say a little prayer when you ask your GP that question, and hopefully he or she has converted and is on the other side. Right. So zeolite is also one of my favorite ones. I learned about this during COVID. And the nice thing about zeolite is that it's not absorbed in your body, but this is one of the very, very potent things to use post-jab, because what it does, it's not absorbed by your body, but it absorbs all the toxins, and especially heavy metal toxins. And everybody knows that there's this whole talk about graphene oxide, etc., etc. So you want to take the zeolite. So you just mix a tablespoon or a teaspoon in a little bit of water, and you drink that. Zeolite is not, it's the brand that's here in South Africa, but you can Google it and then find out, and you can get this in this is very, very readily available. I didn't realize how easy it was. So very, very easy to drink this one, and it doesn't have, there's no very minimal side effects because it's not absorbed by your body. So it actually takes that stuff, bad stuff, and takes it out of your body, and also helps to maintain your pH. I heard somebody talking about alkaline pH and how good it is for your body to be better as opposed to remove the acid. So this is also very good. And as you can see, it has tons of other benefits as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about Nigella sativa, which is also known as black seed or kulunji. This one is particularly a favorite of mine because I'm Muslim, and it's we talk about it a lot. And our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, once touted black seed oil extract as the cure for everything except for every disease except death, and you know, that's how much it's used in medicine as well. So the nice thing about this is it's super cheap, not the tastiest, I'll tell you that if you want to have it. So have it with a bit of honey, especially if you got cough and cold or COVID symptoms. Very nice. But as you can see, it's got tons of other benefits. It's an immune booster, it's antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, lowers cholesterol. So somebody who's got cholesterol and blood pressure issues, they won't take curcumin, they'll do Nigella sativa because it's got both of them. And then you'll take, you know, you have to look at your combinations so that you're not taking too many that do the same thing. So that's the Nigella sativa. So this is something that I use in my practice all the time. And this is called hydrogen peroxide. I'm not sure if anybody here has experience with hydrogen peroxide. So what I do is we have a mister as opposed to a nebulizer. You know, the one that ladies use to hydrate the skin, and it's the one that supposedly for good skin. So I take the hydrogen peroxide, the food grade, and put it into that. And I encourage my patients to always keep one. So if you're going out and you're in a place that has a lot of people, or if you're going out to the supermarket, especially because people have to wear that damn mask, when you come back, then your immune systems, I mean, I have to tell you at this point that from 2022, I'm practicing passive disobedience here in South Africa because it is not law for us to be wearing a mask. And the only time you're committing a crime is if somebody comes to you on their property and tells you, put your mask on, then you defy them, then you're committing a crime. So I'm happy. I haven't been wearing it since the beginning of the year. I've been in two different cities in South Africa. Only once so far has somebody asked me to put on my mask, and I did. And then he handed me my ice cream that I just purchased, and then he realized how silly it was because I had to drop my mask to lick my ice cream. And then he started making conversation because he realized how stupid it was to make that request when half the people in the shop were masked to purchase the ice cream. And once you get the ice cream, you drop the mask to lick it. So hydrogen peroxide, one of my go-tos because it is very potent antiviral and antibacterial, and it clears your sinuses. So these three things, when you actually breathe it in and out, just a few breaths in and out, whatever it is that you picked up from your mask wearing or from being out, it actually helps. Because, you know, the drama with track and tracing, when you do have symptoms, like my sister just messaged me now, she had to have a COVID test because she's got symptoms. She's coughing and she's got laryngitis, and she wants to come over from Johannesburg to see my grandmother. And then she's going to be there coughing, and everyone's going to be, she got COVID. So she had to do a test, and she's also uses the hydrogen peroxide regularly. Besides the fact that it's antibacterial and antiviral, it's also a really good sanitizer. And also, as you can see, it has other benefits, like it's a stain remover. And that's why people would assume that it's bad for you, because people say you're taking peroxide and bleach, etc., etc. Not so, depending on how you dilute it. It's really good for detox. And this is also something you can put into the diffuser because it's something that you breathe and becomes into a mist. So this is great for the diffuser that I spoke about earlier. So chlorine dioxide, very similar to hydrogen peroxide, very similar properties. There's certain countries that use chlorine dioxide a lot. If you're interested in learning more about chlorine dioxide, then COMUSAV, it's COMUSAV. CommuSab is, that is their go-to place, is chlorine dioxide. And a very good friend of mine, Dr. Manuela Perithio, together with Reverend Dr. Wai Ching Lee, I see her, she's on the call. So hi Wai Ching. So he spoke to us about chlorine dioxide solution. They use it with great success. Also in India, it's used widely for the treatment of COVID. And we know now that they're also using it, and CommuSab has a specific protocol with chlorine dioxide and other things that are on my slides here. So if you want a combination that's already done in protocol, you can just have a look at their site. The other thing, the next thing is quercetin. I'm not sure who's, this used to be is on my COVID treatment protocol. Certain places, quercetin is not very cheap. And if you do have access to it, I found a place now that has a good quality quercetin at a very reasonable price. I give it to all my patients who have any sinus issues, especially patients who have allergic rhinitis. So this is my go-to for anybody who's got allergic rhinitis. And what we're also finding now is that post-jab, people are now allergic to things that they were not allergic to before, because it's changing your histamine levels. So this is something really, really good. So quercetin, very, very good to have in combination with things. So this quercetin is on my protocol. So I don't have everything that's here, but this one is on my protocol. And specifically because it's so good for the rhinitis, it's something that I take daily as well. So Artemisia annua, also something I personally don't have experience with, but since I started doing research, I actually realized that this word wormwood, which is actually known as, comes in a lot of programs and movies where they talk about things that happen in the in the 1400s, the 1500s, and whenever you see them literally taking like a plant like this and they put it into a mortar and pestle and crush it and then make it into a paste or whatever. It's wormwood, because wormwood has so many different properties. It's antibacterial, it's anti-helminthic, that means it's used for worms, it's anti-rheumatic, it's anti-malarial, it's anti-spasmodic. So they use it, I've seen it used many times in movies as an antipyretic. So they take it and they crush it and then put it on the person's forehead, and you'll see it. So in the forehead thing, so it's for the fever. Also, it alleviates menstrual disorders. It's also cardioprotective. So recently I saw in the movie where they were actually using it for somebody who had like a mild heart attack symptoms. So yeah, so I've seen it a lot and now I know what it is because I did some research on it. And Sheila, this one's for you. So we on ivermectin now, because Sheila said she was going to ask me some questions on ivermectin. So I'm sure all of you know that ivermectin is a semi-synthetic anti-helminthic agent used for oral administration. Ivermectin is derived from the avermectins, a class of highly active, broad-spectrum anti-parasitic agents isolated from the fermentation process of Streptomyces avermitilis. That's how you say it. So this is with the Japanese guy, Satoshi Omura. They were doing some work with soil samples, and that's when they found ivermectin. The benefits of ivermectin, there are few drugs that can seriously lay claim to the title wonder drug. We spoke about curcumin, and this is this is actually a semi-synthetic, so it's not entirely natural. Penicillin and aspirin being two that have perhaps had the greatest beneficial impact on the health and well-being of mankind. Ivermectin can also be considered alongside those worthy contenders based on its versatility, safety, and the beneficial impact that it has had and continues to have worldwide, especially on hundreds of millions of the world's poorest people, because it's quite cheap, right? When it first appeared in the late 1970s, it was the world's first endocide forerunner of a completely new class of antiparasitic agents, potentially active against a wide range of internal, external nematodes and arthropods. So I'm sure you guys know that it was used to treat river blindness, which is onchocerciasis, and lymphatic filariasis. It's also been used successfully to overcome several other human diseases, including COVID-19. So this is, of course, for COVID, this is my go-to place. It's antiviral, it's antiparasitic, it's anti-inflammatory, it's a protease inhibitor, and it's spike protein binding. This part is super, super important, especially for post-jab. So Sheila, your question you wanted to ask me about ivermectin.
So the question I was asking was, I see in the USA has a lot of resistance. The FLCC, they're a group of doctors that have been using ivermectin from right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they've been using it for prevention protocol, and also the early phases of any symptoms of COVID. And their claims that they've had a huge success, but it's been in the media. It's really been criticized, the horse of medicine, and just really, really criticized. So obviously, I come from a science background. I also have a holistic background. And I just really want you to speak on ivermectin from a scientific background, and also from your experience. I know you were you helped the African high courts to actually allow ivermectin in the country. So I know you come from a place of knowledge. So I'd love you to speak on that.
Well, yeah, ivermectin, I came to learn about ivermectin when it was banned in South Africa on December 26th, 2020. And I thought, why? Because I was putting together protocols because I wasn't seeing COVID patients, because as you rightly said, I specialize in weight loss. So I wasn't seeing sick people, I was seeing fat people. And then suddenly I started doing mask collections, and I was doing a lot of voluntary work. So I wasn't treating patients, but I was doing other things with regards to COVID. And my gut was telling me something's not right, because no people were dying on the street. There were people not wearing masks, but they were not dying. And then when I remembered putting protocols together, because I did the COVID home management team. I put a whole lot of doctors together, because the government was telling us, wear masks, isolate, sanitize, and then we went straight to vaccines are coming. What about the big chunk in between about treatment? So we were at a loss. So I got this group of doctors together, and I'm using this, and I'm using that, and I'm using this, and use steroids, don't use steroids. And people were talking about ivermectin. And I remember putting a protocol together back in July. So COVID started here in 2020 in South Africa in March. So April, May, June, July, which is like 3-4 months later, I put a protocol together, and ivermectin was on there. And I didn't think anything of it, because ivermectin was on the protocol. A lot of people were using it. We had chats about it. And then in December, it gets banned. And that's when I started looking as to why would this drug get banned. And then I found things like 4 billion doses have been given throughout Africa. It's such a cheap drug. And then suddenly the same manufacturers that manufactured ivermectin, which is Merck, suddenly say it's not safe. And then, excuse me, you giving it out to people for free, and then now you're saying it's not safe. And so if you look at it and the way it was blocked, and recently, I'm sure you guys have seen Tess Lawrie from the World Council for Health. I met her because of the ivermectin issue, and I also met Andrew Hill. And Andrew Hill and Tess both did 2 separate rapid reviews of ivermectin. Andrew Hill works for WHO, and Tess does work for the WHO, but she did an independent study for herself, because the same thing was happening, like you said, in the UK and the US, and especially with FLCCC, she wanted to know what was going on. And Andrew said unequivocally on a Zoom call that we had, that he's never seen any drug with such anything, for not just for COVID, for any treatment, show such benefit for a disease. And at worst case scenario, it's going to have a 40% benefit. But at best case, it's going to be like 89 to like 90%, but they're just waiting for some last thing. And then suddenly he was silenced. And I'm saying it out that he was silenced because it came out in the book, The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert Kennedy, where he says, because in the interview with Tess, because Tess has released this conversation with Andrew Hill, and he did the whole study showing the benefits of ivermectin. And the last bit, which is the conclusion of his study, was written by somebody else, because Unitaid, which is an arm of the WHO, paid Liverpool University, where he was doing his tenure, paid them $14 million, in research funds. And then suddenly they get to write the summary telling people, what do they say? More evidence is required. And that is why you listen to the narrative everywhere to say, you can't prescribe it, more evidence is required. And that is just so weird, because you're talking about a 40-year-old drug, more evidence is required, but a 1-year-old vaccine is safe. I'm not going to say any more about that. So you know how I feel about it. The evidence is out there. All you got to do is try it for yourself, and you will see the benefits of ivermectin. My advice about it, though, is whenever you're prescribing ivermectin, because of its antiparasitic effects and it's potent anti-inflammatory, antiparasitic, and a parasite is not worms. A parasite is a bacteria, it's a virus, it's fungus, anything that you got in your body that should not be there. When you take ivermectin, it's going to kill any bug, not just COVID. So people tend to have either a rash or nausea or vomiting, but that's because of the effect of ivermectin killing off any parasites. It can't just say, oh, just kill the COVID. It has to do everything. So always take ivermectin with loratadine, which is non-sedating Allergex, which is an antihistamine. Also, ivermectin works very well in combination with loratadine specifically because of the mechanism of action. It enhances the effect of ivermectin. So I've always prescribed ivermectin with loratadine. And at this point, I'm going to say it out there that the vet preps that are allowed in certain countries, people say, you mustn't say that, it's a horse medicine. I'm not even talking about the tablets, guys. I'm talking about the vet prep. If you get the correct vet prep, there are certain ones that have got other things added, not that one. Find out which is the safe one, which is for human consumption, because animals have a less developed liver and kidneys to humans. So things that are safe for animals are usually more safe for human beings, but not vice versa, because you need to be able to filter it better in an animal. Because I did some research and I spoke to several vets, and there is a study out there, it was done in Thailand, where they used it for strongyloides, where they gave human beings vet prep, which means it's safe for humans, guys. It's there. It's a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study showing that liquid vet prep ivermectin is safe for humans. So I'm going to leave it there about ivermectin because there's quite a few other supplements I want to talk about. Nattokinase, again, something I'm not personally familiar with, but I know tons of people in abroad, especially in Japan. They use this a lot because of its properties. Of course, if you've got a nut allergy, you're not going to take nattokinase because it is made from nuts. It's anticoagulants, cardioprotective, neuroprotective, antihypertensive, analgesic, and used for PMS symptoms. There was some talk about that here as well. Right, so this is HOCl that we were talking about earlier, Sheila, that I said the hypochlorous acid that you put in the diffuser, right? So it is a weak acid, but again, it's an antioxidant, antimicrobial, also helps with allergy symptoms. It's an immune booster, and it's a surface sanitizer and disinfectant. So anything that's in this form, you can put it into a diffuser, and that's the one that I recommend because I've had experience with hypochlorous acid. The hydrogen peroxide I use directly, but like I said, any of the ones that are in the acid form, you can actually put them into a diffuser. Then you can just keep it running throughout the day in your practice. If you've got people coming in and out, it's actually really nice to sanitize the air. Hydroxychloroquine, right? So as you know, this one just as controversial as ivermectin. All I'm going to say on this one is my feeling about why COVID is there's such a low number of COVID and COVID deaths in Africa is because of the use of ivermectin widely and because of the use of hydroxychloroquine, because it's an anti-malarial, right? So this is the reason, one of the reasons my understanding is why Africa will save the world is because we are the ones who are the least vaccinated continent, and we are the ones who already have things like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin being used widely, and also antiretrovirals are used very widely in Africa, and we find that to be protective for COVID because it is a virus and they are antiretrovirals. So glutathione and NAC, I'm sure everybody knows about this because this has been the buzzword for the last couple of years because everybody thinks they're going to get fairer and lighter using glutathione. I'd like to say you get brighter, not lighter using glutathione. And glutathione is very good for your liver to, and also that's why I use NAC for people who can't do a drip. With me, I do IV glutathione. It does not absorb well orally. So I add this on a piggyback. If you're ever going to be doing an IV and somebody tells you that they put glutathione together with vitamin C, they're lying to you. It crystallizes and you cannot put glutathione together with vitamin C. You're going to have it as a piggyback or you're going to put it in a separate bag. It's a very fussy supplement. It likes to be by itself. Also, it probably has reason to be because it's super awesome. It's an antioxidant. It enhances detox. Mitochondrial support is the reason why we give glutathione for people who have that post-COVID or long COVID tiredness. And this is what we're seeing a lot of in people post-jab. They get tired a lot and they say, you know, I was never that way until I got my vaccine. So you give them glutathione or NAC if they can't do the IVs because this N-acetylcysteine is the precursor to glutathione. So you give it orally and then it replenishes glutathione. So you get all of these effects by taking NAC. NAC is one of my go-tos for anybody who walks into my practice having a jab, they get NAC. This one, like I said, skin brightening, not lightening, and it's anti-aging. So you get all of these together with NAC. So these two, one of my favorites. I have a lot of experience using them, love them to bits. You have to know, once you start using it, you will see the benefits in your patients, and you will see that it's something that you will be able to use regularly. Okay, and then MSM, of course, MSM, there's a great study just done, released by a South African scientist. She's got a PhD, Heidi Dupree. You can search her, you can message me, I can send you the study. What she's told us now is when it comes to COVID with her research, any cell around the cell, you get sulfur. And when you are low in sulfur, you get holes in your cell membrane, and that is why viruses and any viruses and bacteria can come and go in, of course. And if you're taking the jab, spike protein can also enter the cells. So if you take something like MSM, which is methyl sulfonyl methane, we just call it MSM, it's going to help you because of its antioxidant effects, specifically from helping with cell membrane. So that is why it's going to be everything that it does is because of that specific effect. I use it a lot. And here's one of my other favorites, cannabis. I absolutely love using this in my practice. I don't use the euphoric effects. I use CBD specifically, so it doesn't have the people don't get high from it. And you have to know how to use it. You got to know how to titrate it. But it is, I promise you, the next thing that's gonna literally take over the world treatment is CBD. Learn how to use it, know how to use it, be comfortable using it, and you will see. I started using it in my practice about 8 years ago. When I had to use it for myself, I was told that I had needed spine surgery because I've got a slip disc. Used CBD oil, the correct one. I had to use different brands until I found the correct one at the correct strength. And it's been 8 years now, I haven't had surgery. So it's potent anti-inflammatory, potent analgesic, and yeah, the antidepressant, lovely. Absolutely love it. And also it does help a little bit with the weight loss as well. So that was one of mine. There's just a paper that was done recently. Oops, I think I missed the thing. There we go. Echinacea and melatonin. I've been using echinacea for years, personally, because of its acne treatment. I've got adult onset acne myself, and I take 2 a day. And I was actually wondering the other day, how come I've had 9 COVID tests? I've been symptomatic and I've always been negative. And the only thing I religiously take is my echinacea. I take it with me everywhere because of my family history of acne and scarring acne at that. So echinacea, absolutely love it. Get the right one, because again, this, and also this one, you need to get some advice using it, because if you've got things like rheumatoid arthritis or lupus, you want to make sure that you're taking it in. If you're taking any other treatment, echinacea does interact. Melatonin, very, very good post-jab. Why? Because a lot of people get poor sleep post-jab, so they can't sleep properly. And melatonin is like Sacardin, one of the brand names we got here. But melatonin, as you know, if you don't have enough melatonin, you're not going to lose weight as well, because you need to sleep well, you need to replenish, you need melatonin. So on Comusab's post-jab protocol, when they have the chlorine dioxide solution, they've also got melatonin on there. And of course, they've got their vitamin C, D, and zinc, which I think we're coming to next. Oh yes, scletium. I don't know if you guys have any experience, anybody has any experience with scletium, because I'd love to hear about that, because most people don't know about this. So scletium tortuosum, I've been using it for years, and my brand of my Dr. Katz's one is called Stress Buster. It's anti-anxiety, it's mood elevating, it's appetite suppressing, very good for stress reduction. I trained all my patients who are on an allopathic antidepressant with side effects. I wean them off it and I put them onto scletium. You get it in a tea forms called Scletia tea, makes you feel lovely. So anybody who has problems at home, spouse problems, husbands and wives, drop some of this in their tea. Promise you, you're going to have a new spouse. And don't say that I said, I'm going to deny it, and you're going to have to delete that part of the recording, please, Sheila, because I didn't say that. Colloidal silver, something I use a lot in my practice for COVID. So colloidal silver, the difference with this and hydrogen peroxide is I use the hydrogen peroxide for its potent antiviral properties, and I use colloidal silver for its healing properties. It's also very good when you inhale it. It's good for healing the lungs. So I use it in combination. And if people come to me late into their COVID, or if they've got symptoms now post-jab, then I will give them colloidal silver. I use it for my cat as well, guys. I use colloidal silver on my cat when he has any, always in a cat fight and he comes back with a scrape and a bruise. I use colloidal silver. I got a spray and I spray it on him. He doesn't like that. So I, put it, sometimes I put it onto a little swab, and then I swab it and it cleans the area, the wound, and it's really, really good for healing. Now, vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, and magnesium, which are the next 4, I'm not going to go into much detail about that. It's on this document, which I will share with Sheila so she can share it out there. I'd rather perhaps take more questions about these. I love using vitamin C IV because it does give some people some tummy upset, and the dose that you need when you need it for treatment, you can't get orally. So in India, they use 1 gram per kilogram. So somebody who's 70 kilos, they probably use 70 grams. We give like maximum of 6 grams. I know in South Africa, they won't even give more than 1 gram in the hospital setting, but this, I prefer using vitamin C. And you guys had a nice discussion about vitamin D. I like to use the natural vitamin D, which is in a spray. It's called Deluxe. I'm sure you get it in quite a few other countries. I don't like using the tablets because it doesn't absorb as well. I changed my vitamin C from 11 to 40 in a month using a natural vitamin D spray supplement. And zinc and magnesium. Magnesium, I use it all the time in my practice. I use it in combination with calcium because calcium gives you constipation, magnesium gives you diarrhea. Always use it together, and always take it at night because calcium absorbs better at night. Lovely for people who have water retention. Magnesium also is a mood elevator. So very nice. Also magnesium, chocolate is high in magnesium, ladies. So, whenever you're craving chocolate, premenstrually, and you wonder why, it's because your body is telling you I need magnesium, and it can't say that, so it says give me some chocolate. And when you give it chocolate, then that's why it helps you with PMS. It's because of that, because the magnesium in the chocolate. Zinc, the one thing I want to say about it, very good to be taken with ivermectin. If you want to choose one supplement that if you have a budget constraint or you have zinc works very well. It enhances the effect of ivermectin. And it's a potent antiviral, but for people who have mouth sores or mouth ulcers, which we see a lot of post-jab, herpes and stuff like that, you will take zinc in a chewable form and you chew the tablet. When you swallow it, you get the other benefits, but when you chew it and keep it in your mouth, the direct contact with the zinc, potent antiviral especially for mouth ulcers. So that's zinc. And I think we spoke about this one already, hydrogen peroxide and chlorine dioxide. And I think we spoke about this one already. Oh gosh, I think I'm going right forward. Let me just get back to where I was. Sorry, guys. We were past vitamin C and vitamin D, right? So let me just get there. There we go. And 16, vitamin D, magnesium, zinc. Okay, so this is the one I was telling you about. This is my dad's recipe, which I made my mom find. She had it written down somewhere, and she only gave, I just remembered it the other day. And my daughter had an op and came home, and everybody around her had Omicron, COVID, and I was like, I'm not even testing you. She had a bit of cough and cold, and this is what I did. I did the ginger, the cloves, the cardamom, the cinnamon stick. You put it all together with the turmeric and you boil it. And you let it reduce a bit, not get really thick, just like a tea consistency. And then you add a teaspoon of honey and you enjoy it. You can drink it mornings and evenings. I tell all my doctor friends, whenever we're having a chat on any Zoom call and I hear the one of them coughing, I go, check your phone. I sent you a recipe. Go and do it now. And I get tons of them messaging me back to say, try your recipe. It works wonders. It also tastes really nice. I wouldn't advise to do this with with milk, because some people get extra phlegm and extra chesty when they take milk. So rather do it with water. That's there. So thank you very much. Like we say at the World Council for Health, there is a better way. And together, let's find it. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take some questions.
Dr. Kapp, that was such an amazing presentation. Such a wealth of knowledge. Even the way that you described all the vitamins and just how to take it. I mean, thank you so much. I know our audience greatly benefited from that talk. That was really good. I like when I was looking at all your slides, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to know what to take. You know, do I take a little bit of this? Do I take a little bit of that? You know, and here in the West, luckily we can just go online on Amazon and we can have everything shipped immediately. And then there's people like our global audience from people like in Kenya, for example, that may only have the black cumin seeds or pine needles or few things, and they can. So what I hear you saying is you can combine a few things and have a great effect. Dr. Kat, do you think every so often we should just change it? Like, let's say one day we're taking pine needle tea, and then the next day we're taking. How do we change the supplement so that we can maximize the effect?
So when you asking me that, I'm just thinking about the last summit we had, and what I did was everybody was talking about supplements, and I was like, listen, guys, there's so many. I'm going to go around the room and ask all of the practitioners, give me your 5 top ones. Like if you had to choose 5, it was actually hilarious because nobody could choose their top 5 because like when you get experience with them, you'll use a different combination for a different person. So giving you advice and telling you that it's going to be specifically for you. And that is why I had so much of difficulty putting together the supplement guys, because so many of them are so good. And if I put my 5 on there or my 6, then you wouldn't necessarily get that in your country. And like you said, we want to be able to make it available to everybody. So I remember what Manuel Aparicio did. He said, my top 5, Dr. Kat, here it is. Number 1 is CDS solution. Number 2, they use seawater, right? So they use seawater because it's high in salt. And then he goes, number 3, ivermectin. Number 4, he said vitamins, C, D, and zinc. I'm like, that's 3 right there. So he goes vitamins, and he put that in one list, and then his last one was melatonin. But to answer your question, it depends on availability, right? When I was doing my research, there was only one thing that came up and said, watch for long-term use, and that was echinacea. And I can tell you, I've been taking it for, over 10 years now. And post-procedure, after my op, I stopped taking it for a while and then I started again. And the weird thing is I started getting this weird, I don't know if you guys can see, it's like a really weird discoloration of my hands. And it started off with the Clexane and it went all the way down. And I'm 5 weeks post-op and I've got this weird like discoloration. And everybody was like, oh, it's the echinacea. I'm like, dude, I'm taking it for 10 years. Why would it issue now? So I did some bloods yesterday and it was high ferritin levels. I went from very low ferritin to very high ferritin levels, and that's something we're seeing with all our patients. So you've got to look at drug interactions, and specifically when you're changing, to see what were you taking that for. So I know that one of my friends, Jennifer from World Council, she loves the pine needle tea, and she gets it from neighbor's garden or something because they can get it, but there's certain pine needles that don't work and certain pine needles are apparently poisonous. So make sure that you're taking the right one. And, even if it means sending somebody like who has experience in it, send them a text with asking one of us, which is the one. And you can see my favorites because I did highlight them. And that last bit, that you can just make that tea at home when you're symptomatic. But if you want to take something consistency, my go-to would be curcumin, because it's so readily available. And even if you do that tea every day, so what? It's something that you enjoy, no problem. And a lot of people are doing this, golden tea now, and golden chai and golden everything. That's exactly what it is. That right there.
Making it fancy now. They're putting some fancy names on there.
Yeah. And then charging a packet for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you also spoke about sleep, the importance of sleep, because sleep is so vital for immunity. I mean, with my patients, we're always looking for sleep apnea, making sure that they're getting the adequate sleeps, because most people aren't sleeping correctly. A lot of them are on their devices just before they go to bed, and then that blue light means they don't get good sleep, or they're just worried and stressed out. So what are your suggestions again on sleep? You said melatonin. Do you have a certain amount that you recommend?
Okay, so for me, sleep is very important because I specialize in weight loss. When I do a body type analysis for my patients and I tell them there's adrenal, thyroid, pituitary, and ovary, like for example, a thyroid type person, somebody who has 6 to 8 cups of coffee a day and they're buzzy, and that person should eliminate caffeine completely. So I would not start taking something unless I'm doing the wrong thing. So the first thing is sleep hygiene. So the first thing is, are you having too much of coffee? And did you know that tea has 5/6 amount of caffeine that coffee has? So if you're telling me I don't drink coffee, I just have tea. How many do you have a day? 8 cups. 8 cups of tea, you might as well be drinking 6 cups of coffee. It's the same thing. So you have to start asking the person about their diet. Are they drinking enough water? The other thing I found that affects sleep a lot is heartburn. And people who have heartburn have it because they eat badly. So when you eat badly, like certain people, acidic foods, spicy foods, oranges, for example, give certain people heartburn. Apples are also very high in vitamin C. And they say, no, I only eat apples. Yeah, but you get indigestion from having apples. So make sure that you know what's going on in your diet. And also turmeric, which is curcumin, in that remedy that I said. For some people, especially, I know anybody here who has any experience with Tib medicine, where they use hot and cold and dry. My dad used to do that a lot. And for certain people, there's certain things that are hot for your body. My grandmother used to tell me that I never could understand what she said. So like ginger is hot for some people, and vitamin C is hot for some people, and curcumin is hot for certain people. So if you're taking a therapy for something else and it's causing something else, then you must know that it's not the wrong therapy, it's the wrong therapy for you. So then that's very important. So I would ask them a history of what they eat first. The second thing is you'll ask them about stress level. So if the person is highly stressed, then I love the thing that Wai Ting talks about is when you outside and you get grounded and you walk on the grass. I do that. Yeah. I do that because my practice is, there's a grassy patch during my practice in the house. And when I wear my high heels, I used to actually carry extra shoes and then change up in the surgery. So what I do now, when I'm on my way back, I come down barefoot. So I walk on the grass and I come down, and I absolutely love it. So it's certain things like that where you want to know about stress levels, and then exercise. Exercise is super important, because if you get endorphin rush and you get tired and you sleep, but then again, there are certain people that can't exercise and fall off to sleep. So you ask them what time you're exercising, because they'll tell you, I go to work, I come back, I get in the treadmill before I go to bed, I can't sleep. No, that person needs to exercise in the morning. As for me, I can exercise at any time, and I have a really good sleep as long as I exercise sometime in the day. So I would ask all those things. And then if a person is saying, I do this, I do that, are you drinking enough water? Yes, my first go-to is calcium and magnesium. I swear to you, if you try it, 2 at night, a good dose of CalMag gives you such good sleep. And you will never understand it unless you try it. So I heard my daughter telling somebody the other day. She's like, just take 2 calcium and magnesium at night. My mom gave it to me. I have such good sleep. She's 21, 30 of medicine. And now she's like already into the whole supplements thing because I use it a lot. So it was quite nice to hear that, because kids are very difficult. They listen to everyone else except their parents.
Well, that's really great that you've, what I hear you saying is you're basically, everybody has their own unique combination that works. So you literally have to kind of almost experiment and see what's working for you, and then that can be your protocol. I mean, I have my own protocol that I've kind of experimented and tweaked so that when I see my patients, I'm healthy. I do take my vitamin D, my quercetin, a lot of the things that you mentioned on there. I was kind of like, yeah, I take that, and it's really great that to actually see the evidence that you're showing there. That's really great. And I know we've got a whole team here. I know there's many questions that we have here. And
I want to just mention, sorry, Sheila. The other thing is when you watch a lot of TV, people think that I think it's relaxing, but it's terrible because it doesn't. You don't sleep after watching TV. You don't get good sleep. You don't get good sleep. And the first thing you do when you get up in the morning is reach for your cell phone. And the last thing you do is put your cell phone up. So what I've decided to do a couple of months ago when we had the whole looting, I'm not sure if you guys know, in South Africa, we had the whole issue here in KZN. It was really bad with the looting. Somebody sent me a prayer because they knew I was actually doing a lot during the looting as well. And they sent me a prayer, which is beautiful. And I play it on my phone. So and it takes 6 minutes to play. So I'm not on my phone for at least 6 minutes before I go to sleep. And that also makes a big difference. So that's also getting into a routine before you go to sleep. Some people need to have a shower. Some people and make sure you brush your teeth, get into your pajamas. So you tell your body, I'm winding down, put the lights low. And that's one of the things we need to. Don't go rushing and take medication. Tons of people are on sedatives, and you know how addictive those things are, like benzos and stuff. It's terrible.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to have that wind down routine in the night, and especially like with the news. Like now I'm noticing when I watch the news, it just creates so much stress. And I think so many people are just feeding into watching the news and watching it every single day. And really it's kind of must be affecting your psyche on a subconscious level. You know, so I think it's so important that you have that time just before you're going to sleep where you're just kind of completely off and you get your brain in a good state of mind so that when you're resting, you're really getting that good quality sleep.
Yeah,
And
100%. That's super important. And you realize that you don't, like with the water, it's something so simple. You do it every day. It's sleep. It's something you do it every day. But are you having enough water? Are you getting good quality sleep? You know, such basic things which we don't necessarily think about because we want to go straight ahead and start thinking about, am I having enough vitamins? Am I having enough that? No. Are you having enough sleep? Are you drinking too much of coffee? You know, like that.
I wanted to ask you something else, Dr. Kat. As a female practitioner in South Africa, did you have a lot of pushback when you were trying to implement some of these protocols in your practice, like, for example, ivermectin, these other ways of treating COVID patients, for example? And the reason I ask that is in the US and the UK, a lot of the doctors, they really get kind of a lot of just negative press.
Publicity.
Yes,
is what
exactly.
I would call it. So I've learned one thing because I do. So I was super proud of my slideshow because I did it in Canva. I've been doing a lot of Canva designs. I do all my marketing. I'm very involved with my business and I've been in marketing for like 20 years. And I can tell you something, there's no such thing as negative publicity. What's meant for you will come to you. What's meant for you, I believe that, I firmly believe that in fate, because that's my name. So what's meant for you comes to you. And sometimes you get all of these, especially these nosy people who see some comment about you and they're like, oh, she's giving ivermectin. Let me go and see what that's about. And then you get somebody who's interested in it and I love it. So I was in a very early on, I was in a Zoom webinar and it was also live streamed. And there was this friend of mine who thought she was doing me a favor. So while I was on the Zoom meeting, she was on the Facebook and, you know, people on the Facebook stream and people can send comments. And there was this woman who actually, I'm saying woman, I don't know, could be a guy, made a profile only to diss me on social media, right? So I'm talking and it's like, Dr. Kat is a fraud. Dr. Kat is making millions from ivermectin. I'm like, yo, I wish. But I was like, and she's sending me these messages in between the other speakers. I'm checking my phone and I just see these screenshots. So of course, you know, the people who were doing the webinar, they edit before they put it out. But I saw them already because I saw her name and it was a lady's name and I checked and yes, I get tons of people. So when she was putting that out there, there were a few people who were defending me, but they were, I bet you, tons of people were like, ivermectin, what's that? And then they would start reading about it. So yes, I've got a lot of pushback from colleagues. I've got insulted, I've got called names, I got called a lunatic, I got called narcissistic, I got called attention seeking. Of course, I got called making tons of money. I can, you know, I don't even need to justify because at the end of the day, I'm answerable to only the Almighty and He knows my intention and He knows. So I was like, you go ahead. So yes, there's a lot of pushback here, but we are growing and there's a growing number of people who are using it. And I also have to tell you this, and I'm sure you know, those people out there who are part of organizations or regulatory bodies who in public represent an organization and say, we don't advocate the use of ivermectin until more studies are done, I can guarantee you when their family member or they themselves were sick, they went to ivermectin first. I can tell you that.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about like not enough trials and stuff, and a lot of these randomized control trials, they take 3 years plus to do, right? And who's going to fund an ivermectin trial when the drug costs, I'm not sure, but it's like a couple of pennies per drug, right?
Yeah, and it's a refurbished drug, so nobody's going to make money from it. So after you study it for COVID, it's already been studied, the patent is expired, and it is actually, according to the Nuremberg Code, it's not ethical to do a randomized control study with ivermectin now, because if you know that something works and it's a treatment, you cannot ethically give a placebo group nothing. You can actually do a trial showing dosages of ivermectin, yes, but ethically you cannot give nothing to one group.
Are there many countries that are using ivermectin that you know of, like, and anyone can join in? I know we have Dr. Wai Ling here, and I would just want to take a minute.
Sheila, my daughter is going off to bed. She wants to say good night, but I'm going to ask for special prayers for her. She's getting her final matric, I don't know what you call A levels or whatever results tomorrow. So she's standing here totally anxious. Look, everyone's praying.
Well, let's have her on. Come on, say hi to everybody.
Say hello.
Come say hi to the audience.
Show us your hand.
Is she shy?
She's being shy. Actually, she's in her pajamas, but she's going to go off to uni next year, and it's dependent on her results, which are coming out this year. So please, guys, she's got provisional acceptance for what she wants to do, which is engineering. And please, a special prayer for my baby, who's
absolutely
18. There, see, everyone's praying. Okay, you can go to sleep. I'll come see you before you go. She's going off to bed.
And I want to say, Dr. Kat, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to come on Healing Hour. Thank you.
I know, and I want to say something to Dr. Wiley. I had messaged Dr. Wiley and I said, like, I want someone that's going to speak about, certain topics, and you really were amazing by finding the perfect person for this talk, and it's such a great wealth of information, and Dr. Kat's an amazing asset to the world and the community, and we're so honored to have her on Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much, Dr. Wiley. This was just every moment of it, I was so amazed.
Welcome. And also the same thing when I met Dr. Kat too. My heart was so open, and all my my energy field was just wide open. I said, this woman is a dynamic. She's a dynamo. She's going to make a lot of difference being a medical doctor and being so heartful. And so we just really connected. And also I thank her for embracing the more esoteric aspects of my talks, with the doctors as well. So I think that's what's needed right now. And at this point, I want to just step up and say that I use ivermectin every week, the FLCCC protocol every week, and it's been fine. And I use applied kinesiology, like you were deciding, Sheila, what kind of combinations at which time. And I may just propose, maybe another time we can talk about it, is that for the home viewers and also for the layperson and for professionals, this technique of applied kinesiology is actually very, it's useful, right? And we can get more and more technical with it, with bioresonance testing and so on, so that we really create a more personalized, holistic protocol for each individual. I think this is where the future medicine is going. I think it has to, because there's so much out there. Then we can find a combination of herbal preparation, combination of like the pharmaceuticals, a combination of this food, supplements, and then bring it all together. So I'm really excited to work with all of you to bring that forth, the future of medicine.
Well, thank you. I really would love to learn about learning what works, and because for the layperson, we don't know what's a good supplement, right? I mean, you go online, you look for stuff, and there's like 100 things, and it's a lot of marketing, and you don't know the quality of the ingredients. Is it organic? How's it sourced? What's the potency? It's very difficult to figure out what's the right thing, and then you don't know. Like I have you open my cabinet and I've got every, quercetin in there, I've got vitamin D, I've got so many things. And then I'm just like, wait a minute, what am I, should I take a little bit of everything? Or, so I'd love to.
The nice thing about that, Sheila, is you can't kill anybody from taking supplements. You just get really expensive pee. So you can take it. The nice thing is to know that you 100% correct. You have to take the good quality one. So if you know Linus Pauling was the gentleman who founded that vitamin C should be used for scurvy. And he said something which I tell all my patients, besides the line about cover your mouth and nose first, everybody gets this line, which is, Linus Pauling said, multivitamins don't work. Those who need them can't afford them. And those who can afford them don't need them. So if you need chromium, take chromium. If you need calcium, take calcium. If you need quercetin, take quercetin. So when you go to a store, and so that's one advice I can give you, everybody say, I'm not sure what to take. I'm going to take a multivitamin. It says, so we have one in South Africa that says A to zinc, like vitamin A to zinc. And I'm like, dude, the amount of calcium you've got there is 30 milligrams, and a female needs 800 milligrams of elemental calcium a day. So you're giving her the right thing, but is it the right amount? No. So you give them the analogy that they all understand. It's like if a patient comes to you and says, hey doc, I've got a headache, and you say, go and take some Panado. And they go off and they come back 2 hours and this didn't work. And how much did you take? I took half. Panado is the right thing, but I got to tell you how much to take up the right thing. But it's exactly the same with supplements. You got to take the right amount. And because it's such a wide, I would say, a non-regulated industry, somebody will put on a bottle omega-3 1000 milligrams, and you're like, great, I'm going to take 3 of these a day because I need 3 grams of omega-3 a day. And when you look at the back of the bottle and it says EPA, DHA, it's got like 30 and 60, and you're like, that's nothing. You got to take, you got to look at the ingredients, understand them, and you should not be afraid of it. So choose one. Like, that's a nice thing, like you said, start using it for yourself, choose it, look at the correct one. And even if you got something in your cupboard and it's the wrong one, it's the wrong dosage, just take 5 of it just because you bought the wrong one, and take it at the correct dose. See if it does any benefit for you. Try it out on yourself. That's everything that I do in my practice. I try it on myself first, and then you should give it to other people. But I want to comment on what Wai Ching said about working together. Just so everybody here knows, there's 2 things. At the World Council for Health, I'm the chairperson of the ethics committee, and my project that I'm working on is to get a registration body, a worldwide registration body, which is going to be, so you start doing it in your own country, where it's a parallel registration board to the board that's discriminating and firing people, so no jab, no job, for any healer. So whether you are a naturopath, a homeopath, a chiropractor, a doctor, a specialist, a dentist, a dietitian, a traditional healer, if you have a registration body in your country and they're advocating the jab, we want to create a parallel body. So we want it to be done in your country. We're trying to do it per region. So I'm doing South Africa, Africa, and then World Council for Health. I've started putting it in place for South Africa, and I'm working on an ethics, like an agreement. So if you're doing it in your own country, you have to affiliate to this. So we're working on our own like Hippocratic oath, because basically it's called the Humanity Code. So if you are a healer and you agree to that and sign that code, you can be part of that, but your organization in your country. And we should start looking to do things like that, where we bring each other together and work together. And the other thing is, on a forum like this, I always, and Wai Ching will tell you, I always bring all healers together. It's not just about medicine, because I know that there's benefits from everyone, and I always try to do that. Our next one that we're doing is a SAM Summit. It's South Asia, Malaysia Summit, where we want to highlight that region. So I connected with Wai Ching in I think it was a Caribbean Summit, but now she did the African Health Summit with me. And then we did the round table. And then now I'm going to do the next one, because it gives us, highlight that region so other people can see what's going on there. But we talk about the whole world, and we bring advice in from the whole world, and we take from there. So if there's anybody on this call who would like to be part of that, I'm talking about as a speaker, you'll definitely get an invite to come and watch. But I'm looking for speakers specifically from South Asia. So that is India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, that area, and Malaysia. I'd like to hear from you, and I'd like to give you a platform to speak. So you can get my details from Sheila, or you can find me on Instagram. It's the first 3 letters of my first name and the first 3 letters of my surname. So it's at Dr. Nascat, and that's how you'll find me on Instagram. Just pop me a message, and I'm usually quite good at answering on Telegram.
I'd like to say something here. The insight you've given us such a wealth of information today. It's been so valuable for all of us. And I'm so on the same page as you, Dr. Wai Ching, when you speak about kinesiology and biofeedback and muscle monitoring, and the answers it gives you, and implementing that to actually know which supplements can work with you. I had my first experience of kinesiology in 2020 in India. And I want to share my experience with all of you. The first thing he told me was, without me telling him anything, it was a gentleman called Stefan from Germany. He said, do you go in for lymphatic massages? I said, yes, I do. I have one every week. He said, yes, they've overdrained your lymph system. You need to stop doing that, and you need to minimize it. to come back into balance. And I was so amazed at the power of kinesiology, at how much it could tell you. He also told me about a lot of other different things that were happening in my body that I wasn't aware of. And I said, I need to really look into this. And I did look into it at a deeper level. And he was 100% spot on, Sheila. I can't believe it. It was amazing. And one thing he did highlight was magnesium. He said, we don't get enough magnesium in our system from the foods we eat. So you need to start taking magnesium supplements. And I did, and my sleep patterns improved. So there you are, bang on.
What is his surname, Seema? Is it Dr. Stefan Becker?
I have his number in my phone and I will try and get you connected. I've got him down as Stefan Kinesiology. I'll look for it and I'll get that number.
We've got on the health, I changed our name of our science and medicine committee on World Council. I was like, we're not about science and medicine, we're about health and humanity. So our committee from tomorrow, so all of you are invited to our World Council for Health General Assembly tomorrow. I'm hosting the council meeting and I will give an update on the health and humanity committee, and Stefan Becker is on there, and he had a nice discussion with Wai Ching. He spoke, and then I think Wai Ching was after him. He spoke about frequency therapy as well. So I don't know if it's the same guy, Stefan Becker.
But we know what
is he Germany based?
Vienna. He's actually in Vienna.
Okay, so this gentleman was based in Germany and he's an Art of Living follower. That's where I met him actually.
Okay.
At the Bangalore ashram. And he was totally spot on. And they were actually looking at developing a course in kinesiology. We have something called craniosacral therapy. They do a lot of craniosacral therapy as well in the ashram. And now they have an actual course that they're teaching over there. And they were thinking of implementing a kinesiology course. I don't know if that took place or not, But like when you spoke about, I can truly very strongly relate to two things you said, magnesium, spot on. It worked for me. Having a routine before going to bed at night, unwinding, getting off your phone, which is a bit of a challenge for me to do. Having a hot bath, maybe having an Epsom salt soak, magnesium laced salt bath, Other things I did implement into my lifestyle besides the magnesium was these magnesium laced creams. You get these lotions and potions with magnesium. And
that's great.
And I also do swear by one thing we didn't really discuss is aromatherapy.
That's what I think.
Maybe, before sleeping, soaking yourself in a nice salt bath laced with lavender or bergamot just to de-stress, improve your frequency, cleanse, and the quality of your sleep. As you said, sleep is so important because if you don't sleep well, you have several other issues. And of course, weight gain is one of them. You said if you don't sleep
I use lavender in my bath. There's this absolutely stunning store that just opened in South Africa. It's called Spa Ceylon, like CEYLON, like Sri Lanka was called Ceylon before. And they have all of these stuff, which is totally overpriced, but I absolutely love them because they use all natural stuff. So in my bath, in the morning, I use a tea tree one for and lemongrass for energizing, and in the evening I use the lavender one to tone down. And I've got lavender drops which I put on my pillow every night. I absolutely love the lavender, and and I think that's probably why Wai Ching and I resonated, because when she was talking about it, I was like, those are the things I do, and I wouldn't necessarily talk about it because like you talking about it now, and I'm thinking I do that every day, but it's not something that I think about, but it's because I need it. I need it because it just helps me. And that's why my cat sleeps with me, because I think he likes it as well. He sleeps with me.
For aches and pains, if you have aches and pains, if you have a carrier oil like jojoba or coconut, you have 2 tablespoons and you add in 10 drops of therapeutic grade, may I emphasize on therapeutic grade, essential oils, and you have a massage with that, you just feel so much calmer, your frequency gets higher, there's more clarity of thought. Rosemary, I believe, and now talking about dementia, we spoke about dementia earlier with Dr. Radia from Nairobi. Rosemary, they say, diffusing rosemary just getting some rosemary drops between your palms rubbing them together, diffusing them and sniffing them. That's very, very good for memory loss and dementia.
Yeah, and especially if somebody does the massage for you for free, Seema, and with love, then it's even better.
Sorry, can you say that again?
If you get the massage for free, and if it's with love, then it's even better.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Love heals all. Love is the greatest essence of all. It heals everything. You know, I'm so much on that page.
I sent the tea, the concoction, the COVID treatment to a friend of mine, Jackie Stone. I've never met her personally, but she's from Zimbabwe, and she was coughing the other day. I'm like, Jackie, I've been speaking to you for 3 weeks now, and you're still coughing because you're looking after everybody else, not yourself. I'm sending you a recipe right now. And I said to her, you have to make it. And I sent her the message the next day. She goes, oh, Kat, I was too late. I couldn't get. I said, listen, this is best when it's made with love. And I sent her this little heart thing. And I go, here's the love, make it, because it's better with love. And she's laughing.
Absolutely. And that recipe you gave of the spice tea with the cardamom, cinnamon, turmeric, in Ayurveda, we actually call it a kara. We call it an Ayurvedic kara. And that's what I grew up drinking from childhood. You know, it's Dr. Wai Ching Lee will be on this page with me. Her father was also, you know, she's from a lineage of healers. It's a recipe handed down through the generations, you know, and you just, you know, really.
And if you see on the little cup there, it says dad's recipe. That's from my dad. And, you know, it says the dad's recipe. And my dad's late, but I mean, it's the things of him that still carry on. And on my supplements, because my dad introduced me to using supplements in my practice, on all my supplement bottles, it says in loving memory of Dr. H.R. Adamilia. So I got his name on every bottle, and that's how his memory lives on. So every single, the thousands of bottles that I've sold over the last 20 years, my dad's name is on it.
So it has so much love in it.
Lots.
Yeah. Absolutely. I do want to ask you one question. Is there any chance anyone can get over vitaminized? You know,
yes, there's certain vitamins that you can get too much of. So what happened was when people saw me on the whole ivermectin story, I started getting people who were booking fake weight loss consults, and they'd come into my room and they'd take out a bag of ivermectin and go, is this one real? Because we had a lot of fake stuff going around. And then I had a lot of people who came to find out whether they were taking the correct dosages. So there was specifically a gentleman who came with his daughter, and he said to me that his daughter said that ivermectin is giving him a rash. So I went into the whole history, and it turns out that he started ivermectin like 2 days ago. And because he saw me on some advert or news, I was actually on the news a lot after I wrote the letter to the president. And so that's why they came to me. And his rash started a week ago. And I go, how do you associate it with ivermectin if you started that 2 days ago? And then she goes, because up until then he was taking only natural things. So I was like, what was he taking? And then he said, vitamin C, vitamin D, and whatever. And while he was talking, because I firmly believe that a good doctor knows, but a great doctor knows when to ask. So I was asking him all the questions, and I had my iPad with me, and then he said he was taking vitamin C. And as he was asking, I'm like, side effects. And then he said to me something very interesting. He said that he was taking vitamin B1. And then his daughter also told me that he was taking seringaberry leaves. And which is very common here, Indian people use it a lot in South Africa, and he was making it into a tea. The thing with that is you're supposed to take 1 or 2 leaves because it's very potent, and then you put it in the water. So this man was taking a whole lot from the tree, smashing it and making a very potent drink. And then he was taking a vitamin B1 supplement. And when I checked, so niacinamide, quite a few of the vitamin Bs give you a skin rash. It's not something hectic, but he was getting quite an itch, and it's because he was taking too much of that. So he thought that he didn't realize that his multivitamin or his vitamin was the same thing he was taking, because he knew the benefits of the seringaberry, but he didn't know that it was actually the vitamin Bs in it. So there is that where you get people that where you can take too much of something, but it's, from my experience, it's not something toxic unless you're taking so much of it that you're gonna get a reaction. So you'll probably get nausea, which is common, vomiting maybe, and maybe a skin rash. That's with my experience with using it. And now it's just unfortunate that there's so much of people don't trust their healers, or they end up doing it at home. We're probably going to see more, but more because of the interactions with other medication. Like I will never give my patients skeletum with an antidepressant. And now that I'm using it a lot more, I will make them take the Skeletum in the morning and antidepressant in the night. If they're taking it, then the Skeletum and Skeletum, then the next day. So they'll alternate the antidepressant until I take them off it. That also helps them. So you also have to sort of learn how to use it. And then you know exactly when they're having a reaction to it. And it's usually mild.
What about zinc, for example? Is that, the recommended amount is like anything from 15 milligrams to 50. But then, there's some people saying that, you shouldn't take it too much of it because it can cause some other issues.
Which one is that?
Zinc.
Yeah. So zinc, that the problem with zinc over 45 milligrams a day, it doesn't absorb. It doesn't absorb more than that. It's the same thing with cinnamon. If you're looking at cinnamon powder, so I use cinnamon. Cinnamon is very good for blood regulation. I use it in my practice a lot with my patients because most of them are diabetic and they have insulin resistance. So I did specific study on cinnamon, and anything more than half a teaspoon doesn't give you any more of a benefit. So I tell them quarter teaspoon to half a teaspoon, but it's for the taste really. And after a while, it becomes a bit too much. So it's the same thing, but with zinc, you don't get any absorption more than 45 milligrams unless you're taking it in divided doses. So then there's certain times that, and I don't know, I think too much of it, zinc at one point, I know gives you diarrhea if you're just taking too much. It's not like hectic. The one thing you don't want to give too much of is potassium. But it's not on any of our stuff because you know that you can get a heart attack with too much of potassium. It's those things that when you see in a movie where they're going to inject something at the drip and then the person dies, they put potassium. So that's what happens.
And with the ivermectin, you did mention it kills off the good viruses. And does it kill off the healthy bacteria in your stomach?
No, it's parasite. That's why it's antiparasitic. So it's the ones that your body doesn't need. So unlike an antibiotic where you're going to take a probiotic to give you you do that. The ivermectin doesn't. I give it, it's called the Herxheimer reaction that I give them the loratadine for, because it's not, you don't get the diarrhea or the vomiting or the skin rash from the side effect of the ivermectin. It's the side effect of the die-off of the parasites and bacteria. And when I gave this talk the very first time, one of my friends who was using it a lot more than me sent me a message saying, that's why the first time I had it, I had a very itchy scalp. She works in an old age home and they had an outbreak of scabies. And ivermectin is used in South Africa for scabies and it's used for lice. So she had lice because of the old age home. And she's like, I was scratching my head all the time. And then I realized that it was killing off the lice because that's a parasite.
Because it is deemed a very safe drug, right? When you look at the study,
it is. Yeah.
It's a pretty safe drug compared to a lot of things that are out there. It's better off to take that in a prophylactic doses as opposed to some of the other things that they're touting.
It is very safe. We had an issue in South Africa where as soon as ivermectin was becoming popular and people were using it, and the black market was huge because they were banning it, they were trying to make people scared because, that's what they do. So about 6 or 7 months before the actual news coverage, there were a family of 3 people that were admitted in a local private hospital for taking too much ivermectin. But they were in ICU, they were okay, and then they left. Why were they in ICU? Because nobody knew what the reaction was going to be. All of them survived, but the headline, family in ICU took overdose of vet prep ivermectin. And when you get the story, because I knew the person who treated them, they took so ivermectin, the vet prep, you get it in a 0.8% solution, you get a 1% solution, and you get a 3% solution. So when we work, we usually use the 1% solution. These people took the 3% solution at the dose of the 0.8. So basically they took 17 times the normal dose so many times a day. So that was like a load of ivermectin. So of course, and that too, with that such high doses, the 3 of them, 2 of the family members didn't even end up in hospital. 3 ended up there, and they were overnight, like pumped your stomach, whatever they did, and then so it's a very safe drug.
And now in Africa, are you able to prescribe it routinely now, or are you still getting pushback?
No, we have to prescribe ivermectin on a Section 21 basis, the same way we have to prescribe CBD, not the CBD that I was telling you about. If you want to do it at the higher titers. And which means on a per patient name basis, you're going to go online and give the person name and the whole scenario, unless you get it from a compounding pharmacy. The compounding pharmacy will do a bulk application, and then you prescribe it per script, and it's 3 times the price to get it from a compounding pharmacy. And what happened when we won our case, the judge ruled that SAHPRA which is our regulatory body, should keep a record of every of all the doctors that are using ivermectin and compiling it. And they opposed that ruling. They said they're not going to do it. They don't have the manpower. And the reason why they opposed it is, you must remember, if they're a regulatory body and they're getting information from qualified practitioners, you can collect that data and use it as a study to show how good the effects are and how poor the side effects are. And now that nobody did it because they didn't want it, now when the Omicron strain came out and more people are going to start using ivermectin because you need it at a lower dose, when we start getting it from the regular pharmacies that we got it for over a year and a half, in the last week, I got 10 pharmacies that messaged me to say, can't get any more ivermectin because now SAHPRA is asking them, where's all those thousands of dosages over the last year and a half you prescribed? We now want the data. Who's got time to go and give that before they're going to apply on a named patient basis? So they put blocks on everywhere, and they don't realize that we live in Africa, in South Africa. They say there's a saying here in Afrikaans called a boer maak 'n plan, which means a farmer makes a plan. The people make a plan here. They don't need to get it by Section 21. They know how to get ivermectin here.
Are you finding ivermectin being used more globally now?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to call it our ivermectin community. For those people, there are so many lay people who message me and are so well researched on ivermectin because it's there. And my advice to people who are listening on live stream and people who are here, if you want to know about ivermectin, do not Google it. Download a new search engine. It will change your life. Move away from Google, move away from I use DuckDuckGo, and it will tell you who's watching you. And when I did that supplement research, I researched the supplement on Google and I had my DuckDuckGo open. What you find on one and what you find on the other, especially for ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, I could find nothing except bad reviews on Google. So if you want to learn information and get both sides of the story, download a different search engine, and then you will start seeing things that you don't see on mainstream media, which Google is very much part of.
Can you just share that you said again, www.
No, it's not a W, it's a search engine. So you will download it. It's an app. I've got it on my iPad. Let me just show you what it looks like. Because I have it here. So let's go here.
That's actually my question, Sheila.
You can ask me a question. I can multitask.
That was my question is, what is the search engine? Because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, now this is my PA's computer. So I've got my Zoom here. What is this one? This is something else. So you have to just go to maybe here. Let me show you here. So this is a search engine now. And then over here, this is Google. Can you see this G here? That means I'm Googling something. So I'm going to just search it here and go. You actually download the app. So it'll say, can you see this icon here? Yeah, this is what you want to get. So DuckDuckGo, and then you will download this here.
We're seeing just a page right now that says time and material approach. Is that the right page?
Oh, okay. Let me just show you which one. So I got it now. So it's basically this one. Here we go. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, thank you.
See, it says DuckDuckGo. So this is a Google screen because can you see this? This is Google. But when can you see this icon here with this little duck on the right?
Got it.
Yeah, so that's DuckDuckGo. So when you don't want this icon, you want the DuckDuckGo. So if you don't do it here, you download it. It should come in your browser bar at the bottom. And I've downloaded it on all. So you see it says install. So you install it. So it's already installed on my computer. And when you search something in the bar on DuckDuckGo, it tells you who's watching you. So this is my PA's laptop, and she is supposed to have DuckDuckGo on here. And if it's not here, I did tell them. So we have some words at work tomorrow. So yeah, so that's basically what it is. Yeah.
It's nice to know who's watching us.
Yeah, it is, and it comes up there. It's actually very nice to see. When you do it the first time, it gets a bit, and you see it like that. So yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. I know it's coming to the end of our time, Dr. Kat. That was like such an amazing presentation, and thank you for sharing that with us. And Dr. Wai-Ling and Seema, and it's just such a great bonding session and learning so much. And please do look up Dr. Kat's information. She has a wealth of knowledge there, and thank you for everything that you're doing out there. I do want to take this time just to kind of thank again Dr. Wai-Ling for introducing us to such amazing people, Dr. Kiran, Dr. Kat today, just really wonderful people. And I'd like to spend a few moments just kind of saying thank you to everybody and thank you to our audience. I do want to share with you what's coming up in the following weeks, what we have to look forward to on Healing Our Earth. A special thanks to Neil Kumar, who's putting together such a wonderful, wonderful show every Sunday for the 111th show this was. Our next one is going to be Sunday, the 16th of January. Can you believe we're already kind of starting in the middle of January? This year is already flying past. And that's going to be the Rotary in Action, Making This World a Better Place. That's coming up next Sunday on Healing Our Earth. Then after that, we have Happy Republic Day, One Nation, One Vision, One Identity. And that's going to be Sunday, the 23rd of January, 2022. And then after that, our next session is going to be Women Empowerment and Self-Care. And that's Sunday, the 30th. And our usual time 2 to 8. And do remember, a lot of our sessions are our past sessions, like today's recording, are on www.healingourearth.com, where we all have our wonderful sessions. You can just, if you've missed anything, or you can share with your friends and family so that they can catch up with what they've missed. Or one of my favorite sessions here, Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen. And that's on Sunday, the 6th of February, 2022. That's where I'm going to learn how to cook once and for all. And that's one of our very popular sessions where we get some good healthy cooking. And then Sunday, the 13th of February, the day before Valentine, love is in the air, love for everyone, the community, the world, friends and family. And that's going to be a time for everyone to enjoy some extra love, Sunday, the 13th of February. And please remember, if you want to get involved with us on Healing Our Earth, if you are a speaker or if you know anyone that's got some great knowledge, please do contact us on Healing Our Earth, and we'd love to talk to you and get you on to our community. And again, thank you so much. Thank you for being our audience, and thank you for participating. And a global namaste to everyone, and Earth bless you. And till next week, till next Sunday,